I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. I get somebody to be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. But you deserve better.
Hey, hello. What is up? What is up? What is up, hello? What is up, मेरी जान की डोडोस? What is up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. सबको good morning. What is up? Pesway, thank you so much for the membership. मेरी जान की डोटे, love you. Hey, hello. का सीन है का सीन है मेरी जान के टोटो। क्या डिनर करा? डिनर रात को नूडल्स बन रहा है घर पे, हक्का नूडल्स। सोया कि नहीं भाई? मस्त घोड़े बेच के आधा पौना घंटा सोया, मजा आ गया। कल के मैच के लिए आज पावर टेस्ट कर लो अच्छे से। एक्सक्यूज मी, हेलो प्यारे फैंस। कौन है भाई? मैं तो T1 बोला था। सपने में प्यारे की ना करो रे बाबा। डिनर इतना लेट क्यों? कि मैं सुबह सोता हूँ 11 बजे। घोड़े बेच दिए क्या? लैंग्वेज अभी का बात करो ना, अभी का बात करो ना भाई। TH या नावी अभी का बात करो ना भाई। हेलो, आवाज आ रहा? हाँ, इजी फॉर TH कोड डाल दो। इजी फॉर TH। हीरो भाई लव यू, लेकिन बस यहाँ तक का ही था, यहाँ तक का ही था सफर। शिट, मैं 20 TH डालना भूल गया। विल द सोसाइटी एक्सेप्ट्स मी? किसको सपोर्ट करो? इजी भाई।
Yeah, because of course the last time that we saw Team Heretics play
Benji
it,
बोलते,
they
Benji
did
बोलते।
end up switching composition from that double duelist back into that double initiator. The only thing is, the last time that they played, no, not the last time, the first time they played it was a loss
Wait
to
for
Navi.
PRX train।
So I'm intrigued to
points
see
कितना है?
if
अरे
they
विंडोज तेरी तो।
stick to double initiator.
Yeah,
It was pretty close though, 13 to 10.
Yeah, again, not necessarily a very
ठीक है,
polarizing result. I think that's even
4500
was 13-11,
TH।
right?
Yeah,
Two
it
very
was
close
close
matches
games,
from
yeah.
the last series. So Breeze for me being the
4500.
big swing factor in this.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think to keep on the top
Yeah.
of Bind, the only time that Navi were able to win Bind and the kind of 3 times they played it was against Team Heretics. So
Yeah.
I do think it's a great decider, but focusing more in on
इतनी
Haven,
मेहनत के बाद भी
surprised
subs क्यों
that
नहीं बढ़ते?
Heretics have picked that map.
क्योंकि मैं
It's
मना किया
obviously
YouTube को।
a great one for them so far. They've played it the 4 times, and only time they've lost.
हेलो बंदा, आवाज आ रही है
X.
T1 की?
And it was the one map that Navi lost to Team Heretics.
TH भाई।
So yeah.
Thank you for the 40 rupees मेरी जान की रोटी। रुद्र भाई love you।
It was great.
क्या
Brother, I'm trying to refresh my memory. I'm not gonna lie.
It was 13-7.
Yeah.
13-7.
चैनल रीजन
Good,
की
man.
वॉच
Good
पर
for
टिकट नहीं
that.
करते, मेरी मर्जी।
More so
इसलिए।
that KC obviously struggled with
I
their
think
Phoenix
it's
comp.
I think it's.
I didn't see
difficult.
enough of the positives we're
Bro,
asking
please,
Heretics,
please,
particularly on
please,
Haven,
please.
when it should have been sort of a
Please,
more comfortable
oh
series.
my god,
Yeah, I think when
please,
you're looking at Haven
please.
against KC, how much can you
Please,
realistically judge it?
start
Because of the
it, take pause
composition
से कर रहे
that KC
अपन।
plays as well. I think that Comeback struggled a little bit yesterday when I had been rating previously how comfortable and how great he looks on the Neon. Something that Minnie and I had kind of highlighted as well is looking to see Team Heretics get more aggressive on that defense, especially if they're deciding to play that double duelist composition.
Well, not even necessarily for me aggression. I was talking on the cast a lot about just taking risks. Calculated risks, sure.
एने
but
वॉच पार्टी
there
पूरा
wasn't
करोगे
enough
वन
of
मैच
that.
ओनली?
And
ये
again,
तो
they
एनिमे पता
looked
चलेगा
very
ना
much
वीडियो।
like they were happy to leave Benji kind of solo anchoring in situations where you wouldn't necessarily think it's probably suitable, but not making many moves elsewhere on the map.
Which is actually kind of an interesting point because the coach confession yesterday as well was like, we want to be more aggressive,
exactly.
we want to take more risks.
Yeah.
So, and it felt like they needed time to warm up into the series, especially that first map yesterday against
तो
KC
बात
from
बुरी
Heretics
है।
side of thing looked a little lost. So they did say that today they were going to try and focus on being on the server.
Okay,
connected to
बिडू,
it since
extra
map one.
classes
So
आज
Haven
नहीं।
really does give them a chance to prove that and to do that because again, they're so
कल
comfortable
extra
on it.
classes।
But from Navi's side of things, they were sitting at home yesterday
Genji के
looking at that
सामने।
Haven. Is there much that they can dissect from it considering what we saw?
I mean, certainly, yeah. Hearing the discussions from Neil and Weber, there's certainly, as long as they're being honest, right? In terms of what they're saying, but certainly what we saw in the server in that game, I think there's plenty of opportunities to anti a lot of the things they were doing, particularly on the defensive side, leaving Benji, who, like I said, lights out yesterday, had a fantastic series start. It's certainly concerning when the possibility of huge pace changes are in
At this point, I feel mods मेरे को कम करना चाहिए.
For Heretics, being able to start on Haven, something that they'd mentioned yesterday as well, was lacking on that confidence. So being able to start here is a good thing for them.
Yeah, and
Humble
I'm not
streamer
expecting
जो
any
रूढ़ हो
changes,
जाता है, look, never.
tight turnaround. So from the side of Heretics, let's look at that first.
Yeah.
No surprises, to be honest. Again, for me, it'd be...
Well, alongside every single one of the Navi and Heretics players, because this is Do or Die, the first map in this lower bracket. Heretics against Navi with a cast and Tom.
Oh, I love
We back.
Last time the stakes say they weren't so high.
We back.
Yeah, extra lives. Yeah, exactly. But now we're down to the final one of these two teams. Oh, we're going to be saying goodbye to them here today. The other has quite a run ahead of them if they're to make it to Santiago. Lower bracket, Heretics finishing 7th to 8th.
Humble always.
Like for either
जो
of
हारा
these
वो
teams,
बाहर,
even
जो
if
हारा
you
वो
look at,
बाहर.
like, obviously Heretics, I think they finished 5th to 6th at Champs, so they will have done worse in EMEA than they did at Champs. Just
चलो
well, I
tech
say a
pass
few
खत्म,
months
tech
ago,
pass
a while
खत्म.
ago now.
It was a bit.
And then for Navi, yeah, it's the same. Like you've taken out the IGL that was at the bottom of the board. Like he wasn't fragging enough, and then you brought in another one that is at the moment doing the same thing.
आपके mods
I
कितने
really
लाख
want to see
करोड़ की salary
the
लेते हैं,
difference
बहुत
from
ज़्यादा.
Xiao, but also what they learned. Like
ज़्यादा.
you play the same map to start off the series. You knew it was coming. You knew no matter what the veto went, even though I did like the split back coming out from Heretics, I think that you knew they'd pick Haven. So what have Navi brought to the table? And obviously the start of it is they started on the attack because that was where they did better last time out.
For Navi, a slow start to the pistol round. They are looking for a bit of control across the map. Grouped up towards A, though. That's where the pressure is going to come through. What I'm excited to see in this series is that the learnings, I suppose, looking at the last time that they played, this was, what, day 3 of Kickoff. It really wasn't that long ago. And think about from Navi's perspective, that, okay, it's funny for me for both. Heretics have had underwhelming results, and obviously they've got comeback coming in.
Are they ready for mid push?
But for Navi, with Xiao
so
recently taking on that
just
IGL,
checking कितना मंसू I love you मेरे जान करते thank you
even a couple weeks in between the last time that they played this series, it could have led to a lot of improvement, a lot of control for Heretics. They pushed down mid, and well, it doesn't look like Navi were ready for that at all. An immediate advantage, swinging the way of the defense and the spike in the open. Navi have to fight for that space, but Heretics will give it up.
30 seconds left.
Potential for re-aggression, but not really a necessity. Just with how much time is remaining. Navi really need to get a move on. That's going to help. Sociable being able to find one. Wood tries to swing back in alone. His two teammates had already retreated, so I guess just went for a timing pick that failed. Comeback though, a solid position. If he drops the spike, he could potentially win the round. He's managed to take out Sociable, but that plant is going to be coming in. Nothing he can do to stop it. And now Benji is all that remains. 1 versus 2.
ये round कैसे जीत सकता Navi?
I'm sure both would desire Rucksack. I like the wraparound. Benji's chasing shadows at this point, looking for a man that's no longer there to be found, and maybe even having the expectation that he's on the other side. Snakebite is going to land perfectly. Benji, there's nowhere left to go. Even Timmy the Turret might have finished the job. It's Navi 1-0. And how that started, Mitch, I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, no, that initial fight for Heretics looks so good. They get the spike dropped in mid as well, and even backing off, I guess not backing off enough, as Boo had to bail out of that tight corner, and Woot comes in to try to make something of that man that they've lost, trading it out, but it's a little disjointed, and the individual fights go the way of Navi, and that's something that I think wasn't really as strong of a facet of their gameplay going into week 1 as we're seeing now. I think the individuals on Navi have heated up. Hero's always been reliable. Again, I think the desk touched on it a bit, but he was unbelievable going into the last game, but the reality is,
plus 31 in a loss.
Plus 31 in a loss. It's tough to do. It's tough to do. The floor has risen though across the board, and I think Filu is the best example of that. Kickoff.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning as well that although the attack side of this map for Heretics has been phenomenal, you're talking about other than the singular defeat. 2 attack, 9-3, 9-3. So We expect their second half to be
खतरनाक
sublime.
smell आ रही है.
Na'Vi were able to claw the game back versus them to a very, very close scoreline on the attack. That's why they've chosen to start there. That's where both teams thrived. And I think for Na'Vi,
किसको सपोर्ट करे? TH baby.
Especially allowing some of those superstars on the Heretic side to get going, because it's a factor again with comeback. When he does start strong,
भाई नावी एक ऐसी टीम के जैसे खेल रही है जो एक EMEA की टीम है.
It's just sometimes there's that difficulty of seeing him with the pack.
क्या सीन
In terms of
भाई?
the identity on Heretics, I think there's
30 seconds left.
a lot to be improved on there. The patience from
Stacked
comeback
it
might be
right.
rewarded. It is presence on this C site, so he doesn't need to move out of garage and waiting for Hero to walk through. That could be a free pick. All they need to do is hold the line, make this at least a tradable situation on the site. And with Sociable that low, honestly, this hasn't gone terribly. Still some serious
10 seconds
potential
left.
for Team
Like
Heretics to make this costly. But remember, Navi came in with 3 rifles, so if 3 players survive, you know, the good work done so far might not matter that much.
yeah, it's all about that extra damage. I wouldn't like to be walking into this man though. Rooksik not
Rooksik
going to be
6
missing those
bolte.
shots, and that is
ये भी बाप player
2-0
है.
and all the guns retrieved. As you said, not so much worry for Na'Vi just yet, but
ये भी
this is
बाप
where
player है.
things should at least get a little bit more interesting.
Binks, according to you,
Well, indeed,
in
yeah, the
which
rifles out for
region
Team Heretics, and we've already
G
seen
could have
from the
easily
pistol
qualified?
round.
जो
The
तू
willingness
नहीं
of
देख
this team to
सकता
play
ना,
that little bit
hate
aggressive.
watch,
They push
वो
2
वाला
players
region.
down into the window then, as well as having Boo coming down on
comment
B.
कर देंगे.
In this round, rotations, gambles, and, well, they very nearly worked out. But Navi stabilized very nicely.
आपने जो ट्वीट किया है उसको थोड़ा समझा दो क्या है कुछ
But we
नहीं
see
लग
that
गए
same
अपने.
aggression come out, certainly not in middle, and actually it's Navi getting aggressive. They triple jumped out that window.
They just went straight through the smoke. In fact, even trying to maybe feign pressure in towards B. Early control taken into garage. With the rifles that they have, normally you might expect to see this with SMGs, but they're trying to do it with the guns in hand, already making their way over on towards the site.
Well, their hand is forced by the utility that they burned to get here, but
Wood
Wu
bolte.
makes it costly. Bodies on the floor, and with them the spike as Navi try to accelerate to the back side. Wu was the problem. He's dealt with. Comeback has nothing to say about this defense, but oh, well, he's been spotted now. I thought maybe he could catch them off guard, but Heroes landing everything. Back-to-back big performances might be on the cards if he keeps this up. But Boo still has a chance and has turned this into a 1v2. 40 seconds on the clock, plenty of time to play with.
He's got a chance to maybe catch a 1v1. Rooksik's just crossed over. Timing here is going to be everything. Seems like they're almost completely unaware to the garage position, but after not seeing anything around that defender spawn, eventually they're going to start putting the pieces together. Of course, the flank could also be a worry, but I don't think they're going to be checking in that direction anytime soon. They need to start getting that plant in, and well, didn't even get past stage 1. Rooksik there to close out the round, and well, he might get the final kill, but I think we know who had the most impactful ones.
Yeah, we certainly know who the hero was there. It was incredible to see him from the same position as well. Just so clean. Woot's double. This really put a spanner in the works because Navi were all in. They put so much utility. You saw them break up the top mid immediately, put the paranoia through, and the garage are flashing through. They're putting everything into that position. And then Woot finding a double seems to almost undo it.
But
It's the fact that Hero's there to pick up the pieces that were
3-0
falling.
TH.
That puts Heretics into this big deficit early. Because, yeah, it's a 3-0 start, and look, it's not that bad, but look at the economy. Not a lot to fall back on.
Technically,
Sheriffs and a Marshall, a
3-0.
weak buy, and a likely 4-0 start for Navi. This could be a phenomenal beginning to the attack side.
It's the cam into the paranoia. He's even baiting for it, but the problem is, yeah, when you can just escape, it really doesn't matter so much. It was the one player they really didn't want in that sort of scenario.
Whoa!
To bait out any of those traps early, and in fact, a full rotation coming in from Heretics, all in on this A site, and for now at least, after maybe faking a retreat, Navi think, okay, we've got them. They're probably rotating back to C now. They're going to go the other way. They're not. You're walking into a trap.
मैं अपना अपर ब्रैकेट रन एक्चुअल में इजी था ऐसा लग रहा है अभी.
But that nest is packed to the brim. Benji, the one showing himself to start. Paranoia lands. That's caught a good few. This is Navi's chance, but they have no idea the numbers that they're walking into. So many bodies rounding the corner. Come back in there for one. The trades. Good for Heretics, and now the lead is theirs. It's only Xiao. They had it all. A 4-0 start practically handed to Navi, but Heretics, another big gamble early. That's 2 rounds where they've guessed correctly. And for Navi, that's gotta be frustrating, but
Thursday हो गया बे वर्मा.
Thrifty puts Heretics on the board.
तो देखो अगर टेक्निकली देखा जाएगा तो 4-0 टेज बराबर है अपना.
Like, it's such a risk, and I can completely understand Navi's vein of thinking that
Language Kundan.
we got caught in their trap early and ran away. So they're probably assuming we're going to go to one of the 2 other sides. The fact that we're going to now slow down and re-hit into the same position, okay, maybe there's a few players here, but there's no way there's going to be all 5. There was. Benji obviously being the most important of the lot. 3 kills coming out from him with the Sheriff. And now they have a huge boost in economy. Alt's getting closer to being online. And they've stolen away a first round.
अब ये लोग को करनी है snowballs. समझ रहे हो?
Yeah, that's the difference between a lights out start for Navi, wind in the sails, and a sinking feeling taking over. But Ruxic, cool, he's not going to wallow in it for too long. That's a very nice opening.
Just take a 1v1 on Viper. Just go in for the immediate fight. We always talked about him last year and the risks he would take while playing these agents, but there's so much space now to be played with. He was the only man on that A side of the map. Lockdown even going to be utilized. This gets a little bit more interesting. They don't even need to commit to this anymore. They can just fall away from the lockdown, allow them the site, because you have the man advantage.
He's just saved the round.
भाई वो बेचारा एलर कर रहा है, ए से कोई आ ही नहीं रहा है.
Place and comeback's got a 3K already, sliding into the side.
भाई ये लोग ये राउंड देखेंगे कितना बुरा लगेगा ना, कोई था ही नहीं ये पे.
The lockdown even put in there. That should have been Navi at least in a favorable post plan.
चलेगा भाई.
One guy
हम लोग भी ऐसे राउंड हारे.
this round completely under his control. This should have been a 4-0 start for Navi. All right, easy peasy. A coin flip that decided whether they got a 6-0 start, a huge leg up. And instead, the coin doesn't even get out of the hand. Heretics steal it out from under their feet, and they're 1 behind.
I'd really love to show Sociable this replay, because his teammate's on the corner next to him. So Comeback just runs past Xiao, completely ignores him, and kills the guy planting the spike. And Sociable's almost just going to be sat there like, bro, what? Like, how has he got there? Hoping for maybe a little bit more cover.
और मार खाने से नियन से, हाँ? थोड़ा नर्फ होएगा तो नियन थोड़ा मजा आएगा. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऑटो जंप
already back into the map. And hey, Rians gets his revenge. He gets wrecked last round. Now he wrecks Ruxic in the next round. One player did manage to pass, but I don't think they're just going to give up that space for free. Especially if one person gets caught on the cross, you're kind of going to gamble that maybe a second made it past already. They won't know it, at least from the drone.
Buffering हो रहा है, impossible है.
No, it's only an outlaw. It's not an up, but that is, in fact, much worse for Navi. Yeah. Everybody comes in here. All right, Zash. Everyone comes in here 25 shields or less. And feel it with his rifle. Well, he won't be able to match pound for pound, bullet for bullet. With Comeback on the other side. So a lot of danger for Heretics. Sorry, for Navi to avoid as they push into this A side, even though there's only 2 players here. But Comeback's already down to 1 shot, although he's got his ult to fall back on, and that's proven to be no problem whatsoever. Oh my goodness. An in-zone flawless. This team was looking down and out 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, and Comeback has just had a mass amount of high-impact rounds. Like the last being able to get that double to completely ruin Navi's post-plant. This round, yeah, cool, sick. That's got to be a great feeling for Hero, just getting wrecked by a guy who's completely blinded. And then he pulls out the Neon ult, 10 and 4. An incredible start
then we have to face PRX also.
to this game from him.
And after that, we have to face 2 more teams.
But this is where we do see Navi come back in with a buy. Viper's Pit available if they can get into the post plant. And even a Hunter's Fury to get them in. But there is also one for Rians on the other side. So maybe that Viper's Pit won't be quite as safe.
I thought that was quite interesting. Their Comeback 8th highest first engagements. We saw the toast pop up, and I'm not sure how indicative that is. Oh my goodness, Rooksik's running it. Usually you see that pick go up and they wait a moment. At least let the decay kick in, but Sociable was up top. They thought that could be enough, but even with the info, Boo able to land the kill on him as Hunter Fury.
Oh my god!
That was
Almost
down to 45 as the plank comes in. It's pure chaos on the server. But Navi, the ones that seem to be thriving within it with the post plant, if they can get away. Oh my goodness.
Filu, he knew he'd be chasing down the other! And in fact, he ends up taking both. I like the idea. The drone hits a guy running away. You're low HP. The biggest surprise factor is if you're right in their face waiting where the drone just cleared. The fact he gets both, though, fair play.
Well, that was an unusual round, to say the least. And the aggression coming out of Navi to start that. The blitz in towards B. And keep in mind, it's after you have opening pick, they decide to just go and then the 45 HP player tagged up when they've got the post plant just goes and challenges spawn. His teammate just walked away from there a second ago.
Well, yeah, this because he got hit by the drone.
Yeah, he just took the fight. A ballsy play. It's rolled out, and now an early fight by Heretics that gives Boo a double. The barriers barely go up and the round's half over.
Please.
Yeah, just a run down on the other side. Anything you can do, we can do better. You're going to try and run it down on me and B. I'm going to run it down on you and A. It's some of the paciest starts to rounds we've ever seen.
0 packet loss.
And it gives Heretics a massive advantage. Bear in mind, as I said, expectation is they're going to tear it up in the second half. Speaking of tearing it up, Heroes trying to do it all, but at this stage, it's left all on to Xiao. We haven't seen the Xiao show in quite some time. Known in the past for his clutch capability.
Spike planted.
Maybe without the rest of the team to focus on, this is where we can see that Hunter's Fury available, but he'll need something before that comes into play.
Yeah, he needs a pick, and now you know Wood is looking for you. And he spotted him. There's the information. That's basically it. Xiao just missing it by a hair's width, but hold on, he's grabbed the first. Another for Xiao!
Nice try.
The final shot lands for Riaz. And Heretics close that gap in now 4-4. I mean, at this rate, Tom, that early fight was madness. And this has been 2 rounds in a row now where last time it was Navi looking for the scraps. This time it was just Boo.
Yeah, it's just absolutely sent it. Yeah, you can see the frustration. The difference, though, is that was both teams' economy hanging in the balance. That was everything on the line, all the marbles. And now you look at Navi coming into this next round. Well, it was a singular shot from Xiao.
One goes down.
Could have changed the outlook of this next round. Filu's going to be the one with the rifle, the rest on just pistols. Woot now with the operator in hand. And he has managed to find Timmy the turret.
This guy has a bit more passive from Riaz. We saw him go down on A long very early on to Ruxic in a previous round, and the A site was wide open. This time, he backs off, puts the drone through, and now has a little bit of backup by the time he spots a few outside. Boo will be on site with him.
Technically, agar dekha jaye,
under the same threat. When those barriers went up, I was worried we were just going to see a repeat of Riaz rolling the dice.
Technically, agar dekha jaye,
in fact,
एक और round agar TS निकालती है, it's a good half for both teams.
4 players here, and I guess putting a lot of faith in that Cypher utility to keep C and Garage under their control.
But that's the thing, Benji is just toggling that cam. They've already spotted a player out to B, so that'll be at least a small rotation back. My worry here is that Wood's now completely isolated with an operator in hand. As not the gun I would want to see completely solo with no support. But whatever read they've had, this has to just be something to do with the way Na'Vi like to play the map, because they have stacked up 4 players here, while they're the ones with the buy, all the way until the last seconds of the round.
Yeah, I don't know what they're seeing, what the read is, but they are being read like a book. Navi running into the stack yet again. Hunter's Fury going to try to dice this up, make it more difficult, but it's easy pickings on the side of Heretics. Even if they were on an eco, with those numbers, it will be tough for the attackers to break through, but the reality is those rifles in play. Woo, down to 2! Rock 6, got 1v1!
Oh, that's so
unlucky.
That's so unlucky.
Woo flees the side. Oh my goodness, this game This game is pure madness, and a round
He's
win
only just
by
going to find out.
a sliver of HP. Jeez.
He's gonna look at the damage and go, oh, yeah, that's just unreal. Like to hit the headshot on the guy through the wall. I love the fact that Riens kills Filu twice.
Not even close,
kills
baby.
The real Filu and then kills the clone.
Committed to the cause.
Not even
But
close,
yeah, what
baby.
a heartbreaker, man. That close to taking him down. One stray shot. But a timeout from Navi.
सारे rounds ऐसे नहीं हुए कि समझे type.
5-4 for Heretics. It's a close scoreline, but when you take that timeline
Kya
into account, 5 out of the
to?
last 6 rounds, yeah, it's no surprise
Kya
Navi take a
to?
moment.
You also have to take into
Bada
account
raha hai.
how good Heretics are on the attack. Like, once you now get to this stage, in the majority of their games, this is already enough to win.
Yeah,
so it's a very different look. And sure, okay, in the loss versus GX, they only had a 5-7 attack. But they only got 2 rounds on the defense, so it's already a completely different ballpark of statistics. And unless Navi have come in and gone, okay, well, we got battered on that defense last time, let's put all of our work into that half. I don't know why you'd then pick attack. I think they knew how this game was going to lay out, wanted that strong start on the first map as you normally would, and now things aren't even close to going to plan. And sure, some of those rounds have been clutch moments, some of them you've had big advantages that have slipped away, but if anything, that's kind of worse.
Yeah, I think the fact that you were 3-0 up, facing into an ego, should be 4-0 up, and from that point, you have a massive economic advantage.
Lose a 3v5.
Yeah, and you're getting, the context of how we've ended up here is what's really going to sting for Navi. And that timeout, has it had any effect or not? Well, it will take a moment for us to find out, but it's definitely the right moment for it, considering Heretics, by what we've seen. You know, I'm not sure it would look much different if they just had the playbook of Navi in front of them. Like, they've read it to the T every time.
Well, their stack-ups on A, and speak of the devil and it shall appear, they've done it again.
Except
just 4 players on that side of the map, and maybe that's why Navi are now going in the other direction. Finally, they have realized that their opponents have been able to take massive risks, and honestly, in terms of information, for Benji, a lot of it is just going to come down to himself. Now, he's heard that from Sociable. Easy kill. That opening pick is all they really need. Comfortable in their retakes. He can wait for any level of support. And we should see in a moment the rest of the team begin to rotate. There we go. They're literally planted the spike and no one's moved off A yet.
It's a real shame because even just going for the C-side hit, like, they don't know how right they had it. Like, pushing into that site, one guy to defend you, and because of that ult, it ends up offering a 1v1 because he backed off because they played the retake. Unlucky, wrong moment. They played scissors, they played rock. Now Filu, hold on! It's messy! It could have been so much more, but now falling like dominoes, Navi! Oh, that's a disaster! Different game could have avoided, but Benji Fishy taking a 4K. Heretics lead locked in now 6-4.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Not only off the basis of, okay, be a scoreboard, Steven, have a look at the numbers, he's 12 and 6, that's pretty good. Especially with everything we've seen to Cypher. But this is sort of the proof of how valuable just the information you get from Cypher can be. They had the conversation earlier about that initiator level Cypher. And that's what he's doing. He's just making sure that at all times, info's there, they can gamble on other side of the map, and then he even gets them the opener, so that they play a 5v4 retake. Sure, opportunities for Filu, but it also worries me that was the be-all and end-all. If he doesn't get 2 in a spawn peak, they lose the round.
Well, it's because
that's optimistic.
It's because they were already behind, right?
Yeah,
you need that big play to bring you back into the game after Sociable goes down, diving in the back lines. And again, not a bad play. I like putting pressure on from both sides, but when it's one guy holding C and he's decided to play it as a retake, you're offering up a probably favorable fight for him. 6-4.
TP.
A chance to tie it up for Navi still exists, but recency bias leads heavily towards that 8-4 scoreline.
Very doable.
Heretics could have the lead at the half. This is their chance to at least guarantee it. And oh, that one looked very close, but comeback robbed of a kill, and he's going back. Yeah, not happy with how that one went.
Oh, another one for Riens.
Well,
he's out of here.
They're now going to look to double back, but the problem is that Trip's still in play. A lot of teams you'll see just throw in like a shock dart, throw in something to try and destroy this utility, but with 35 seconds left, it's still online. Benji spotting the one gap. And he's been very good at doing that. Whenever there's been some space, Benji Fishy is in that space.
Going back.
NAVI
fleeing
the trip's still there.
But yeah, this info is going to be
20 seconds left. The trip and garage is still there.
All that has to happen here is the Boo delays them, and he knows it. Paranoid is primed and ready, fired through just in time, but 2 on caught. Okay, a chance. The spike can make it to the site. It might even get planted, and now numbers sitting out. Okay, NAVI, you've got a chance, but Hero needs to step up again. That shock dart connects on the Xiao. He's so low. The Guardians in play though. The headshots needed. Down to a 2v2. And up against the op. The HP might not matter. Forcing another fight, but Xiao can't get it done. Come back! Well, as he wraps into the garage. It's a messy fight, but Heretics 7 on the board. This is a team that started out what we thought had to be 4-0 down, but they have taken complete control from round 4 on.
Yeah, I don't know if Benji Fishy is upgraded to the indestructible trips that are coming in like one of the next few patches, you know, just a little leak fee there.
That's on the way, is it?
But I genuinely am perplexed by the fact that garage utility is being left until the last 15 seconds. Like that's bare bones, that's basic. Like, you can't allow... I know that he's moving them, I know that it's not going to be there all of the time, but that's just stuff that I feel like you need to be removing. Otherwise, look how much global control they have. You have 1 guy on C, 3 guys on A consistently, and then 1 guy just watching in case they push into the B side. Like, that's just too easy for Heretics on this defense.
Yep, and that has
blind putty.
See ya.
Oh my
and that's Hero down as well. A huge player to remove from this squad, and not just individually, but also the utility now is down. Your back is constantly open when you do go to take some control. And considering Heretics so far have been winning off of information and map control in so many of these rounds, they've had the upper hand in that regard. Losing Hero here is just going to be insult to injury. An attempt by Filu to wrap around behind A. They'll put the pressure on. They've spotted 1. He'll go up to heaven, and that makes it very difficult for Comeback to do anything, really. He's just got to flee the coop, run.
Oh. He's managed to get himself back to the rest of the team, sitting on the back of that site, and while we're yet to see the pounce from the backline, Ruxik's done well, but Filu's now been dealt with. That flank not a problem, and Wu looking to try and take over 10 HP. Again, we find Ruxik in a clutch scenario. Last time the difference was just 2 health, now he has a gun to play with and he can't quite correct. A nice attempt once again from Ruxik, but a nice attempt doesn't really get you anything. It's 8-4.
8-4 score line.
Technically, अगर तुम लोग देखोगे तो score 11-1 है यार.
NAVI had the green light running away with the game.
है कि नहीं?
But the brakes were pumped by the opposition, and now, well, Heretics full
और तुम लोग बोले TH अच्छा नहीं खेलता. शर्म है.
The question is, can they keep up this sort of pace, this sort of dominance? Surely not.
Sexy खेल रहा है comeback.
After the break.
सब अच्छा खेल रहा है सर.
Your body knows a sense of victory, seized when mind, movement,
से बोर्ड चालू हो रहा है.
Now, step into your zone, designed to win.
भाई लेकिन बहुत एकदम भसुड़ी वाली फाइट थी ना ये लोग का हर साइड में. सारे राउंड्स ऑलमोस्ट. बंको मजामा मजामा. लैंग्वेज बेट. मास्टर्स एनी जीतेगा नहीं. EMEA दिमाग प्रो मैक्स है. लैंग्वेज कुंदन फाइनली टेस्ट लुकिंग गुड. साला पलट गया. मैं तो पहले राउंड से बोल रहा हूँ टेस्ट अच्छा करके. कमबैक को पहले दिन क्या बोल रहे थे ना लोग, और अभी देखो लास्ट 2 गेम से तो अच्छा खेल रहा है यार. क्लास कभी चालू होगी? कल दोपहर को.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think like we've had our glimpses from Benji before, but comeback's been very up and down. And well, speaking of the downs, when he played just not long ago in their match versus KC, it was a very, very rough performance coming out from him. Sat at the bottom of the board.
मेरा नाइट मार्केट में प्राइम गार्डियन और लिकॉन स्पेक्टर और सबरिन फैंटम आई है. आप कौन सा दिलोगे? फाफा को बोलो भाई. हेलो.
And I'll be honest with you, coming into this series,
चाचा तुम्हारे बकचोद है, अमीर नहीं. फाफा अमीर है.
Like they've looked very good. They had a close game versus Fnatic. Hero was flying. We needed players like him to step up, and that's exactly what he's doing in this first map.
Well, at least in the first half, plenty more to be played, and
they're better on the attack.
Yeah. They have been.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
It all change here today, Tom. You never know.
Maybe Angel's a genius, and he's countered everything while not changing his comp at all.
Maybe Angel's a genius. Wow, well, I'll let him know what you said. I don't think he's going to like that one.
अभी वो लोग को मालूम है हो रहा है. ये लोग को मालूम है हो रहा है. सबको मालूम है हो रहा है.
He gets nothing done. A little bit of damage, a tag at best. Field invading the wall. That's a beautiful flash from comeback. He must have been blinded. I didn't even see him turn. And yet he's good to find that kill still. Downside of pushing a laneway, I suppose. The 5 versus 3 for NAVI, right on the back foot, and this is a pistol they would have very much wanted. Remember, they have 4 rounds. 3 of those were in the first 3.
Well, Hero's done well, but that is all she wrote. Bruxic, he's been in many a clutch this game, and he's been close, but
Agile कौन है तेज का जो बात करता है?
Against him. Pretty much all of them just aggressively waiting around the angle he's pushing through. And he didn't even get past Benji Fishy. I think that might... Well, actually, no. I don't think it will move.
भाई वो लोग को मालूम था यार है. ये लोग को भी
kills on
मालूम
the
था यार
entry.
है.
It's 9-4.
लेकिन उनको मालूम नहीं था लग रहा है.
Racing to the finish of who's going to have the most kills at the end of the map, and it is a very, very close fight. That's about the only thing that's been close in the last 10 rounds or so.
Yeah, exactly.
बस भाई कल मेरा एक दोस्त का शादी है.
There was a moment where
उसने 10 दिन पहले WhatsApp पे कार्ड भेजा था. Only ना मैसेज ना कॉल. Only कार्ड का पिक.
For NAVI, there's been a
उसमें मुझे जाना चाहिए कि नहीं.
Really, the broad strokes of the game is that Heretics have had full control from round 4 onwards. NAVI with 1 under their belt, and well, I thought that was going to be the double from comeback. He is feeling it right now. Of course, only up against a lack of shields and classics. It's 0 investment from NAVI. That doesn't necessarily mean 0 potential. Look at this rotation. They have managed to get 4 players, all 4 remaining on this side ahead of the push.
Oh, we'll see how many comeback can dwindle before anybody else even needs to shoot their gun.
Hero's
at least going to get the 1, but it really doesn't matter that much. Benji only had himself a pistol. Then I don't even know if they'll keep
help करेगा मेरा
Valorant account ban है. It depends how much of an upgrade they want, but either way, that was a relatively clean bonus round coming out of Heretics, and they are now just 3 rounds away from utterly dominating their map.
Yeah. I think coming into this round for NAVI, it is do or die right now.
Yeah.
Like this is Heretics map pick, yada yada. Breeze is another map. It's a completely different ballpark, sure, but
अरे पट अंजुम तो ताला है पट नहीं.
It's not only going to be like if it's a 13-4, they won 13 out of 14 rounds. They had full control. They had momentum, wind in their sails, and it seems like a complete mismatch in terms of caliber. We know that's not true. Hell, we've seen this matchup on day 3 of Kickoff, and it was a 3-mapper. For now, okay. It was all Heretics until Xiao found 1, and then comeback. Well, he's had his moment almost every round so far. What's another one to add to the tally? Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, you feel like after the last game, there had to be a lot of people questioning him in this team, but well, this is the answer. This is what you can come to expect. Hero does have eyes on that spike, so there you go. Locked in to just try and take these fights. He's got rid of 1, but now it comes all down to Bruxic. Another clutch scenario, another opportunity, but he's been spotted. They know he's here. 45 seconds. Boo's going to get away with it, but getting around this corner is easier said than done. Now they've just shifted. And this time Bruxic will take home the Red Bull clutch. It has been coming.
Oh, that was incredible. And what a time for it as well. Now, when we look at the fact that they did find the opening pick and their opponents had a lot of weak weapons, and the fact that the spike was left behind in the spawn probably being the only reason this round was actually won. But if we overlook all of that, that's the round they needed, right? An individual stepping up to save the day. Quite frankly, a crazy adjustment onto Boo. And a round here in round number 3 of the half, where Heretics had the chance to break the economy of Navi, to run away with the home stretch, but now a bump in the road and a vulnerable
I
don't think he's done yet. He's chasing them down towards the side. The old pop. Xiao is desperately low, but even what he's done so far should be enough.
The drone, they are there. They are the guys. The drone is spotted.
Oh
they
yeah,
are still there. Yeah. Comeback just thinking it was so nice, I have to do it twice. Go for the same play once again, this time with an outlaw. And once more. Oh, Navi. They're going to be having nightmares of this guy tomorrow. A lot of space on the other side of the map, of course, similarly to the Cypher.
One and done and done.
Also got the alarm bot in B, so a lot of this space is covered by Hero. Being covered and him being able to stop them is another thing altogether. Wonderful spam. He's dropped the spike. They're going to have to go back for that. He's bought time for the rotation of Filu, but because of that hesitation, Filu's now out of there. I think just being told to wait for the rest of the team. Not necessarily sure if that's the right call. He could have had a wonderful time.
Instead, the 4v4, they want to play this retake together. All light shields on the side of Navi.
3.2.
Comeback needs 1 hit. He's got 2 in the barrel. Anywhere will do. Anywhere will drop them, and it's going to be a big swing on the back. He's even dodging that initial flash. It's a nice shot. Full blinded, but lands it ahead of time. Dodges another. It's damage done, and an easy cleanup for the rest of the squad. Comeback really has stepped up today. 11-5. Do Navi have any answer?
No.
They got to find one, that's for sure.
A minute ago, I think I was talking about how Comeback was on 18 kills and Mid was on 17 and it was a race.
Yeah, yeah.
Slide mara, alt खोला.
Okay.
उसके बाद भी slide मारा क्योंकि था नहीं slide.
Like it's like most of the time we talk about, especially a duelist on the defense, and we go, look, he's had a good half, but keeping that up on attack while you're playing entry is going to be really difficult. If anything, he's improved, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think this was just turned into a game of set up Comeback so that he can kill everyone for us.
You say that half the time he just like ran down on A and just took some
shots. Prediction predicted by language.
There was a flash.
That's true. The idea was there.
What are the rest of the team doing? They're just chilling.
The effective reality is that this man is just leagues above the rest. I like it, Rock. Sick.
Well,
a nice try.
But he still didn't get a kill anyway.
Didn't get there. Even still, probably would have been the one and done for Navi. This round's not the one that you want to put all your eggs in one basket for. They've saved their credits for the next. They'll save their lockdown as well. They take some risks with the pistols, but this is going to have to be 7 in a row, assuming there's no miracle here. Already, though, some damage done to Woot by that initial play from Ruxic. There's a chance, but in the rounds where Heretics made these sort of defensive low buys look good, it was always that they read the play, that they had 4 or 5 players on site.
Hello. There's going to be 2.
It's not 4 or 5, but let's see if they can make it work.
There were a second ago.
That's better than 0.
Filu's going to
30 seconds left.
take the first fight, and he's going to win it. Not a bad start. Now, Hero only has a classic and re-ends. That's why we love re-ends. The safest pair of hands, even though he just he still checks it. Nice attempt from Xiao.
Wow.
And Sociable, well, he's coming in on the flank. I don't think he's going to be able to deny the plant. That would be the one free way to win the round.
Bandit
Boo is
the Bandit first clutch ever in the history of the VCT of the World Pro Series.
Okay, maybe he's coming from a different angle. The fight not bad, but unfortunately not quite close enough for that Bandit to truly do enough damage.
Yeah, a couple meters in it. That would have been a different fight, but 12-5 is where we end up. And again, with a low investment, with the gamble being 2 players towards the correct site and still landing this much damage, with the second player being rooted immediately by Rienz, for this to come down to what it did, which was, you know,
if it wasn't 12-5, this would be a nice round.
Yeah, this would be great.
But it is 12-5.
But it is, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So no one really cares how close you make the round.
Technically.
This could be a 1v1 down to 1 HP, but if Heretics win it, it's all over. Oh my God! What is this guy doing today? That's madness! Yeah, and he keeps going. So much space.
He just did that to Hero, who I think was like one of, if not the top-rated player in the tournament so far. But yeah, then okay, Xiao
Did you forget he was in garage? I mean, it's hard to remember that 10 seconds ago.
नहीं वो इतना जल्दी आएगा सोचा भी नहीं वो लोग ने.
What was he doing? Just gave up. Come back. I'd give up as well. Wu is trying to at least find himself a kill in this round. He's like, you know what? I've got to at least try and do something here. And you know what? Benji instead, leaving it on to 1. Rooksik.
Go, go, go.
If there was anybody to do it, it would be him. But it's come back on the other side, and why not just end it in style? His 28th kill in 18 rounds. What an insane map from Comeback.
Yeah, finishing 29 on the board is just madness for a guy we come into today asking about how he fits into this team, how the team can adapt with him. But my goodness, an unreal performance. Let's go down to the stage though and hear how this went from Benji Fishy's perspective.
Benji, from your perspective, that was absolutely phenomenal. You guys locking in this first map. I need some words of encouragement for the fans that are here watching because, you know, 1 map away from continuing this lower bracket run.
I mean, listen, if Becca's going to drop 29 kills in the first map, then I guess it might be an easy game, so we'll see.
All right, well, thanks so much. I'm going to let you go. We're going to be heading over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series.
One-sided लड़ाई हो गई भाई बोलो तुम्हारा बे उसने पॉइंट्स दो मेरे को अरे विंडो तेरी तो कितना पॉइंट्स मिले अभी तक मिला नहीं है अभी तक मिला नहीं
You don't need to rush on them, bro.
Pay up my points. Pay up. चैट नहीं मानती सब जगह चैट सेम ही लग रहा है Sorry for doubting you comeback नहीं Sorry for doubting you Binks भाई ये लिखो हाँ ये जो 60% वाले जो लोग हैं ना नावी जीतेगा नावी ये जो 60% वाला हेलो आवाज आ रहा है ऐसे नहीं मैं एनालिसिस करता रहता हूँ I knew the full potentials of the comebacks. %, यार love you. मार्क्स भी उतने मिलेंगे टेंशन नहीं लो. दूसरे जगह वोट किया तो भी 60% मार्क्स मिलेंगे लॉल. वोट नहीं किया तो लगेगा लॉल. Sorry for doubting you, God. It's all right, Amishaji. It's all right. चाय लेके आया पंकज से बात करके आया उसको आज लो फील कर दीजिए पता नहीं अच्छा यार फ्राइडे नाइट है
What was the focus of prep for this series if you're expecting to play Heaven? Yes, I was expecting to play Heaven, and the focus of prep was like to not let them play, basically. And as we all see, it didn't really work out.
I love it when we get some insider information. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA Kickoff. Heretics starting things off pretty great on Haven. To be expected from them, though.
Yeah, I mean, this has been historically a dominant map from them. We kind of teed it up like that, and we were expecting them to be able to have a clean map, given how strong they've looked on it.
Yes and no for me. A little cleaner than I would have thought, obviously, from Navi's perspective in terms of having a lot of tape to go through. And in my eyes, some opportunities to probably put up a better number here.
Yeah, I think that's probably why we were expecting more of an answer from Angel there, right? When we kind of asked.
The best Neil and Weber counter is going, don't let them play their own game.
Oh, that's so
That's
smart.
Angel, just like next level brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like communicating through the coach conversions to the other coaches. Gigabrain.
But either way, speaking of numbers, speaking of performances, Heretics had individuals that were doing really well, and that's what we needed from them.
Yeah, I think this is, well, not even the elephant in the room anymore. It's like, this is why this roster move was made, right? To have somebody that can put up these numbers and have such individual impact on the game.
Yeah, and I think Benji Fishy as well, alongside Comeback that you're kind of insinuating there, Michael, is honestly performing really well, right? This is someone that we've kind of been critiquing throughout Kickoff so far, I think, about someone that needs to step up. I had kind of criticized the lack of flexibility in his agent pool by only really being able to play the Viper and Cypher, but I think when you're running a double duelist composition, him being on the Cypher is great. I think that, yeah, he had a really great performance here on him.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it's probably a discussion. He's sort of the player as well. You do get this kind of very hot and cold. It's feast or famine for Benji in situations that Heretics leave him in certain situations here on Haven. Obviously, you need him to be.
I'm sorry.
Gar jayenge.
Again, yeah.
Gar jayenge.
And it's also good to hear from Benji as well. It's like, it's going to be an easy series if he keeps dropping 30s. Like that is ultimately why you pick up a player like Comeback, to be able to just stand on his own 2 feet and just put out numbers.
This man was running the server. That is absolutely insane from Comeback, but that's also what we said earlier, Billy. We wanted Comeback to step up. We wanted Benji as well to step up, and it feels like they have heard our wishes, complaints. I don't even know what to cut your ass at this point.
Complaints, concerns.
Okay,
yeah,
fair.
I think it was mainly like concerns from us. I think Comeback being able to put up those numbers is really kind of what we've been waiting for. Of course, he joined Tier 1 last year, and someone that we were all hyping up, someone that we were like, oh my goodness, he's going to be amazing when he gets to Tier 1 because he was so dominant in challengers. And if he can start to hit a stride where we know he can perform, then that's going to be great for this roster.
This also answers another question for me. If Heretics aren't fully on board with committing to double duelists kind of across the pool in general, if Comeback's able to actually put these numbers up as the solo duelist, it answers the second question for Heretics in terms of what we're going to see throughout this year.
Yeah, it gives more of an insight towards potential identity that they're developing, because that's
a
topic of conversation that every single team is using this Kickoff. We're using this to find their identity. Well, it is time to really find it. But we also have another coach confession coming through from Nelzinho and Weber in terms of how this
game देख के मजा आएगा. NVFTW,
how much is it impacting the rest of the team now that Comeback is having better performances?
I mean, you guys just saw it there. I think we're just taking a little bit of time to figure out how to use him. I think a big misconception is he only opt. I think you guys just saw there, he's incredible with a rifle as well, so we want to lean into that a little bit more. Yes, it helps, but it's a bit more comfortable as a team right now. It's not just individual performances.
Yeah, I think also, without being a bit of a downer on it, like, this is an exceptional circumstance. Like, this is something that we cannot
taking part of maximum resistance.
We just need to keep on working on our fundamentals and everything like that, and that is what will make us a better team, not just one person going out there and doing everything.
Fundamentals, time, synergy, you'll see on the server. I feel consistency. I feel like those are the 5 answers that they absolutely love to give us. So we're gonna try and dissect this to the best of our ability.
Team Heretics bingo at this point.
Consistency, prep, yeah.
Don't let them play their own game. Yeah, but as much as maybe they don't want to give us a bit of insight, we'll just sit here and theorycraft ourselves, because what really do we have to do? So Breeze coming up. Let's theorycraft there in regards to what we can expect from the side of Heretics, because it looks like, I mean, he did say this is a one-off potentially, like not something that they could replicate, which question marks there.
Yeah, a bit concerning. Again, I'm never really sold from when we listened to Neil. Again, now you've seen the clip, you know, I was talking about yesterday. But again, yes, this is an exceptional circumstance. You have any duelist that's going to maintain like 450 ACS, like, you know, you've cracked the enigma, and he's just the chosen one, effectively. But
भाई जीत तो सकते
to then talk about comps and hearing about like, the operating stuff, I'm actually happier seeing him on the rifle, especially if you're going to see like particularly things like the Neon and Yoru. I'm happier to see that than I would be kind of trying to shoehorn him into the comfort weapon, which is obviously putting him on the scope.
Well, the Neon, you asked for it, you shall receive, and a chamber on there too, Billy.
Boo on the Sage is the thing that my eyes gravitate towards.
My eyes are burning, right? Yeah.
And we're going to see Boo on the chamber, so, you know, we kind of just touched on the fact that having different people being able to pick up that operator is really nice, I think.
This would be a positive here.
Exactly,
but I think running just Benji on that solo Viper is a bit risky.
Yeah, tall order, a very tall order, especially coming up against a very diverse comp from Navi that actually gives a lot of possibilities in the mid round. Weirdly enough, you look at this comp for Heretics and it feels a little
language Pranabhai, language membership lo 150 ka
isn't that what you were hoping to see from them either way, like lean
आप natural streamer नहीं हो पहले chat दिमाग में पढ़ते हो तो फिर जोर से बोलते हो.
They've obviously been cooking this a while for it to have been left as a decider map in the past 2 series, so it's not like it's a oh no guys we're going to breathe.
No, I don't think I don't think this is the ace up the sleeve.
Like they've cooked, but like
just got promoted to dominant rank
in my second act. Really the time
I
to
learned
cook
from
in the sense that
you.
we're in the lower bracket?
Well, that's a great question that they will be able to answer, because this is do or die for Navi though. If they lose this game, they are out of Kickoff. If they win it, we'll push it all the way to decider, which would be fine. But to ultimately get there, Breeze needs to be secure. So let's head into our second match of the matchup with our Chasters.
Well, this is certainly going to be an exciting matchup, Tom.
Single controller
into this, Heretics win in their sales, but bringing in an interesting composition. We've seen something similar attempted by Fnatic, and I'm pretty sure they lost that game. Breeze hasn't been great to them in general, but there was a key difference, you could say, in that composition versus what Heretics have cooked up with Gasfar.
Yeah, it feels like everybody at the moment has got double controller on a lot of maps, but especially on a map as big as this, like having something like an Astra for that global utility is so valuable. Maybe if you don't like that, you bring in an Omen. I didn't expect to see solo Viper comps anymore. I don't feel like it's too viable. At the same time, you look at the way they won the last map, and it was one dude running around killing everyone. So maybe the controllers don't matter at all.
Well, think about it this way. You smoke the angle, it means that Wu can't take the fight.
Simple
so,
exactly.
You know, take Astra out, put it in the chamber, easy profit. Let's see if that's the case.
Magic
formula for Heretics
about to drop 40 on Sage.
A big part of the early game and the last map was gambles, was getting boots on the ground in the right spot at the right time. Facet has not followed them here on the Breeze. Having to play the retake on B, but looking to apply pressure elsewhere towards the elbow. Rooksik is waiting, and that gets them the advantage and puts pressure on Navi's behind. This is perfect play from Heretics to start, at least.
Filu's almost dead as well. He doesn't even realize that there's a second player in the corner. It's almost like a little bit of a ruse. It's being sold, but somehow Sociable got both anyway. That's definitely turned this on his head. Wraparound coming in, both players towards the spawn for the attack side. Sociable just about surviving, but Benji has already managed to clear off, leaving just Hero remaining. That spike is being stuck. He expects it just to be taken to half. Why would anybody stick it the entire way? But that is re-end for you. It is going to be Heretics to take themselves a pistol round, and I think they're having fun.
Benji, yeah, he was laughing his ass off the second they end up with that dub. Big 3K for him in this round, but yeah, sticking it underneath the nose is
before. He was laughing so hard. I don't feel like you start there.
There we go. Yes!
Yes!
Thought he was going to hit a yabba dabba doo down on the stage. All right.
Pistol on the belt,
and again, it was 13-5 in the previous map. Navi went 3-0 to start. When it came to rifle rounds, they didn't play the game. They weren't here. Might as well have walked in a 5v0 to so many of those rounds, and the ones that came close, it didn't matter in the end, because Heretics ended up winning it out by those thin margins in the few rounds where they were a part of the game. So you really wanted that pistol to go to Navi, but this is their pick, and oh my goodness, the wall is helped out. Perfect wall for Boo. No criticism.
Denied the plot. And then come back sliding with the judge. Good luck, Xiao.
See, it was all a ruse. It was all a ruse to get Xiao into this position.
There you go. He got one. He's only got 18 health left, and he's now found himself a judge. He's dead.
No, he's alright.
See you later. Woot from behind. 2-0. This is where we now do look to the other side. Now, bear in mind, obviously, Filu, the last time they played this map, was nuts. Like, I think he ended up 23-9. That was on the defensive side, which I actually think he's going to get even more opportunities to fight, considering they only have a Viper screen and an orb to block him off. But I do wonder if that's... Cool. I do wonder if that's sort of the plan. Is like, we know that Filu's going to want to fight us, and we want to fight him, like, when we move into that second half. On the attack, we didn't see anywhere near as much.
Comeback. Quite an aggressive stance, but they are waiting for him. The wall up, though. That might not be expected. Reactions there, though.
कैसे लगे मेरे जादू के जप्पे?
Man advantage now.
औरा चेंज हुआ कि नहीं?
The attack side.
So
we want to see them have those early fights and not overcommit the individual duels, right? Not giving Heretics the opportunities that they thrived with in that previous map, and I like this. NAVI, slow and steady, Xiao's outside B. Up until now, Roxic was the only one towards the spawn, just watching for that mid push, and the early pressure gets them towards A. I have no idea. With a 5v4. That's all that NAVI needed, and they've chosen the right side as well. Think back to that previous map. They constantly ran into the stack. This time, this is Woot with a judge. It's only Woot with a judge. Only shot to use a headhunter, and the ability to fall back to backside with a 0.15 second timer on it. So yeah, I'd say this is the problem.
He's moved this position. Hiding in the corner, he's been revealed. Well, they failed to get the plant down the first time. Social was bitten the bullet, but they will get into the post now. The rest of the players with rifles, it's how much they want to expend.
आवाज थोड़ा कम आ रही है क्या? एंड गेम की ज़्यादा नहीं रे बाबा.
May want to hold on to the Vandal.
Yeah, 3v4. I mean, it really depends on how much ground is taken in that first fight. But with players still alive and ground being taken, yeah, you kind of got to go for this.
Language.
Very much winnable, but the time will start to apply pressure. Filu finding one would almost end the play here. They can just run that clock down, and he's done his job. The trade's coming in, but Heretics running very low on time. The shock darts force their hand, and he's waiting for a second shock to come through. It never does, but the time is bought nonetheless. Very nicely played by NAVI. Their first round on the board as a result.
Love you so much. Love you too,
a decently clean one. And this is one of the other real problems of not having a like normal controller is when you get into those post plants, you can't close off angles. You can't. You just have to walk around and take fights, and that's a horrible thing to have to try and deal with when facing off against the post plant on the B side. So definitely going to have to commit maybe more firepower than they would have liked, because a retake's definitely not going to be easy. Of course, that was the bonus round. There was a judge. There were some pieces that are not going to be into this round. Now with the rifles, the excuses fade away.
Snake
well, that would have been, if the shock dart landed, that would have been really good.
That could have been awesome, but it didn't. Little decoy block coming into play. That's very convenient for NAVI. And they push out to this A side with great success. Come back though, fighting for that mid control. What a response by Heretics. Sure, take your main fight, but we're going to cut that split in two and fight one end of it, leaving a 5 versus 3 with NAVI's numbers waning. They've got to make a play, and that's right, playing into the hands of Heretics with Hero stunned up and soon to be gunned up. That's another glorious round for comeback. Again, Weber sat there in the coach confession saying, well, if I can just be a downer for a second, you know, he's playing really good today, but he won't always play this good. Jeez, well, you know, the consistency is alarming at this point.
Well, yeah, I felt like you've even added in it. He didn't even say today. He was in that map. He was like, in that map. And we can't get that. We don't know if we'll get that consistently. You might just be getting lucky twice, Weber, is all I'll say. As of right now, 7-3.
Nice! Nice! Good lord.
Did someone like give him too much sugar? Like, is he like hyperactive or something? Or maybe he's just like had 15 cups of coffee before this game. I've seen Benji get very excited, but this is a new level.
Yeah, I don't know. It means something to
him clearly.
But it's also the context now. Winning that round, an immediate fight back. NAVI end up on a low buy. Like, this is signaling that we are looking at a dominant series from Team Heretics. It's early days on this map, but you know, you can almost count the number of rounds NAVI have so far on one hand. So It maybe has a can.
Oh. This is a scary position to walk into for Hero. The judge in play for comeback, especially after them just winning a fairly dominant round. I don't think you expect that to be there. They're going to try and push the judge. They're going to try and push the judge. Yeah. That's a bold call.
Where's everybody else?
It's a bold call. They stun him up, but then
everyone else?
Yeah, okay.
Why do you push him alone? He's going to
just kill comeback. Maybe ruin his confidence a little bit. Because I'm sure this hasn't boosted it at all.
Yeah, no, I doubt
And he's been healed up, so if you thought you'd almost killed him, you haven't. They even gave him he's got a rifle now. There we go. Good job, Chow.
That's just a full-on hold my beer play by Filu. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking, but you know, credit to him. The execution was actually worse than the idea. A 4-1.
I'm not sure.
Team Heretics climb up into the lead, and again, the main thing is confidence for comeback. My man is 9-4 at the moment, with Navi seemingly having no answers, and honestly, the lack of synergy shown in that last round is reason enough for a timeout that they've now called.
Good thing
they didn't waste an ult on that push, though. On a low bar, up against the guy in the corner, had a judge who was stunned. At least they did. Oh, they did. Sorry, never mind.
Nice! Nice, good job!
There we go.
Reaction shots from the Navi side of the stage. Just noticing that. I don't know if that's favoritism or maybe the vibe's a little different, but
यही होता है, इसलिए मैं तुम लोग बोलता हूँ टॉट वाला काम है ना मेरे को करने दो, क्योंकि मेरे को इनसाइड इंफॉर्मेशन रहता है कौन जीतेगा करके.
That tells me there's a rage behind those
words. वाले मैच का नहीं था बस.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's a little bit redder than normal, if it's just the comparison to the yellow. I think it might be the bright yellow.
I kind of like the jacket, man. I got to be honest.
You a big fan of Kill Bill?
He needs a katana and a lot of enemies.
So yeah, you are, okay. Good to know. 4-1. Hopefully this is where NAVI can find a response because, well, this was a 3 strikes and you're out, and for both these teams, this is the 3rd strike.
Language and goodbye, language.
7th to 8th, which I think for either squad, like I think Heretics, I certainly came in thinking they may even be one of the teams to go through the upper bracket, the top bracket, and make it through first time.
Coming into kickoff for
sure. Changed one player, and that player was bringing in comeback. But even still, 7th to 8th for either of them. It would be a surprise. And not a good one.
I've seen these little ideas as well. Early doors from Heretics. We saw the snake bite and the shock dart sent in towards A in a previous round. This time, again, centering around that utility coming in from Rian's. Using the Hunter's Fury alongside a Sage Slow. So those players inside B main are stuck, and then they're under a lot of fire. Now, they weren't caught by it. They fell back, but then looking for the space and window led them right into the waiting arms of Woot. Like, this is a really nice early play by Heretics in a 5v4 that puts no pressure on them to make any kind of move.
I like the Sage Wall as well because they know they lost some mid control, so they just wall off main and then they have Woot swap where he's looking. Like it makes it so much easier for them to lock down some of these angles, but in more definitive responses. Woot back in position once again. He can hold in on that same angle that he started off. And then they even have the slow, so it's not like they could just dive through this. Hunter's Fury expended. He's still in position, just waiting on the other side. Will land the shot and Boo's down as well. Solid openers from the side of NAVI. Their patience paying off, but there are still more to deal with. Okay, that did a lot of damage to Xiao.
It was a wonderful shock dart. Maybe another one lined up here as well. That looks like Fielder could be in trouble. Snakebite as well, but he flees the scene just in time. But Benji, a double, not quite good enough this time. He will be shut down as Navi find their second. That was evidently doing them some good. Great pressure applied as well on that B-side take.
Yeah, I think it was just the patience, because as I said, like when you have that wall, you have the slow. A lot of the time, teams will eventually get to a point where they just want to gamble. Like, I'm going to try and make a play through this, or I'm going to make a move through it. I also think as well, though, it's like Woot had a lot of repositions in that round. The one he ended on was the riskiest of the lot. Just stood in the open, not wanting to be shut down by util. But in the end, I think it was just the patience of Brixton to wait for that shot to be found.
How quick he was to get it as well. He's running it down with a wall up as well. I love this. This even looks like it's a wall to stop you pushing elbow, so you don't really realize the full danger being presented by this. Really nice ideas to the early round for Heretics again. This is the third one I'm seeing them attempt, and there's the reward. An immediate fallback too. Gorgeous work by Wu. First blood at his hands.
Be seeing that in my ranked games. Brilliant.
Bhai, ye to sexy tha.
Luckily, my opponents don't have as good aim as Wu.
हाँ
Sociable though.
अंदर वाला वॉल क्या लेकिन बंदा था बाहर.
There's not really anywhere for Benji to go.
ये तो ओपी का बे.
Drone sent through. I imagine that will trigger some utility. The slow and the orb and the snake bite. It's a lot of additional delay. And because of that, again, NAVI are forced into a position to move. And they've even now thrown in the Viper's Pit. You definitely can't go this way anymore. 35 seconds, and they look to try and wrap around behind it. Adapting on the fly is the plan from NAVI. Boo is just holding in a little rat corner. Is it something they look to check? They did, but he's now disappeared into the pit.
Counter pit in play. Perfect response from NAVI. A lot of control on that side. Fully there is uncontestable. The danger is it's very open, and with the ult active for comeback, a spray through could cause danger, could cause problems, but a judge in his hands, that's even more threatening. Does he clear the correct corner though? Up close was Ruxic. He's able to get two, and then will finally fall, but the numbers in NAVI's favor, the time ticking as well. A big play needed, and they've got every corner covered. 3 for NAVI. They're not willing to let this series slip just yet.
I really like the mid-round calls. Like losing Xiao early might have even been a blessing in disguise, just because you could see that in the moments where they start walking into chokes that have them trapped, they know that, okay, if one player's up close, the Sage was also in the corner, there isn't going to be as much presence around mid, or they can gamble on that idea. And the wraparound and the counter pit made things so difficult. Of course, solid play from Ruxic again to stay alive as long as he did. But this has now reset the economy of Heretics and left them with not a lot to play with, but still a free ult.
A lot of players outside the site. Or Wood is bringing this big old gun to bear. The first shot won't land. Now they know the danger's there. But they still want to challenge it. Keeping that pressure on. They know he's got to be close. He can't have fallen that far back. To help him out. Filu only good for the trade. They decide to continue pushing forward though. Pressing into the numbers for now at least. It will be Heretics falling apart with those weak weapons, not allowing them to trade blows. And Benji,
I think
1v4. Look,
he's
had some great performances. Corrode on Viper was sensational, but
it's a 1-4-5.
Yeah, it's not to be today.
I think
it's always just pain. Like you hit the immediate headshot and then can't quite.
Binks, itna kyun buffer nahi ho raha mere jaan ke today?
Equalization though for NAVI, 3 in a row. I think they're being a little bit more patient with a lot of these rounds, realizing that okay, if we try and run and gun into our opponents, you might just end up in comebacks crosshair. And that patience has paid off nicely for them.
Bube wall ke us side ja rahe the.
In fact, we're now going to see a pause called by the other side. Stem the bleeding early. We mentioned it before. The early starts, it didn't really help out NAVI in the last map. They lost a hell of a lot of rounds in a row. We'll see if Heretics have slightly better luck at coming up with an alternative. And the worry I do have here is that I feel like this comp allows for a lot of delay on the defensive side. I'm much more nervous about how they're going to make this work on the attack.
Yeah, and look, with the solid start that they had, the 4-1 lead, you think they won't need to make that many rounds work. But for Heretics, yeah, when this becomes a close game, when NAVI now start to fire on all cylinders, and the worries are there. They obviously have their ideas. We've seen it on the defense so far. There's been at least 3 clear-cut rounds where this comp's being used for those early fights, but it will be much harder to come up with answers to the problems NAVI make for you in that second half. Every little helps.
Early game to
potential lead, but recently nothing but red on that timeline. 3 in a row for NAVI, and now back into the swing of things. Looks like immediately there will be another boost attempt with Woot. Oh my! That is ridiculous, man. He's in the bushes, he's in cover!
That's so grim.
Ruxic didn't...
You can't have seen anything.
Can we please get that frozen and zoomed in from his... I'm asking a lot here, but like, come on.
The most you could have seen
unfair.
in the twinkle in Wu's eye as he goes to kill you. That's about all that could have been there. Now, ready on the other angle, but immediately spotted out. Immediately known. And, hey, Sociable's going to win out that fight. A teammate lost on the other side. Sociable under pressure. Boom, holding the lineup close as well. And they end up cleaning this one up quickly. A faster play attempted. After the pause, you can understand it, try and catch your opponents off, but, well, they didn't. It was the other way around.
Yeah, very much so. And especially with what Wu was trying there. Oh, my goodness. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look at that, man. Straight through the bushes. I genuinely wonder how that looks from the perspective of poor old Ruxic.
I think the problem will be is we'll look at it from Ruxic's perspective, and it will just be him looking at an empty site.
Yeah, it just
like he's not
looks like nobody's there.
Nothing there.
Does he even come up on the radar at that point? I doubt it. It's a nasty spot, but that's Sage boost, right? You spend enough time on the server, you get your little rewards like that.
Do you reckon Ruxic's going? I couldn't see him. I think it was a bug on my end where he was invisible.
Yeah, yeah. Genuinely could be. It is a nasty little boost. And, you know, sometimes I see things like that, and you think, was that fair? But it's a Sage boost. Sage boosts are as plain as they come. Little textures are there for you to play with. Crazy stuff. 5-4 for Team Heretics and a small break in the action. For Heretics, I don't think they'll mind too much. They just got back on the board. They're feeling good. I have seen that slow down from comeback, but yeah, I mean, the fact that he's not running around dropping 30 is exactly as Weber prophesized.
But yeah, he's still top of the board. If that's a slowdown, I don't think you mind too much. It was the attack side, and I do think on the attack he's going to have to be impressive. Because if they can get into the site, what they can do on the post plant is filthy. But I'm looking at him being the only real player they can look to set up. Wu, maybe he'll look to get the pressure on the attack once again, but they also will have to deal with Filu because that defensive side from him last time out was incredible. That was versus Fnatic, who are also, they were running that double duelist, and it ended up as an 8-4 defensive half. So I don't think Navi are going to be sweating just yet. I don't think they're going to be too worried just yet, but obviously after losing a streak of rounds at the beginning of the game, we saw them take a pause, and from then onwards, it's looked a lot better for them, other than losing opening picks to very gimmicky Sage boosts.
Yeah, but it is also something you're going to have to think about now for the rest of the map. You've seen, what was it, Xiao get picked off in spawn from the boost on middle. Yeah. Now you've seen Ruxic get picked off inside the window, and if he's not perplexed, if he's not at a minimum angry about that, I'm not surprised.
In the window from the wall.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Hospital से तुम्हारी stream देख रहा lol. Love you यार अभी तो bye lol.
In every fight, in every peak, in every moment that you think, is someone pushing that angle? When you peek way behind that angle, there might be a man who can see you and you can't quite see him.
Bug waller. Map change के बाद
bug wall. Their minds. And that's where I kind of come back to as well when we're talking about like, this composition. I've seen so many ideas so far on the defense that I mean, they can't have traded out like the smoker just for that. There has to be those same ideas on the attack. Not as easy to make work like those ones in particular, but what else do they have? What other gimmicks are up their sleeve?
The worry I have is like, okay, if with this composition for Navi, you kind of do have to be aggressive on the defense. Like, you can't have Filu and Sociable both just sitting passively because their util becomes almost void and you're giving up a lot of space. But my question is, what happens if they do? Because I look at the comp and then I go, okay, comeback's going to have to just try and run into angles and take people down. And that for me is not a given. Yes, on the last map, that did work. But it doesn't mean it's going to work every single time. And other than that, it does feel like there's a lot missing. Like, if your opponents genuinely just play passive, you don't have a lot of execution utility. You don't have a lot that can make things very awkward. Yeah, you can try these shock dart slow combos that they've been doing, and have not worked once. So and on the defense, it's a lot easier because you know they have to walk into one of these chokes. So all the things that have worked a bit on defense, most of them I don't think work on attack. So I want to see what extra layer they have. Or was it just, we need 10 rounds on the defense and then try and get through the rest?
No, surely not. But I do agree. Like, I also think that for Heretics, in the long run, running something like this, assume they have the attack side where they play very direct, they play very intentional. With every piece of utility, they use their 3 walls to get into sites. Benji's being a bit more, you know, you put it at the start of the round, it's telegraphed, but then you can still sort of flex to other sides of the map using a Sage wall, using a Neil wall for those initial bursts, but you have to be very intentional about where and when you use your utility. And I think that's something that won't work 10 games in a row, because you'll become very readable without that level of flexibility and versatility to it, but it could work here.
This wall is probably having someone in spawn scared they're about to be killed by an operator.
Oh yeah, Shadow's thinking about rotating back, just like, not again, not again.
Guys, I'm gonna stay here. You guys just go and do what you do best. Find openers.
Enemy tagged.
For now though, it is a bit of a slower pace. Like the late round for Navi is sort of their friend. A lot of this utility will have been burnt out. They know the Sage wall is gone. See the slows still available, shock darts still available, and comeback hasn't used any of his utility yet, but he is just sat in a corner in A main. So I don't expect to see too much of it used, especially now that the full force of Navi look to walk back into his position with a slight backstab ready from Ruxic.
उधर जाके निंदा करो ना ग्रैंड वेंट करके
come back. He'll delay. No, he'll look for the fight. I thought he was giving up the ground, but himself and Benji stand tall on it. Another for Benji already. And now, well, the rotates, they're coming in. Backup is here from Rienz, but Benji's stuck in the corner. They need to clear him. His third is
my God!
Just denied the ace. The work is done, the hard work, surely.
ठीक है रियंस भाई
That plant's undeniable now.
ठीक है रियंस भाई
And this is Hero on the other side. You're wise to use the res and bait him out as well. Rienz, yeah, he's got another death on the board. The KD's suffering, but Benji's on his feet. He's feeling good as Heretics steam into the lead 6-4.
Yeah, I think every single kill he had to swap angles for. Like, he starts off going to join his teammate in main. He then realizes, okay, my orb's just about to go off. As he fades, he peeks back towards the wall. Insta-kills, you could even see it fading at the beginning of the clip. Then repositions back towards the site. He's worried about Sociable, takes that fight, switches back to him again. It's just perfect target decision-making. Like, you have to choose the right person at the right time.
Oh! Oh! Guys, what are you doing? Guys, close to you! Guys!
Yeah, I think they figured it out by that point, Benji, but you know, you let them know. 6-4. 2 rounds left to play for. Still a tight half possible, and for Navi, that's definitely far from the end of the world. The stun has delayed them, and with the Hunter's Fury thrown through, a chance for big damage denied. Navi sidestepped that ulti. And there's a lot of weaknesses in play for the Navi side. Xiao and Ruxic not armed to the teeth, and they break out of here. It's all going to be about those numbers, but Heretics, they've got the crossfire to hold.
Yeah, Benji's even putting up a wall to keep comeback hidden.
Oh, that's Filu down as well. It's all massive spam through the smoke by
That's the thing. Like, Benji has done a lot of work just to continue to fake the idea that comeback is no longer in position. He's even going to be the one peaking this angle, just to really try and sell that idea. Luckily, that wall is Ion indestructible. 45 seconds. Navi once again have to pivot their play. Still looking to try and hit this A site, but comeback spot, as I said, it should be relatively unknown. And because of that, he's able to fight back, and that's a spike down.
I think they might know where it's going now. No Gatecrush left to work with either. Sociable just has to walk out, pops a flash, but they just fight the other side as Benji holds on to control, relinquishes nothing, a bit of HP, fades from his bar, but his teammate comes in to fill the gap. Chance for Ruxic to make that costly. All that matters is the dub on the side of Heretics climbing further into the lead. And as we said, with the unknowns sitting here for the second half,
अल्फा घेर वाला सेज देखा था अभी देखो
I think there's a real skill to knowing when to toggle all of that Viper utility, when to put it into play and when not to, and I think so far on this A site, Benji has been mastering that. Like continuously moving, continuously baiting the teammates, making sure his YouTube, and then also just staying alive the entire round while doing it. Like, you expect that guy to die. That guy should be taken out.
Benji's a great player, but when he goes onto Viper, something else is unleashed inside of him.
Did you watch the last?
और बाद में tournament के बाद पता चलता था.
He's all right. But his Viper, his Viper wins my heart every time.
Like to apologize.
Of course, with that utility, it's no surprise.
यही बोल सकता और.
He gets to be a bit more active.
So it is
set
what
himself
it is.
up as he has, but this rotation from Boo is just for the heal on to comeback. But with 3 players towards the A site, I mean, they might want to strike, look for a bit of mid control, go in towards A main, instead Sage wall mid and a rotate back. Okay, and that rotate might get there just
भाई ये map तो बाप है अभी भाई,
NAVI
क्या बात कर रहे
geared
हो?
up for B.
Wu has been caught a few times. This time fades back a little bit earlier. Rian's under some serious pressure, but he's managing to stay alive at the back of the site. In fact, he's thriving under the pressure. Already 2 to his name. Wu, again, he's able to just reposition and go completely under the radar. Wow, Rian does the majority of the work. The Shao and
Bro, क्या हो गया भाई? Who hurt you, bro?
Like an impossible task. He knows there's a guy in the corner. He knows the Rians is there. That one's free, but immediately Wu swings for the trade. And well, Shao probably worried about a Sage wall. He's got 3 more to find in this 1v4 and only 25 seconds to do it.
Has to get a fight first. He knows that plant's impossible without a kill, and oh, the kill is found, but it's by Wood. 8-4 at the halftime. Deja vu here, Tom. As Heretics, they come in, they look dominant, but the questions sit here around that second half.
Rank में expected है वो wall.
It really has been one of those sort of like
expected है rank में वो वाला wall.
Scenarios for Navi. Their map choice looking a little bit under contention here, but we do have some worries when it comes to that second half.
Let's
send it down to GEELI, who has gone undercover with some of the Team Heretics fans.
What do you mean undercover? Like, I am a Team Heretics fan, and so is Julia. And thank you, by the way, for agreeing to do this.
No worries.
You know what? Heretics is actually looking really good. On a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you for their performance?
10. Most definitely a 10. I mean, they are just my legends. Winning EVC and probably Master Santiago.
We were having a little bit of a conversation about Benji, you know, him being your GOAT.
Absolutely. He's gonna fish every kill.
All right, well, thank you so much. And, you know, I want to end things off with a chant. Are you guys ready to do one?
I mean, we can do one.
Okay, let's go.
Who's winning this?
Team Heretics!
Team
क्या chant है? वाह वाह वाह.
All right, casters, you heard it here. Team Heretics is winning this one.
All the predictions are certainly looking good after that first half, Tom. Doubling up on the score of NAVI and a repeat of the previous. For NAVI, again, it felt like they got their hands on the reins for a moment, but that all slipped away so quickly.
Language mod
mid-rounding, I think, was pretty decent. They were able to sort of spot the danger and avoid it. But then later in the map, it seems like every time they tried to be more direct, they just ran into the blender.
भाई ये chant नहीं nonchalant था.
Benji combo, which they really wanted to overwhelm and defeat. And they never did. I don't think they did once. Like, Benji just was so good at staying alive. And I was a little bit perplexed that we didn't see them try and pressure that B side a bit more, because I feel like Woot got caught quite often. I feel like once Boo's wall and like slows were used, it felt like that was a much more open site. And then they finally go back to it at the end and they go, oh, Rians is here now. Rians is just going to dodge everything and kill everyone along the way.
पता है भाई ये बेट था, पता है मेरे को मालूम था कोई ना कोई ये जोक सुन के कैपिटल में लिखेगा. कैपिटल एक बंदे ने आँख थूक करके फुल कैप्स में एकदम आँख थूक कर कैप्स में लगा. नाइटबॉट ने लव यू यार, नाइटबॉट लव यू यार, ऐसे पकड़ो haters को, ऐसे पकड़ो.
Benji banners hulking out. Let's see how the second half's going to go. It's round 13 as NAVI mount that defensive pistol with 4 players towards the A site. But a gate crash can quickly send Sociable over to meet Ruxic, where, well, I'm not certain that the push is coming through, but they will be applying some pressure, especially searching for that pick with Wood and finding it. Well, this is going to cause panic stations to be mounted on the side of NAVI.
Yeah, that is a worry. And then Shadow's looking. You lose one side of the map, you look to try and take the other, and it seems like Heretics are well aware that that was possible. Sociable now gone, and
right into my DMs.
Oh, we questioned.
Last player standing.
अरे बाप रे.
Go. Spike planted.
He's worried about the flying. That's what it was.
No, that's meant to be a double bounce. It's supposed to go back.
Yeah, that would have actually flown right in onto the plant.
The right click just didn't hit.
It didn't register.
It's all good. You know, he clicked a little too light. New mouse. Nice stuff for Filu. 3 more to go down, though. He's at least managed to upgrade his weapon, but no ammunition. Take a minute, and all this
look at where Boo is
bleeding.
It's absolute rat.
I mean, if it's not the position, If it's not the numbers, I mean, the time is what's going to cost him this. They can throw themselves at him like lemmings, one after another. He has no smoke, no wall, nothing to cause any sort of chaos. And even now, Boo still hasn't moved. They physically cannot stop him in time. And there's a reason Boo didn't move. He knew Phil was going to look for picks. And he did look his way, but Boo's the one to land the kill shot. 9-4, Tom. Twisting the knife really for NAVI right now. I mean, they are struggling to get a leg up in any regard.
Membership buy नहीं हो रही है.
A lot of questions about
Insufficient balance जो कर रहा है.
I'll be honest, there's a good chance we don't see much of it because they're just so far in the lead at this point. So many.
My kill.
I don't know what's happened to Benji today, man. He is in a mood.
Whatever it is working.
It's working.
Yeah,
Yep,
he needs to be like this every day. Absolutely. Round 14 and
Boys, मैं आपसे बहुत इंस्पायर हूँ भाई. देखो, I will stop you right there.
I mean,
इंस्पायर का खुद का लेफ्ट राइट हो रखा है.
A full eco essentially from NAVI, a single bandit on sociable.
Love you, yeah.
What hope does the defense have? And again, you look back to what worked for Heretics on the defense.
Bing भाई दो स्लाइड वाले मैप पे दो स्मोकर और दो इनी क्या ज़्यादा बेटर है? जिससे जीतोगे वो बेटर.
Making this costly.
Big stack up of weapons. 4 rifles in play.
कल औसी चैंक. मैं तो जंजी की साइड पे भाई.
Would be a little bit worrying. Xiao is in a decent position, but it's immediately cleared, and there isn't really anybody there to try and trade off it either. The Viper wall in play, slows to the back of the site, the post plant. There's not really anything that can be done to stop it. Nice shock dart at least, but the danger.
Can you spam that box, please?
Once the heal is put through.
It's like spammable.
And now it's just picking them off as they come out. Margin for error, even decent for Heretics. They can lose a player with Benji having a pistol. And he's also taking the riskier route of wrapping around, but there's nothing to worry about carrying weapons forward. They remain in the hands of Heretics with an in-zone flawless to put double digits on the board. And the gap now 6 rounds. NAVI, they are running out of time. They're essentially out of time. It's got to be here and now. And it's got to be convincing. I don't want to see a 1v1 decide a round. They've got to look good from the get-go.
भाई ये छोड़ो एक और राउंड था जो लोग जीत सकते थे जहाँ पे दोनों लोग वाइपर स्पीड में बैठ के पता नहीं चला.
Play versus KC,
वो राउंड भी 4v5 था.
Banged out in map number 1 and then scrape through the series in the end. This is the Heretics that everybody fears, the one that can just dumpster. Even squads that have looked incredible. And it started well, and then walking through it all. Now a res comes through. They've been farming that since round 1. And it's immediately into a 4v2. The round that needed to be the turning of the tide might just be the nail in the coffin. Ruxic is all that stands from a gargantuan lead, and well, even if you do damage to comeback, Riens is there to close the round. Heretics are dominating.
Yeah, I think I heard the in-game announcer, even with a team ace being called, so everyone's sharing the weight in that round, and for NAVI, they're not sharing any weight, they're feeling it. Crushing them. Heretics 11-4 at this stage, Tom. Sure, the pistols are going their way, but it's this round here. It's round 3 where NAVI have advantages, and that first fight, it looked like an anti-eco for Heretics. Everything is so easy for them right now. And NAVI, they've had good games. Even look at the game against Fnatic.
NAVI का comeback हुआ तो फिर तो गिव डन से. कितने मैचेस होते हैं एक दिन में? वैल्यू स्पोर्ट्स में आफ्टरनून से स्ट्रीम चल रहा है, रात को भी है.
Day to day, everything's changing.
भारत भाई मैं 3 रीजन कर रहा हूँ.
For sure.
एक पैसिफिक.
Seems like Heretics.
जिसमें पैसिफिक वाले लोग हैं.
Maybe with
एक EMEA रीजन.
Ban setup.
उसमें EMEA रीजन के लोग खेलते हैं. और फिर रात को होता है NA रीजन. तो उसमें NA
Force NAVI into this pick and clearly had a good game plan. The swing through is risky though. Made vulnerable here on Ruxic still. That top duo in EMEA, but Benji goes for a 4th and he can't blame him at this point. If it wasn't for comeback in the first map, we would have been singing his praises even more so in that one. On Breeze, he has been that top performer. Chao and Sociable, a round that should have been theirs now.
यहाँ पे खड़े होकर उसने 3 मारा क्या वॉल के उस पार कोई चेक नहीं किया कैसे हुआ?
Will miss the shot. But he gets another bite of the cherry, caught behind that box. Babu using the distraction, wrapping around. The timing is godlike. And now it's all to Sociable. Off his shoulders just as quickly.
बिग मैं आपके लिए प्यार है एज अ ब्रदर उस चैट में एक बार पूरी पढ़ लेते बाकी आप बिजी हो सबकी चैट नहीं पढ़ सकते आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड मेरे मैं तो बकचोदी कर रहा था मैं तो बकचोदी कर रहा था चैट अच्छा था मैंने बाकी मन में पढ़ा था वो इंस्पायर का थोड़ा सीन हो गया तो मैं तो बकचोदी कर रहा था
For a squad that started off one match away versus Gentlemates to be in one of those finals and have 3 bites of the cherry. Exactly.
पूरा पढ़ रहा हूँ टेंशन मत लो मेरे को वाला चैट दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है क्रू वर्सेस एनवी के टाइम जो लिखा था वो चैट दिखा दे रहा है
to GX they
but आप इंस्पायर हो रखे हो love you Aaron भाई love you मेरी जान की love you
oh yeah off with 2 stand-ins and now they are absolutely bodying Navi like we're right back to well I guess
Binks
2024 maybe around the champs era they probably looked about there
chat में लिखा Podmos आ गया
considering the Heretics that we saw for the last 2 weeks to see them perform like this and it is that lower bracket effect right crunch time came in
we got
language Paris bhai
we should just start destroying everyone
actually play the game I suppose
रात को किसके साथ मैच है
NAVI fans holding the breath for the
सारे मैचेस अच्छे थे
oh my goodness okay maybe he can hold on a moment
Dubai Hill
there could be a chance there it is there's the comeback yeah he's found the Filu and now it's a 4v4 and the thing is for Heretics the man that has been drawing our eye sure comebacks had a great day Woot's been there as well but Benji Fishy while he's still drawing breath you've got big problems brewing
yeah you can kind of put it down to anyone at this stage for
क्या दोनों ऑर्ब लेने का टाइम है
on this map it's been a rough one I think Filu, the first player they've lost, is the man at the top of the board, which, considering he's 12 and 16, it paints a story of his own. For Heretics, they now look to challenge back towards the B site.
Do badam char.
Close with a judge, but
streamer
I feel like it's an angle they could get past. He's quite far back. Well, mainly because if they go mid, he could get caught, but
yeah.
It means that he needs to get a bit closer for this judge to truly do damage, and I do worry that Comeback's going to walk around this corner and insta-headshot.
Oh, smokes up and Shao's down. That's a pretty rough start to the hold. Now a man behind, but Sociable still on site. If they can extend that bit further to the back, maybe he could at least level the playing field. But look at the patience on Heretics. Benji also waiting his turn inside the elbow, and they've cleared it. They think at this point that sure, they must have all went site. Comeback's found his third. Benji still hasn't moved and biding his time. This is how little pressure Team Heretics are under. Comeback will be denied the ace, but Benji's time in the limelight just beginning. 13-4, and even more dominant map than the first. And
domination
for certain Heretics. They didn't come to play today. They didn't come to win. They came to dominate, to decimate, and mission accomplished.
It's if you asked me at the beginning of the day what the result would be, what the map score would be, I wouldn't have even given it as a 2-0 to Heretics. I don't even think I would have given them the win. A 13-5, 13-4 dominant win? I would have called you mad. I would have called you a Heretics Ultra at that point if you believed that was going to happen. But today they've come in looking like a completely different beast. You put this team with 1 life standing,
absolutely,
and they want to cling to it. I am very, very nervous for anybody who comes up against them next. And for Navi, distract nikal diya be. Being a couple of rounds or a round away,
multiple times,
5 or 6 chances to defeat Fnatic in their previous match. We see them drop down and the recovery just was not there. Definitely some bright sparks throughout the season, but a long, long way to go for a team that expectations definitely sit higher than 7th to 8th.
Well, as we say goodbye to NAVI and Kickoff, This could be the start of the run for Heretics, finding a dominant win here. But still plenty more to go. Three more series between them and Santiago. But Tom, what I said, for a lower bracket team to make that run, they can't just win by a narrow margin. Yeah. They have got to look good. They've got to look great. And today, well, Heretics certainly inspired a lot of us out there that they
extrovert se zyada hai, lekin just saying.
Everybody was alive and kicking. I don't think there was a weak piece to the puzzle, but seeing both.
Imagine Lord se सीधा qualify, वो imagination थोड़ा संभाल के रखो कल दोपहर तक.
You just want to be seeing it. It's something that you maybe don't always have expectations, but if they perform this well, you're in a good space. Anyway, a man of the moment. Let's go down for the interview with Penji Fishy.
Vlog बना रहे guys.
The man of the game, what a performance you had for us today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm shaking a little bit. But yeah, it was a good game. Thank you guys.
He's back.
I think that is absolutely fair. This was a very high intensity match, a lot of pressure because of course you are in this lower bracket. Yep. So you've been in it for a bit now. You've English is hard. Kind of gone through the motions here at Kickoff. What has been your biggest takeaway?
I think the biggest takeaway for me is that no matter what, Heretics is always going to be one of the top teams in EMEA. Even if, you know, at some point we're playing bad, we're a team where we can always come back. You know, like we work really hard, and I think we work harder than other teams. And I think that's why we're always going to be one of the best teams in EMEA.
Strong work ethic is always a good thing to have. When you're talking about working hard, when you're talking about being able to bounce back, what does that really come down to?
I think it's just having belief in like each other and believing that we can win. You know, when you're losing constantly, it's very difficult, but I think that's when you need to believe the most when you are losing, because if you end up just spiraling and people stop believing in the team, then that's when you're just done. So I think I've gotten pretty lucky with my teammates that everybody has the same belief, everybody works towards the same goal.
We are going back.
Yeah, that's how we, you know,
to support G.
That's a great place to be in as a player.
We are going back.
When it comes to you guys gelling together as well, I mean, Comeback today also had another pop-off performance as well. Would have loved to have a conversation with him too, but at the end of the day, to have players that can really be that spearhead for Heretics to like go in and be aggressive, do you think that that's really your strength? Is there anything else you're leaning into?
I mean, obviously it's important to have players that can have pop-up moments and, you know, can carry a game. But in the end, we always believe in winning as a team. We're not really setting one person up to be the star, you know. We're always making sure we're winning as a team. And all of us have the potential to carry a game. And, you know, when it happens, it's like nice. But in the end, we're always focused on winning as a team.
All right, quick one, because they're sitting up right behind us. We have Liquid, we have GX. Do you have a favorite opponent you want to go up against?
I want to play against Mini Boo.
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations. That's it from us from now. We're going to be heading over to a quick little break and be back with the second match of today.
ये वाला भी मुझे डाला मैंने.
Why are you barking?
Yes!
Yes.
What the? Wow. Come on! Nice! Nice! Let's go! Oh, God. I love this game.
Done है. Done है. ये वाले पे ज़्यादा फोकस करना. ये वाला इमोजी.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
Benji be like, go to fishing, so he named Valo ID Benji Fish. Wow, crazy. Lemon by lemon please बना के lemon by lemon pie बना के खा जाऊं. अरे साफ में काल दे दिया मैंने. Love you, Malik. Love you. W Binks, thank you. लाइक करो अभी नट्स एकदम नट्स गेम प्ले दिखाने वाला है लाइक करो भैया जी 800 लोग कौन है दगड़ दल्ले 3000 वोट्स 2000 लाइक्स आदमी ये कि सिक्का इतना जल्दी पलट जाता है मैं तो जी की साइड पे हूँ भाई तुम लोग अपना देखो ओ यो रुको मोबाइल पे हो साइड में क्या
Block me.
Oh, which man?
What they got us? Art. Insane.
I would love to be a last Ratoni. I'd love to be a rat.
Last Ratoni, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to be a rat. Part of the rats. That's Aura. Yo, Kidro, if you're watching, Kidro, Zestify!
Oh my god!
Hello!
Oh my god!
Hey.
When I was younger, I wanted to be like an actor.
Yeah.
And
you become a mushroom.
And okay, you ready? One, two. Right side. Oh,
nice shot.
Oh, what the? I kind of surprised myself. Jesus Christ.
Plant it for safe.
Yeah, I hear it. Check.
Tight, default. Go.
Go,
Get
guys.
him.
Go.
Boys.
Nice.
30-0, bro. You might get the off.
Oh my god, my gum went out. Jesus Christ.
His gum.
We are here to show better results. So everyone, let's take responsibility. Let's show what we are capable of on that server. Doesn't matter, boys. We win, we lose today.
Wayne is clearing. Not out. Out, bingo.
No.
Let's go.
Good job.
Oh, no. Dead. No.
I play first, so.
Nice! Let's go,
guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff, where Heretics have just knocked NAVI out of the competition. Crazy sentence to be iterating, but that is just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But a huge positive for Heretics. I think NAVI just maybe a little slow to react here with the maps we saw and some of the issues we saw in terms of macro.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we highlighted at the start of the day was it's been such a fall from grace for Navi.
Yeah.
You almost kind of have to argue like, okay, did they kind of have a couple of easier opponents at the start? You know, obviously it was a rematch up against Team Heretics. So I think if anything, credit to Team Heretics for being able to warm up into the competition. They're no stranger to a lower bracket run, and now they'll be hoping that they can make it all the way to Master Santiago.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for Navi. Heretics no strangers to a lower bracket run, but neither is Liquid, and they're going up against their opponent today, which is going to be Giant X. So, want to start things off by looking at Liquid here. What are expectations? Because I feel like it's kind of going up and down. Like, initially we're like, okay, like...
Up? It's been on a downward trend. Yeah. I think
at the start it was like, okay, and then it was like, what?
Yeah, to be honest, for me, Liquid have probably been one of the things that have missed the mark the most, to be honest with you, in terms of... Not just like a map-by-map basis, but overall.
More than Navi?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Okay. I think at least for Navi, we were initially talking about week one, crack the meta, like they're looking fantastic, total control of the game. Liquid is one for me that's felt like it's been more against the grain than Navi, certainly.
Yeah, it's feeling like a slow burner.
Yeah.
Like, in the sense that...
the fire.
Yeah, well, yeah, without the fire. That's crazy, but also kind of valid. I think, obviously, they kind of started Kickoff with a sub coming in. They didn't have Wayne here. Yeah. So, like, they've had to, you know, get together in Berlin. So, yeah, I think for them, it's definitely been a slow burner. But I think that we came into Kickoff already kind of setting the expectation that when we look at this Team Liquid roster this year, it's not as high as what we had on our kind of standings last year, in the sense that we're not expecting as much as we did last year.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The expectations certainly are lower. I just we've only seen kind of snippets of potential for this year. I'm certainly not sold just yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a rematch of the EMEA Stage 2 Grand Finals from last year for GX. Great, because they're still in, you know, the same roster, but then for Liquid, changes here and there. So I'm looking forward to see how this is going to be playing out, because at the end of the day, we are in this lower bracket. Both of these teams are here. So both of them in some way, shape or form have missed the mark.
Yeah, I think like the big thing for me in this rematch is obviously things on Team Liquid's side has changed a lot because of the fact that they have a new roster rebuild. But for Giant X, the only roster in EMEA to have not made any changes. So yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how they actually face up against one another.
Yeah, I think we were talking the other day about actually a team to make no roster changes should be the ones to be able to hit the ground running in terms of changing comps, maybe changing their overall approach to the game. And again, it's kind of just missed with Giant X a little bit.
Yeah. Is the meta changed that severe that it has impacted GX in this way?
Yes.
Or yes?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, if we think about Giant X's identity last year, it was very heavily like double initiator. And when we consider the patch changes and everything that's happened with the signature abilities like we discussed at the very top of show, that impacts Giant X heavily because you don't have as much information that you would usually have in this game. And so, yeah, for them, it's like, do we still lean into that double initiator? They've tried to switch things up on a couple of the maps as well. So it feels like as much as they had a very strong identity last year, they're another team that they have an identity, it's very clear, but they might have to pivot away from that because of the patch changes that we've seen.
Yeah, and I think obviously when you have players like Cloud and Flickless, it's hard to make that decision to go, okay, you've got to switch something up. We've got to talk about different roles, different compositions. But for me, it's seeing Aura kind of have a good map here and then maybe an underperformance there. But then again, having the same conversation around single duelist, who do you kind of stack your chips on?
Yeah, and also going 13-0 again. This is kind of their bread and butter to go 13-0 at this point.
That's foul. That's foul.
I tried to put it really nicely, but it just does bring a lot of questions in terms of like what exactly went wrong. And when we had a conversation with Chronicle about it afterwards, he said that it just comes down to the composition that they went for on Abyss, and it just not necessarily setting them up the way that they were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X chose Abyss against Vitality, and with the composition that they run, having to start on that defense side is really rough. So of course Vitality were able to take advantage of that on their attack. The amount of times that Giant X were just caught off guard because they had no information, and let's bear in mind, the composition that they have, yeah, they have a Tejo drone, but other than that, realistically, what active information gathering tools do you have? They're still banging on about having this breach on Abyss, which we've already shared that we're not really big fans of. So
actually, Hatbuck never shared it.
Do you like the breach? Do you like the breach?
No.
Okay, that's
you are thinking about somebody else.
Bandit
bolte.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
me.
you don't have to tell us anymore. Like that's all.
Okay. Done.
I do think though, like they obviously had like a very dominant loss.
What is your X?
Exclamation mark X. I just think it's like a comp diff in that matchup. Personally.
Dominant loss is crazy though.
Yeah. No, but like. in matches we would usually see Westside pop off. I think in that map specifically, it was very difficult because he's just getting so overwhelmed with the double duelist composition that Vitality were running. So it's like, yes, they got dominated, but it's like, I don't want to read too much into it. I want to try and be positive.
That's great. We can swap to Liquid. We can swap to Liquid, and we can try to be positive here. We can look at their win against Ulf, and of course that's a great thing to have. But the question remains, like, Ulf is a team that came through from Ascension, so realistically them scraping by with the skin of their teeth, is that really convincing?
That's how I catch Pikachu.
I think actually this is worse off for Liquid to go up against Ulf. In terms of the actual matchup, in terms of the stylistic comparison, I think that was reflected in the series yesterday. They really had
Yeah, that series yesterday just annoyed me beyond belief, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was sat there just literally, can someone just win now? Like, can someone actually just win?
I mean, Liquid did.
It did, yeah, but it didn't feel like it was anyone's game to win, if that makes sense. It just felt like, okay, well, who's gonna make the first mistake?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair, and also had to sit down earlier today with Nat and Lohantis.
Membership किधर है भैया? Jinx by G out of Yes, G is out of VCT EMEA, you are right. Can you please use your support and make it G winning? Done scene यार मेरी जान कर बेटे. Actually, inside news ये है G is out of VCT NA also. Inside news ये है. और फिर बाद में वो लोग खेला VCT CN, उसमें से भी आउट हो गए. Thank you for the $7.899
like
million.
To kind of hear the same thing in terms of what it's like to take the steps to figuring out what's necessary, what you're good at, what you're bad at, and just the IGLing as well.
Yeah, I think we are still like using Kickoff a bit as a touching ground. Again, our strengths, our weaknesses, what type of game we want to play. Honestly, we're still trying to find our true identity.
Prime 10 or Prime आसपास, Prime handle ले लो जाके चुपचाप.
Realistically, how much time does a roster really need to be able to find their
identity?
I mean, it depends. I think every roster is different, honestly.
Bas master
depends
se
a lot
out
on the
na ho
players,
jaye.
experience of the players, the system that you have in place. Sometimes you give the direction, it works at first, right? Sometimes you need to go for the second, third try and keep trying. End of the day, that's what you're doing. We keep trying, never giving up. You know?
Okay, today's kind of, because it's a low bracket, I mean, I love how you guys are talking about time and trying, but it is do or die. You have to be able to win this game. Does that in any way, shape, or form potentially change the approach in regards of the amount of pressure that's being put on the roster, that's being put on individuals, that you're putting on yourself as well,
technically.
Lower bracket is always cool. I don't think I ever went by upper bracket anywhere, any tournament, so I think that's the most interesting part. I'm not really a big fan of playing the games without the pressure where you can lose and you go lowers. And I always was saying that I prefer more if you lose, you go out from the tournament.
Same. We are also
nuts. Respected then, you're sitting in the booth, you're watching the players play in this low bracket. Obviously, you're gonna have a couple of heart attacks here and there. How is that for you?
I mean, I lose my mind quite often.
W. Who are we? We are nuts.
Really love these high pressure games. In the end of the day, like these types of runs going through the lower bracket, even if you use last year as an example, it shaped us a lot for the rest of the year. So we need to take all of these experiences, a learning experience for the future, learn from it, get better. And as long as we understand what direction we need to go, I think lower bracket is actually quite better than going through uppers, honestly, because sometimes you just win and you don't really understand what you need to improve. I think going through lowers, making the mistakes is when we actually learn and improve and understand what are the next steps that we need to take as a team.
Right, so really looking at it more as a blessing in disguise rather than the curse that, we might be out. Then in the sense that you guys played the game yesterday against Ulf, and I'm assuming it wasn't necessarily the results that you guys were hoping for. You have a very short turnaround to make yesterday work into the game today. What has that been in terms of focusing on a small improvement or anything that you think will make the biggest difference today?
Okay, talking a bit about yesterday's game, I think, again, I don't think anyone can come into Kickoff and expect any easy games, honestly. It's very early into the year, the teams are still finding themselves. There's very few teams that are consistently playing at a high level right now. And I think yesterday, it's again a learning experience for us. And even though on paper people might have expected to be an easy game, it's never an easy game. You can never come into this game special early into the year and expect, oh, it's going to be easy. We learn from it, we understand what we did good, we understand what we did bad, and for today, we need to improve the things that we did
Why
bad,
not CN?
For you, Nats, quick turnaround from yesterday to today. I know we had the interview at the end of the game. You're like, we'll look at the game, we'll see what goes. What's the difference between Nats from yesterday and Nats from today?
Well, let's see on the server.
I want to know now.
No, we'll find out on the server.
Well, guys, thank you so much for your time and for the answers to questions. I'm going to let you go. Good luck with your game later today. And Des, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Such a difficult nut to crack. Like, don't want to give me any information. that was a long chat coming out from the side of Liquid, but in regards to what we can expect from them today, in regards to what they need to do better today, Billy.
I mean, something with the changes that we saw from them last week was Camo being
asking
more on
for
that
a friend.
double rather
He's
than
not
purple,
single,
right?
madam.
We got to see it on the breeze.
It's quite refreshing to hear like kind of talk about, yes, establishing what our identity is. Not still kind of looking for what it is, talking about establishing, right? Because I think they've shown us a good look now with
Bro,
probably
how I
finding
get time out?
putting a little bit. Allows for the other players to maybe explore a little bit in terms of
You
roles.
can
but
try all
you're
caps
right.
again.
Camo onto the
जी
Euro.
के मैच में कोई शायरी नहीं है, but by language.
Best for me in terms of what we see so far at Kickoff.
I think I have to agree. I think as well, like something I really enjoyed about watching
भाई,
Camo on the
सबसे
Euro was
best
the
पता है?
risk taking. The fact that he's not.
सबसे बेस्ट 8 तारीख को पंकु का बर्थडे 2:30 को एनए वॉच पार्टी है। वो खत्म होएगा सुबह के 11 बजे के आसपास और 12 बजे मुझे जाना है शूट पे, जिसके लिए लगता है 1 घंटा ट्रैवलिंग। बिना सोए तेरा भाई जो शूट करेगा, ओ नहीं, शायद 9 तारीख को है शूट। आई थिंक मैं बच गया। ओ मैं बच गया, शायद मैं बच गया। 9 तारीख को एने नहीं ना, 9 तारीख को एने तो मेरे लौड़े। देखा बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट करो, करेंगे बीच बीच में। Who cutie changing shoes, hairstyles randomly after every break? Look at that language.
Giant X against Team Liquid. Winner of this matchup is going to move forward to play against Heretics in the lower bracket quarterfinal. And the loser, unfortunately, this is it. Done and dusted.
9, 10, 11, no matches of any region. W.
Map veto, however, is going to be crucial, of course, as usual, Billy, because this is going to be a best-of-3 series. Breeze, Pearl, and Bind.
Yeah, I want to touch on the stakes that you just set there. The fact that we're going to be saying goodbye to a team that made champs last year feels kind of crazy to me. But yeah, having a look at this map veto, I mean, Breeze being the first one selected, that's a surprise. Yeah, we're so happy to see that because, of course, Team Liquid had that composition change. We kind of spoke about teams finding their identity throughout Kickoff, and I think it was pretty solid for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm almost happy, and even though on the first round, but the C-split removed, again, it removes a lot of that kind of discussion around Liquid being slow
playing some Mumbai trauma.
That necessarily work for them. Breeze is certainly one where I think Nats could probably take a lighter role in terms of calling things and let a couple of these players really just frag out.
Yeah, for sure.
Pearl, second map that we're going to be looking at. From Liquid side of things, I mean, this looks like a solid map. They're not going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 wins that they've had have gone to overtime, so I don't know.
मर्सी, मेरे को एक बात बता, जब भी मैडम रेडी है डुओ करने को, तब तो डुओ नहीं करता है यार। यहाँ पे आके पूछता रहता है डुओ करेगा क्या? सब ठीक है ना दोस्त?
Yeah, and players are also getting comfortable on their Razor chairs to make sure that they are able to attack. Wink, wink. But I want to continue this discussion here on Pearl because I also want to look at it from like the GX's perspective and how it's gone for them against Gentlemates. Wasn't too convincing.
Yeah, I mean, they've not really had an opportunity to play into it though, because it's been banned against them the last 2 series that they've played. So hopefully they've taken some learnings from that game against Gentlemates and will be able to apply it today.
And this is another composition that kind of comes under question for Giant X, where it's like we're still forcing the KO, where it feels like a lot of teams have moved away from that. So that feels like it's going to be quite on the nose in terms of the meta discussion we're having. Still, for me, Flickless as a comfort role, there's still always a possibility for him to put up a solid performance.
Second time I'm going to use a sentence today. When or if we get to bind. What are
I thought it would have been the first, so now, but yeah, I'm out on this one.
I find it kind of funny though that the last 2 maps that Giant X had to choose from was Abyss or Bind. Like,
love you, best friend. Love you,
perfectly. Yeah, 100%. But I do think it's kind of weird in the sense that the 2 times that Giant X have chosen to play Bind, they've lost it the 2 times. So I think if it does get to that point, it does become shaky territory, because of course we've not seen it from Team Liquid. You look at the coaching staff on the Team Liquid side, they are preppers and they will have put in a lot of prep towards that kind of map. And
yeah,
even an anti-strat.
Historically one of Nat's favourite maps as well, to be able to really cook up. Again, the trademark Nat setup was obviously famed for on Bind. So for me, I don't doubt they probably got something cooked up, nothing too crazy, but something in terms of prep heavy. I'd be certainly excited to see it.
Nothing too crazy on Breeze either. We still have the KO coming out from the side of GX.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, we kind of had said that when they played this map last time, like they should be able to win it, because if you want to talk about comfort roles, this is the most comfortable I think that Giant X could ever be. So it was unfortunate that they weren't able to close that map out against Vitality, but in saying that, they were able to find a decent enough comeback. The vibes seemed to be high, and then looking at Team Liquid's, we love this composition from them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is sort of what I want to see Liquid probably tap into a little more in terms of moving forward this year. But again, it's been the peak for me in Kickoff, seeing the performance on Breeze. A lot of this, unfortunately, low-hanging fruit, it rides on Aura. To have that support system in place, to have people on the roles, on the agents that you'd expect to see them on, this has got to be it.
But that worked from them last year. This time around, you're in this lower bracket, the meta has changed, the pressure is on. We heard both Nats and Loman talk about how they actually like the pressure. They love to perform under it. The question is it the same for GX? Because again, this is it for you in Kickoff. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about Giant X being under pressure, I think back to that lower bracket run that they had to have in Stage 2 of last year to make it 2 champs. And of course, Team Liquid, when I think of them in lower bracket runs, I think of Kickoff for them last year, making it to that first Masters event of the year. So yeah, both teams fairly comfortable under pressure, I would say, and know what it takes to be able to make it to those global events.
Peculiar position for both of them to be, but ultimately, Lord touched upon this, the fact that these are 2 teams that have had international appearances last year, and now there is a chance where one of them just there is the reality the world we live in. One of them just doesn't go.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. Again, with Liquid, the question around international performances, we'll park that for a little bit.
So you're saying Kickoff wasn't international last year?
No comment.
Okay, and with that, no comments, we're going to be heading over to our casters, who I'm sure have a lot of comments. So, Hazakairo, start commenting.
Thank you. That we will try and do to the best of our ability in a game where one of our Stage 2 grand finalists from last year will be sent home in Kickoff here, Cairo. It was a laboured Liquid performance last night. GX with an extra day's rest, they'll be feeling fresh coming into this one.
Yeah, it feels as if after that series yesterday, the real winners were Giant X, just because Team Liquid had a relief to win that series against ULF. But the key asterisk to that is Giant X haven't won a single map or registered a win on any of these maps in this veto.
Yeah, the veto not looking the best for them. Modest discussing it as well. Breeze for Liquid should signal a strong start here, as it was yesterday, rebounding off of that initial loss to ULF. And here we go. GX have never beat Team Liquid in VCT history.
Oh, good time to start.
Exactly, no time like the present.
That's exactly it. Ara looking to play on the front lines, but pushed off through the Owl drone and Silver Utility being flung forwards. But it's just Grubby and Ara looking to take their timing. Well played by Grubby, but Ara manages to dodge the relay ball. Plays well. Good scan coming through from Cloud. It looks like both players were just about to escape, but good shots from Purple.
Oh,
and
NT.
Responding here, actually. 3-on-3 situation now, and perhaps a chance to get the spike up after the shocks expire.
Oh, a little bit chaotic here, and still no settle at all. That spike looking to get through the utility, and finally it looks to go down.
Yeah, Slate is clean on both sides. This flank from West side, though, has caught the attention of Liquid. They're now fighting in the site together.
Yeah, now they're pushed forward in towards Flickless and Cloud as they hold on.
Flickless को मारना पड़ेगा.
The Bandits, but Purple wins out against his opposite number first. Flickless now up West side.
अरे बाप रे, mid से मारा.
Up to Wayne, a player who started off brilliantly on Breeze yesterday.
Oh shit,
will have to live up to that same performance now, but they're just going to try and stack it, and it's going to be West side to hold it down.
Good evening now, good evening now. Good evening, Bolobans band, love you, good
The
evening.
round went to the ropes, I think, in portions, but a conversation I want to bring up nice and early here is a potential initiator experience diff that we see between the two sides. It was a fantastic reveal from Cloud to start. And we know how good Flickless has been recently on the KO as well.
W बोलते.
West side stealing the show here.
मैं एक बार on off कर देता हूँ, just in case. मैं एक बार on off कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? On off कर रहा हूँ.
In terms of just an experience, not just on the initiator front, but just as a full team.
अभी एक बार refresh मार के देखो. अभी भी हो रहा था white
talking about it as well in terms of like what Giant X should have been able to do. Seems if it's going to be very quick pop towards the site. Sure, Giant X do have the advantage in terms of the weapons, but strength in numbers could help out Team Liquid here.
Already quite a bit of damage shaved off of these Liquid players. It's 5 classics that they are up against here, GX, but already 2 members down.
Spike planted.
Cloud really only on a Bandit, so it doesn't look all that great for Giant X, especially since Wayne has managed to get a Bulldog.
Drone already sent in to clear. Purpo noted. Molly's shocks. All of it coming out of the woodwork here for GX, but still yet to find that first engagement. Wayne won with his own Bulldog, and now it is just the Bandit that you spoke about. Silver lining is, a lot of these Liquid players are low.
Yeah, but the time is getting low here.
I don't think the Outlaw's the weapon that Cloud was looking for. He's gone back to the sidearm now. And even with this one around the corner, still it just doesn't favor him. And so Liquid will back a thrifty response round 2.
Yeah, it's literally that. Strength in numbers. A great flank round from Miniboo to catch the players off guard. Giant X just not aware of the map at all. And really well played from Team Liquid from just a micro perspective. A conversation we were having yesterday about micro versus macro.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at both of these teams, that stat that popped up at the start is interesting, that GX hasn't been Liquid, because the thread that connects both of them is that Cloud and Nats have been permanent members of either of those teams. And when you look at their own individual head-to-head records, well, Cloud hasn't beaten Nats since 2021. I was a bit surprised reading that up myself, but now both as in-game leaders as of last year, another year that trend continues.
VCT ने बड़के को ban कर दिया, हैं जी?
Liquid doing what they were doing yesterday against Ulf in terms of being very slow on the uptake, making sure to take their time in terms of clearing things out. It's a nice paranoia, counter paranoia, but Purple with the spam does grab the jet hold onto E-main. Big question mark now for Giant X to try and re-clear maybe in the future, but that knife just does that. So in the meantime, Team Liquid head towards the other side of the map, but so do Giant X.
It's a fairly shallow knife. It used to be a set of stairs that you could throw and get it on top of the roof there, but not anymore. Liquid actually doubling down on the A hit through double doors this time.
Yeah, this is a very strong call from the attack so far from Nats.
Bro, Nats,
30 seconds left.
And it seems as if there'll be next to no issues in terms of getting this spike down. The only problem that they do have is obviously that main portion.
Yeah, still holding on to this. Only a classic, but seems to be the going rate for kills at the moment, Cairo.
Yeah, posing issues. West side is on a shorty to be noted, and Nats does have control of spawn, so players will have to force their way in through other means.
And Liquid do have the entry routes held down as it stands. West side is shorty out, and so that sets you up to suggest that Liquid will be taking the lead here, as was very much expected at the start of the round. not too much done to really cause them too many issues. And that's where we're wondering, heading into the rifle round, heading into those purchases where we can start to see Ara on this defense with a rifle in his hands, with an op even, how much impact he's going to be able to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big conversation point about scope weapons as a whole. Obviously, BBL being the team that everybody's been speaking about in terms of the scope weaponry and how Lovers Rock's been able to really make that work. But Ara, I was expecting to also be able to live up to that standard. And I mean, especially in that last game that we saw from Giant X in the Vitality game, I really felt as if Ara was off form with his open skills, or scope weaponry in general.
Yeah, that's one that we can shelve for a little bit later. I think in terms of this Liquid bonus, it's very strong. And if you want to talk scope weapons, it's been Nats a lot of the time that's been holding on to the Outlaw, despite the other players in the lineup.
No, Ara does have his operator out as well, but it's Westside Spam instead who picks up a kill.
Yeah, really strong start. Camo gone. Some of that initial gap close now missing as well.
Yeah, and the flashes.
So what do Liquid want to try and do here? Looks like they are going to regroup and still try and commit to a finish here on B.
It's Westside, though, who still hasn't been cleared.
Tucked away in the corner. Miniboot already round the elbow side. Chance for him to potentially jump up and cause an issue. GX starting to drift away from this one, actually. Ara has the line from main, but they're just none the wiser, and Miniboot's going to play discipline.
I love this, especially when you've got Westside in that corner we spoke about. Oh, nice trade through from Miniboot. Manages to get both players and opens up that VCT all by himself.
Brilliant. There comes a moment where you feel like his eyes may have been bigger than his stomach, but manages to get them both,
easy
wrangle the
for
spray.
Liquid.
GX, man disadvantage coming back through, and Grubby is dead early on this flank.
2-0.
Yeah, and now Team Liquid get even stronger with the numbers as both players are having to force a lead. Nice shots from Cloud though, so the remaining three are all out on main.
They're trying to play post-plant in terms of what they've got.
पहले वाले breeze में ऐसे
There is no mollies. First of the shot goes through, and there's just not enough time, and that op needs to be kept for GX. Liquid continuing to add to this lead now after that anti-eco.
Yeah, very nicely played, and I think it all just comes from Miniboot. I think that's the biggest aspect here. Giant X, once again, this is the second round I would pin down to not being aware of the map and the weaknesses. You think towards the anti-eco, that was the first one, and now this is the second time with Miniboot getting all the way deep into sight.
Such a nice play.
And even just the
game volume
बंद कर
well
देते
from Wayne.
जब बातचीत करते हैं लोग
flanking.
ताकि कुछ मिस ना हो.
Done it in an official VCT match as well. Well done, Miniboot. But that's what I'm talking about, right? You expect Liquid to have done their homework, even if they are stressed for time there, and just reading some of the tendencies of GX here in their retakes. Still have the op, unfortunately enough, doesn't look like it's going to get tested any time early.
Crazy.
Looking to play on the edge. Nats was already by the smoke, and that's why this execute is going to be all steam ahead now as Flickless tries to get something working here with the flashes, but it doesn't dissuade anyone.
वो बेशरम को देख एंट्री मारा इवेंट पे एंट्री मारा और अभी किधर जाके बैठा देख वो जेट को आइडिया भी दी है उसके साथ क्या होने वाला है.
Droning back in, just looking for the info here, but I think this is a lost cause now with that next rifle going down.
अच्छा हुआ नहीं आ रहा है.
Westside getting ready to bunker, but Nats is on the hunt. He's bought the Outlaw specifically for this purpose, and when you look at the money that GX have, or Liquid have, sorry,
how does one shot?
This is what you've got to be hunting down. Ara will win the duel, though. Still plenty of bodies that Liquid can throw.
And Westside could rescue a rifle here as well.
4-1.
Actually, with only being 3 points between them, picking up a couple extra ults here. How much more do Liquid really want to try and test? Looks like Wayne would have been the next in the firing line, but TP's away. They cut their losses, and Liquid move up to 4.
Yeah, they do. I mean, yesterday, sorry, not yesterday, it feels as if all the days are merging into one. The other day, when we saw Giant X play up against Vitality, I think the what we saw was like a real back and forth game, right? Giant X making issues of themselves, and especially with a day to practice, and even seeing Team Liquid's breeze yesterday, it's been allowed into the veto, and I thought Giant X would show something more than what they have in these initial rounds. In fact, if anything, I would actually argue that they look weaker than they did against Vitality.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess the difference, yeah, sure. The difference being with that game is that, you know, first map was a 13-0. Had to bounce back into the second. They did get into it eventually, but as you say, Liquid running high with the momentum right now as they send it surging into the A site. Miniboo leading that line, and again slips the net. Didn't look like Westside knew where to look, and as he drops, it's a 5 versus 3. No way back in for GX right now.
Yeah, the spike going down without any issues, and I mean, Ultimates, if they really want to play for it, but Team Liquid have control of every portion of the map, especially with mid and players in main. There was no way Team Liquid could lose this round.
Miniboo to close it up, 3 from him. Another round where GX caught sleeping and Liquid just happy to carry things on the way that they have. Been very, very clinical in moments when they've managed to find an opening. And I have to say, Miniboo has really been on top of things right now.
He has. He's shown us a different level, and Miniboo certainly has been a highlight for Team Liquid in terms of what he can show us, especially on an agent like Neon. Especially on Neon, where he'll be most comfortable.
So another gun round here for GX to try and get something done. And as it stands, Liquid have a mid-focus, but they've split it through elbow as well, a position which is uncleared by Cloud's drone, so Flickless has to keep his wits about him here.
Yeah, but he's just walked straight out into mid. I mean, sure, you can see Arrow ready to play off it, but straight away, Nats is caught him off guard.
Yeah, just full punished, and there's no tradability. Arrow's looking for something else before the tailwind expires. It's his own death in the end. But we'll get the better of Nats, and Grubby goes one further. So GX do have bite back in this round, but still, we're yet to see them close these positions.
Yeah, but once again, look at Westside. That's the most important position here. Cloud catches one off guard, but it's going to be a trade on Westside. That player we could see being the trump card certainly comes out on top.
No security for Purpo to try and get the plant in here. Has the ult to play off, but no position to really make it a possibility. Cleaning it up in the end, and GX finally back to winning ways. First time since the pistol.
Yeah, winning ways, but was it really them winning it? Because Liquid were starting to show a real sense of disrespect to their opponents, and combined players were 30. It was a Team Liquid caught the sickness that Giant X were falling to for the past couple of rounds.
Like you say, we need to see this become repeatable for them. I think one of my big takeaways from the...
Fast forward.
Don't know. One of the things I took away from the Liquid game the other day, hang on a second here, was individual moments. Is there one from Ara potentially? Miniboo gets things started. Quick trade, Grubby trying to follow it up. High intensity about this defense right now in the opening stages.
I'm liking this from Giant X as they continue to go that route. You can see Grubby taking extra space as well. And he's managed to keep himself hidden for just a bit longer.
Yeah, Ara and Grubby in the midst of this. I mean, Liquid losing the main control should be clearing out his position.
Do they have the utility to?
Well, it's a question of whether they want to use it. Purpo's certainly thinking about it. Goes in solo. Wayne, still no follow-up, and it just gives Grubby a chance to take 2.
I mean, you're even going to get the Hunter's Fury activated off the back of it, just in case there was more, but Nat's able to get his opposite number. Now Team Liquid need to fight back to get that spike, and look at the time.
Well, there is just about enough of it. It's more a fact that GX have now fully repositioned. Grubby inside the smoke, actually.
My God.
Camo faking it out, and with a nice use of the TP, does give them a green light for A.
Yeah, but they don't have the player advantage. They're down 1 compared to Giant X, and look at this, they're close to the site of the defense.
Camo bridging the gap, Nats here as well. The screen giving them enough safety for now. Cloud not willing to disrespect it, but look at Grubby, he's wrapped in behind. First couple shots are wild, and the follow-up is no better. Camo lit up. No way, Nats! A quad kill out of
what the fuck?
And Liquid will keep moving forward.
Hello?
You can talk about Nats' performances in the past few series, but I'm telling you, he's always got the goods when it comes to a clutch. excellent stuff to carry Team Liquid to a 6.
Hello!
To win this out.
Look, Lohan was
भाई ये
saying
क्या
in the
था?
interview, it's kickoff. You can't
भाई
disrespect
time out,
any
double
team,
time
but
out ले लो
also
भाई, triple.
how symptomatic some of these situations have been of the time of year that we're currently in.
भाई क्या मारा
This lower
भाई?
bracket does really feel like a work
दूसरा
in
बंदा तो
progress.
दिखा भी
I mean,
नहीं.
errors made on both sides in that round, Cairo.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Is it seems to be who can make the least mistakes, not who can punish the most.
And coming back to what I was setting up in the previous round is that Liquid's win condition at the start of Breeze yesterday against Ulf was just having big individual moments. And I think that is always going to be the going rate if you can get them performing to the best of their abilities. Camo leading the charge here, and a nice combination should have Westside dead to rights.
Yeah, ooh, nearly a chance, but at least Flickless is able to take out Camo at the same time. But he's all alone on site.
The flank coming in, Purpo aware of it and just happy to take these fights, trades it out. And Miniboo with 3 more to finish it off.
Yo, Big Funka, favorite streamer, love you bye, love you too, Google bye, love you too.
Obviously that's why they've invested the ultimates, to make sure they at least get 7 here. But at the same time, they were up against an eco buy for Giant X.
Smoke डाला वो round spike
Still a
पे.
heavy investment coming
उसको
through. Still
लेने
wanting
दिया
to
base
get
spike.
Ara back on that operator. And it's going to cost Giant X if they lose this round. Team Liquid up to 8, playing against an economy buy, an eco buy.
वो round मालूम है जेस गलत खेला, लेकिन
The reduced shelf, but now
कोई भी एंगल से
GX
winnable तो नहीं
running
था.
out of
अरे
excuses.
बाप रे
They
माता
have the
रानी.
ult in play, the ult's available if required. Miniboo charging into the darkness and
वो blind
very
है, उसको
quickly
मालूम
sent
है
to
ना वो
that
blind
place
हो रहा है.
exactly. Grubby with a quick double, Cloud one more.
हाँ?
Just some of these rounds are so fast paced.
Yeah, it would be massive for Giant X to get this done flawlessly. As both remain and on the Team Liquid side, try to find a gap in which to
be like
walk.
1 second रुका मैं Viper को मार गया वो low
is
है.
so low. Would be a
भाई
great
spike
pressure
उधर
point to
drop
try
पे
and
nuts को
use.
दे.
It's fully repositioned though. Nats just not expecting Westside to be so
क्यों रहेगा
far
वो?
close towards
क्यों
the main
उधर
choke.
क्यों रहेगा Viper?
Having dropped off with the position of the spike right
जब
now.
lower spike उधर है.
Purpo goes 1 versus 5. And it's an
Nats be
attempt
like
which
1 minute बचा है.
is almost fated
बहुत
to
time है
lose.
इसको मार के आया रुको.
That's what we're expecting. It does have a little bit of time to work with, but not a whole bunch, especially considering that if you take that spike, you're going to want to try and go to the A side, and that's well stocked for the Giant X side. So,
triple blind हो रहा है फिर भी
we're
घुसी जा रहा है
expecting
Miniboo.
this to be a
तो
defender's
इसको
win.
पूछेगा ना कहाँ से मारा वो बता भी नहीं
Very
पाएगा
much
कहाँ
should
से
be.
मारा.
So, taking a step back then and looking forward to sort of the future rounds in mind with what we've seen in the last
भाई
couple.
मेरे हिसाब से Viper को मार के ना Nats बोलता था जैसे यूरो spike लेके आया ना तू लेके आ
at least experience on the roll. We know Purpo was playing this a while ago, and I think we saw the combination on the previous with the ults. It was up against the eco. It's kind of difficult to read into, right? I think the question you're asking here is between Liquid and GX. It's finding out what works with this new lineup versus the GX side, which knew what worked for them in the past, but now maybe have to change that up a little bit.
Yeah, it's starting to move into something a little bit more uncomfortable. And it begs the question, right? What has Giant X been working on in the off-season? Because we saw them win on the off-season tournament in Blender, right? They showed a good performance there.
Come on, man!
But since then, they were playing against Tier 2 and opponents and things like that.
Sure.
We need to see something more coming into Kickoff, and it feels like, for me, Giant X maybe haven't been working on a whole bunch in terms of new things, starting to be more aligned with the meta.
That's the distinction to make.
I'm not saying they've not done anything, you know, just in case.
Of course. Paid to. The job.
There.
But you mentioned very much by the book, and how Pipson set this up.
Oh my
No one really running hot on the GX side right now, and backed into the corner. Flickless will fold under the pressure that Miniboo presents. Only Westside left here now. Quick flank coming through from Grubby. That goes cancelled. Camo aware of it, just keeping tabs as Westside still has slipped around here. And will want to cut off that spike in its tracks if he can, but detected. It's an issue. And Ara is the next best chance at stopping that part, and he'll just interrupt it.
Yeah, he's successful in doing so, and you can see already GX, they want to make a move off the back of it as the players start to flank ground.
Which means that this position from Wayne ends up becoming incredibly strong though. Spike is planted for him. And with a re-wrap into elbow, I don't think GX are expecting this at all. Miniboo is the one that has been highlighted. Still, no one any wiser as to where Wayne has gotten off to. So he finds a quick double, and Ara just has to walk away from this one. It's a closed case. Liquid have found a way to find 8 here.
Oh my god.
Clever reposition from Wayne, and that's all it took.
Fantastic. I mean, I spoke about it just briefly.
My bad, miss.
Wayne had a great start yesterday on Breeze. And I mean, overall, he's shown his goods time and time again that he was a top pickup. I mean, he was the top-rated player on the on Breeze for Team Liquid. ACS obviously second highest.
And it was his best performance by far. And you consider just the amount of games that it sometimes takes for a player not only new to VCT, but new to the region, can take. One shy of 60 kills, 27 assists. The proof is in the result. A lot of that stemming from what is comfortable for him, and for Ara, it's this op again. Gets the line early, but Miniboo had already crossed, so the dash is conservative, but smart.
3 players identified through that elbow position, and Pings to perhaps go one step further.
Baro JX follow. Hello, आवाज आ रहा है?
Just mid that Team Liquid want to try and work.
Ruby's up in this elevated position again, gives it up. Camo just able to bite down on Cloud, caught in the drone. Liquid using their own in the meantime to scale through mid, but with Nats finding another pick on A. What is the call here? Looks like they do want to finish on this side of the map.
Yeah, but still, GX are being attracted to this, and you can see Flickless just gravitating into the middle. The back is sight up against Nats. Big 1 versus 1, but Nats will win it. Has the jump on Flickless there from the corner. Final round of the half, Ara has to give this one a go. There's no more saving the op, of which we are yet to really see the value, the impact.
Yeah.
With the pit in play, it just chokes him out of anything, really.
Yeah, having to get up close and personal with the operator is not where you want to be.
Oh, but even at range, still the shots won't land. Shorty in hand, Ara trying to search for anything here, but GX have really let go of this half ever since that second round. Liquid giving a foot in the door. And just building on the momentum that they had. Nothing
by BT में गया. Ara BT में गया. Ara का हो गया. Ara BT में गया.
Yeah, a fantastic attacking half from
क्या
Team
बात
Liquid.
क्या है वही टाइम पे Miniboo?
Giant X just maybe faltering a little bit. I'm surprised at the performance so far.
Yeah, it's not been the best for them, but still a chance to turn things around on the second half of Breeze coming up.
Your body knows a sense of victory, seized when mind
बंदा ये लोग भी करते होगे ना हमारे देश के नीचे slang bag
designed to win.
क्या पता इंग्लिश में करते नहीं अगर मैं देखूँ आपका स्ट्रीम कर रहे पर मैं उस टाइम देख नहीं सकता तो मैं बस लाइक करके चला जाता हूँ पता नहीं कुछ हेल्प होता है या नहीं मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम यार लाइक से हेल्प पता नहीं लेकिन अंदर पॉजिटिविटी रहती है बस इतना है रोहिन भाई तो आपके वजह से एक पॉजिटिविटी चीज मेरे को मिल रहा है लव यू मेरे जान के बेटे भाई मुंबई सर्वर से टॉक्सिक पागल है क्या भाई तेरे में गलती है भाई इतना अच्छा है मुंबई सर्वर अच्छे से बात करता है मालिक कैसे हो एकदम सेक्सी सॉरी भाई शरीफ लगाते एकदम crazy.
A big step up required in the second half here for GX if they are
Heavy
to keep themselves
upbringing
in
वाले लोग
breeze.
आते
A pick which Liquid have very much made their own
Job
over the
जाने
last
वाले
few
लोग आते
matches. And a player that we really
अमीर
want to
बाप के
focus
लोग
on here
आते
is Ara. Now, looking at the stats, it's important to contextualize this one real quick.
अमीर
The
पूछ रहे
impact
वाले
rate cooked up by none other than Captain Cow and Flynn, the analyst from NAVI. Essentially, it's op kills divided by op uses. So 100% means that the player gets an op kill every single time they use it. 0%.
Hello,
no
Binks,
kills.
bye. Love you always. 8 months completed. Many more to come. Always a positive streamer. Love you, मेरी जान. Love you.
100%. And I mean, we can give a lot.
भाई ये सब लोगों के लिए ना मजाक से हटकर मेरा भाई काफी है. मेरा एक बड़ा भाई है, स्नैक्स गेमिंग करके सीधा कांदन खरीदता है.
Against Vitality, he was really showing his goods then.
Love you, मेरे भाई.
We may have to wait a while before we see that op come out, if at all, of course, on the attack side. Should be stronger for GX with how Breeze has tended to be. Oh, nuts! So close to finding a double there, even in main. But it will run dry, and Purpo now does have support in backside. Finds another, and very nearly gets Flickless as well, but his own 2 kills have managed to keep GX with an advantage. One, which doesn't last for long.
And look at both players on the attack, they're so low.
14 HP between the 2 of them, and just 1 flash on Flickless to even get you a little bit excited about what could be done here.
Yeah, but you look at this, you can see Minigo's waiting for Wayne to get into position.
Yeah, but at what point did GX start to realize this? Flickless just flashing himself out for a little bit of information. Does concede the positioning at the same time.
Oh my god.
Wayne
Timing
locks
Pro
it in
Max.
for Liquid. Their first pistol round in this map, but with how the start of the first half went, it has been one-way traffic.
It really has, and considering that, it's strange to think about the position that we find ourselves in, right? Where you think towards the other match I've been referencing a lot in terms of against Vitality, and Giant X.
Something known as respect.
They felt as if when you moved on to
for this, I don't care, bro.
When they moved on to the attack, that's when they really showed their goods.
Long time baad aaya main good days. Love you, मेरी जान.
Ace Stealer, Ace Denier, I'm guessing it means, right? Opponent on the other team having an ace taken away.
PC मेरी चैट डिले में चल रही है. आज ये बॉल पहले रखा दिख रहा बाद में.
GX need all they can get right now. It's a 4 spy with 3 stingers, 2 sheriffs. Looking a little rough around the edges, and Liquid just
balance.
Numbers here, but Camo's got to be careful. He's the only player on B.
Yeah, and if he gets caught out, it goes to a 2 versus 2.
Last one left, and tries to stand his ground.
Oh my god! और ये लोफिंग कर रहा था.
Just be the nail in the coffin.
Love you. Stream अटक क्यों रही है? क्योंकि तेरे पास membership नहीं है.
Piece that they could possibly have. Do they force in again? Looks like it's not going to be the case. A couple of shifts in the
Indian teams compete. Yes. They are already qualified.
Like, momentum was a huge aspect to Liquid's Breeze.
2 of our teams are already qualified for finals.
Off the back of the loss. Lohan getting a little excited.
This is a lower bracket happening.
That's what it was. It was Nats's speech
like
firing them through the first 6 rounds, but here it's been, no conversion after a pistol, now a force which hasn't worked. It's been so far out of reach.
At this point in time, the thing that we can say about it is Team Liquid's pick. I know it's harsh to say when there's still rounds to play, but Giant X, for the most part, haven't shown us signs of life yet.
And it just makes you wonder, what is it that would need to change for them to find some more success here? We know as a team they have not been wedded to the idea of playing double duelist at all, which is very much in vogue at the moment. And with Ara performing the way he is, you just feel like there needs to be a little bit more behind this. Liquid finding the kills that they're expected to here. If GX had anything in the past, it was synergy, but still they're looking disconnected at this point.
It just seems that it's deathmatch time. Nice shots from Cloud, but overall Team Liquid are just deafening Giant X when it comes to the weapons and the engagements.
As much as you brought up that Vitality game as well, I guess
घर चलाने के लिए कितना झूठ बोलना पड़ता है एक मजबूरी इंसान को लव यू यार हमारे पास भी मेंबरशिप नहीं है
catch up with just 3 rounds. Might be the only 3 rounds they get between their last 2 opening maps, Cairo. I mean, in playoffs, you can't afford to
winning
start
every trophy using this
You really can. And to think that you're in an elimination match, you were a split 2 grand finalists, went to champs, and then this is how your kickoff begins. Sure, meta change, probably the biggest shift we've seen in Valorant so far, but come on, man, it's got to be better than this.
हम जो जमाने से आए हैं
so many excuses you can give to teams.
Can't get worse than this, can it? You know.
Marvin की गाली नहीं पड़ती थी.
Liquid now just running it straight down mid, up the guts. Camo drops the spike in spawn, and mini boost there with him as well. It's an absolute massacre right now. GX don't want to take a back seat. Finally, they look to seize control of the situation.
Comeback बोलते.
And even fight back for the spike. Team Liquid may have overstayed.
बोलो का मैच पॉइंट है तुम्हारा नहीं काम था. Language.
An opportunity to keep themselves alive at least a round longer.
CS में थी भाई CS में जो बातें होती थी ना अभी कोई कर नहीं
सकता. If required, needs to win this first fight though, and it's all West Side. So
मजाक सेट
8 to go for overtime.
कोई भी OG CS प्लेयर रहेगा ना
and still want more. A
उसको
bit too greedy perhaps, but Gen X do well to try and get what they want to try and fight back and really it comes through Gabinho.
Definitely one of those situations where you're prone to overheat when everything is working out for you.
और वहाँ पे धमकी हम नहीं होता था.
Not a single casualty in that mid incision.
Actual में आते थे भाई.
Happy to play this one. I mean, talk of
double
duelist partnerships. Minibu and Camo looking great so far in this series.
They have, but it's been more Mini-Boo than it has Camo.
What happened is Mumbai servers stays in Mumbai server.
In terms of the kills department, at least.
Sure, not one without the other, I suppose. But here come GX onto the B site.
इसलिए CS के सारे players mature हो गए पट से.
Wayne looking to hold it down with Mini-Boo, and he's doing successful so far. Camo as well, and that spike on the ground. You can't help but feel this is it. This is finally Team Liquid to close out the map. A minute to play with if you're West Side, and it is a player who is oh no, that's
what were you gonna say?
Yeah, a player who an end zone flawless Team Liquid to close out map 1.
Yeah, Liquid absolutely demolished GX here, and it's not the first time we've seen them struggle to get things going in an opening map. We're going to need to see a huge turnaround on the follow-up if things are to improve. Let's find out some thoughts from Wayne after that first map.
Hi Wayne. Again, that was a really great performance. You guys won the first map here in the series, which is a new one for Kickoff. Can you give us a bit more insight in regards to playing in these compositions in EMEA and also Pacific?
I think there really isn't much difference for me. I think we're just playing our game right now and everyone's feeling really confident. So I think that's why it was pretty dominant for
right now. It's Neon.
All right, well, thank you so much. We're going to let you go. We have a little break, and then straight after, we'll be jumping into the second map of the series, so stick around.
College में एक या दो बार ही लफड़ा हुआ है. Mostly cafes में हुआ. College में इतना नहीं. Problem ये था कि मेरे कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाले लोग थे बेज़ादे. सिर्फ मेरा जो ग्रुप था ना, हम लोग 11-12 लोग का ग्रुप था. सारे हराम, सारे. नेक्स्ट लेवल वाले. कुछ लोग तो ऐसे हरामी था मेरी गांड फटती थी. मतलब सोचो. मतलब मैं बोलता था fuck. Aren't possible. लाइफ में ये सब मैं नहीं कर सकता. वैसा वाला. ऐसे दोस्त लोग थे मेरे. लेकिन दोस्त से तो क्या दूर से सपोर्ट करता था. तुम जाओ हम तुम्हारे साथ है. ऐसा था दूर से सपोर्ट. सिर्फ दोस्ती की खातिर बस. अभी तो है स्टोरी. सारे नॉन फ्रेंडली. रिटायरमेंट के दिन. यूट्यूब से जब रिटायर होगा ना, रिटायरमेंट के दिन. नहीं ड्रग्स वक्त सब नहीं. ये सब नहीं. कोई मेरा दोस्त इसमें नहीं था. ये सब चीज सपोर्ट नहीं करता. म्यूजिक समझा नहीं लेकिन मजा आया. डैम क्रेजी भाई। दो तुम लोगों को पता है मेरे कॉलेज में 2 हैवी सीन। एक तो हम लोग 12 जन का ग्रुप था, हैवी, हाँ प्रॉपर मारा मारी वाले, गांव वाले, सब लोग, सब तेरे को एकदम A to Z सारे वेराइटी वाले बंदे मिलेंगे, ठीक है। 12 जन का ग्रुप। क्लास में एक बार सर बोलता है जिनको भी पढ़ाई नहीं करने का ना निकलने का ना निकल जाओ। सब लोग निकले, मैं सुमड़ी में बैठा था। मैं बोला तुम लोग हरामी हो, तुम लोग पागल है क्या? वो सर टेस्ट कर रहा है किस में इतना दम में करके, दिखाने का जरूरत नहीं है ऐसे टाइम पे। बाद में सबके पेरेंट्स को बुलाया, ये सब हुआ, कांड वांड हो गया। मैं बोला सर देखो मैं तो बैठा था ना यार, और मेरा परसेंटेज पता है अटेंडेंस कितना था? 7 या 8%। हाँ, उसमें का 1% वही था जिस दिन मेरे दोस्त लोग निकले और मैं बैठा था। बेस्ट। और एग्जाम के टाइम पे जब रिजल्ट आया ना, सारे लोग फेल, सारे सारे 11 लोग टपक गए, मैं पास हो गया। और मेरे को मारा वो लोग ने, समझ रहे हो? उठा के, टांग से उठा के, हाथ से उठा के। बर्थडे बॉम्ब जो होता था ना पहले के ज़माने में, ऐसे बर्थडे बॉम्ब्स के चक्कर में ऐसे मारते थे ना दोस्त लोग। हाँ, आइडिया नहीं, अभी तो ऐसे चलो केक वेक लगा दिया, थोड़ा बहुत बोचे पे मारा। पहले ना, पहले तो भाई ऐसे देते थे बर्थडे बॉम्ब, तुम लोग रो देते थे कि बर्थडे है करके। कोई कुछ नहीं होता था, कोई 0%। एक बंदा खुश नहीं होता था कि बर्थडे करके। वैसा मेरे को पटका है, मेरे को पटका है। एक तो मेरे को समझा नहीं मैं पास कैसे हुआ करके, समझ रहे हो? और मैं पास हुआ करके मेरे घर वाले रो रहे कि ये मेरा बेटा नहीं हो सकता था, ये पास कैसे हुआ करके। वो लोग शौक में, वो लोग रो रहे, मेरे दोस्त लोग मार रहे। मैं खुद को मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि मैं पास हुआ तो हुआ क्यों? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? मतलब ऑपोजिट जिंदगी जी रहा था मैं। दोस्त लोग सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, मॉम डैड खुश होते हैं, मैं ऑपोजिट जिंदगी जी रहा था। दोस्त लोग कुत्ता बना के मार रहे, घर वाले रो रहे। मैं बोला है जी, क्या क्या गलत कर रहा हूँ मैं लाइफ में? हाँ, लेकिन भाई क्रेजी एक्सपीरियंस था भाई, क्रेजी। अलोंग द वे मैं बोला ना, मैं पूरा दुनिया A to Z दुनिया देखा, क्योंकि मेरा फ्रेंड सर्कल भी वैसा था। ऑब्वियसली मैं अलग से सपोर्ट नहीं करता था, दूर से करता था, लेकिन हैवी वो टाइम पे हैवी कॉन्टैक्ट्स। मेरे को एक बंदे ने मेरे को महेश ट्यूटोरियल्स करके एक वो था कोचिंग क्लास, एक बंदे ने मेरा कॉलर पकड़ा था। ओ फक, मेरे दोस्त ने डायरेक्ट सूमो बुक करके 8-10 बंदे लोग लेके आके, कांड हो गया। सर ने मेरे को सुनाया तेरे वजह से हुआ। मैं बोला देख ना, मैंने दोस्त को बुलाया किसको बुलाने के लिए, ना मैंने उसको बोला कॉलर पकड़ने के लिए। मैं चुपचाप से आता हूँ, क्लास भी अटेंड नहीं करता हूँ, टाइम होने के बाद घर पे चला जाता हूँ। मेरा इसमें लेना देना नहीं है। मैं कहाँ से? हाँ, एक बंदी दूसरे को पसंद करती है, उसको लगता है मैं लाइन मार रहा हूँ, मेरा लेना देना नहीं है भाई। समझ रहे हो? वैसा भाई मेरे टच वुड टिल डेट मेरा हैवी, मेरा सारा फ्रेंड सर्कल बहुत क्रेजी हैवी, मतलब हैवी। और आज तक वो लोग हैं, आज तक वो सारे दोस्त लोग हैं, टच वुड। कुछ लोग तो इतने अमीरों के सेटल हो गए ना, शॉकिंगली जैसा उनके लिए मैं शॉकिंगली एक यूट्यूबर बन गया, वैसा मेरे लिए भी शॉकिंगली वो लोग बहुत क्रेजी कर रहे लाइफ में। एमटी के टाइम डुमली में था, या वाशी में 1947 में बंदा बंदी वाला सिस्टम था। लैंग्वेज कौन सा कॉलेज था? ऐसे ही नेहरू। सारे कांड किए अपने, सारे के सारे। नॉट टू बी प्राउड ऑफ, बट इट्स जस्ट पास्ट। डोंबिवली वाला हैवी सीन था भाई, एमटी भाई सबका हैवी सीन था। बेस्ट ये था कि मेरे घर पे कुछ नहीं मालूम था. मेरे घर के हिसाब से मैं बहुत अच्छा बच्चा था. हरामी था क्योंकि मैं बंक वंक करके कैफे जाता था. उसके अलावा एकदम देव मानुस था मैं. सिर्फ मेरे भाई को पता था भोसड़ी वाला हूँ मैं करके. एमटी में था क्रेजी था. डोंबिवली वाले भी क्रेजी थे.
Lost his first map, so we also have a bit of a coach confession coming through from Pips.
मैं तो वहाँ के मैटर में भी गया हूँ. जब मैं बड़ा हुआ डोंबिवली में गया था, मेरा दोस्त मेरे को बोला चल एक मैटर हुआ करेंगे. मैं अबे मेरा तो लेना देना नहीं है. मैं तो बाकी शिफ्ट होके जमा हो गया.
really rough, but
सर तो डॉन निकले.
it's all about like that. The first map doesn't matter that much in best of 3. In the end, the winner is the team who won the last map and not the first one. And even from previous year, we are really used to losing the first map. So there is nothing about like being reset mentally. It's not the issue, and it's more about quality of the game rather than resetting mentally. So that's it.
All right, thank you so much for that insight. Well, interesting for me to hear that map 1 doesn't really matter that much.
I was going to say, no surprise to hear, if you were to have any other coach saying that, you'd probably be like, oh wow, but it being Pipson, this is not unfamiliar territory. So I sort of kind of agree with him, but again, it never feels good to be an elimination and be like, map 1 doesn't matter, we don't care about the rest of the veto.
Well, it's kind of come down to Pearl at this point, because this is...
That's what I mean, this is the buffer now you give yourself.
You ain't got no buffer no more, okay? Pearl is it, and I want to talk about Pearl here, because what are we looking forward to from GX's side of things? Because I feel like Liquid is a conversation we're going to have, but from GX, really, we're going into Pearl, you got to win it, pressure is on, composition-wise.
I think composition-wise, it's a question of do they stick with the double initiator that they ran last time, or do they lean over to something else? It looks as though they are going to stick with that double initiator. So then at that point, my concern goes over to Flickless, who has not had a hot start in this series so far. He didn't really have a great time on Breeze, and we need to see the value coming out from this, because he's someone that we had been praising on Giant X's side at the start of today.
Yeah, it's not necessarily kind of black and white, but for me, this is one of the examples I was talking about the other day where I want to see Westside really explore Chamber more. I think he looked absolutely fantastic on those ice, but it suits him down to a T in terms of his play style, in terms of what he's good at, like our headshot king in the region. So this is, again, no surprise to see this comp, but I think this is one of those opportunities when we talk about GX's map pool in general, and maybe a shift away from some of these archaic, you know, sort of traditional compositions we have in EMEA. This is certainly one of the ones where you got up against a double duelist, it would have been nice.
Yeah, I think as well, to touch on Team Liquid's side, starting on the attack with the composition I had mentioned feels a little bit strange, because I think one of their biggest concerns is going to be taking that B-long space with this composition, especially if Ara's going to lean into that operator, which we've seen him do more recently in the past few matches. How do they clear that out? How do they realistically get him off of that angle? But in saying that, if they are able to get the plant down, I feel like this is a super strong
language
in terms of post-plant when we consider the utility that they have available to them.
Yeah, definitely plenty of tools to secure rounds. Again, for me, Camo comes into discussion again. He's showing versatility now. Another role that I think he really excels at. We've seen a couple of isolated instances, slower performances, maybe less numbers, but still, here for me, Camo is probably the focal point.
Yeah, the focal point here also just has to be that for GX, if they want to continue in this lower bracket, they need to win first. This is a lot of
language.
No strangers to the lower bracket run either. This is their chance to stay in the competition. Heretics is waiting for either winner of this series on the other side, but before we can even get there, we need GX to push this to the decider if they want to have some skin in the game. We'll find out whether or not that's possible as we're ready to head into our second map of the series, Team Liquid against GX with our casters Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're here to find out. If GX can turn things around on their own map pick, as they have been required to do so in the last couple of series, the loss to Vitality just by a narrow 2 rounds in the end. And you can see from the faces of the players, they're unperturbed by the situation. The possibility of elimination here as the only team in VCT this year that kept their lineup the same as the last.
Yeah, Giant X still haven't registered a win on any of the maps in this veto so far. Just to kind of knock on that door once again to remind people, as we get back in, Giant X have a tall mountain to climb if they want to go up against Team Liquid and at least push to the top map.
Liquid in decent form now after that first map.
Purpo currently has the second best headshot percent in VCT.
Starting to hit heads as well. Back on a duel list now. And the first player forward here on this Liquid attack side.
Liquid
as obviously they played this yesterday, so they've already got the reps and the practice in terms of playing this.
There's always that attack that looked better, leaning into what was said about the post, but if they can get onto site first, well, that is the question that you ask. Purpo does have his entry, another headshot, and it's Westside on the receiving end.
And Spike to go down, fairly open, but nice spam from Grubby.
Volley in there as well for good measure, cleaning things up on the back line. GX now with a bunker in backside, and Liquid forced to try and dig something out here. Camo will give his life for the cause, while Purpo has another. It's not without damage and lack of spike.
Yeah, we know Purpo can take heads when needed and decides that he's going to use the full length of the clock to his advantage. So a reposition is where he's going to go. GX, though, don't want to allow him time to do so. No. So they're going to go for that reposition.
Huge opportunity for Purpo here against his former team. The last roster which he represented in VCT was, of course, GX. And I think after how that started, you're wondering if we would see him in Tier 1 again, but here he is. Time is running low, like you say. I think Purpo's left this far too late to make any real possible swing at it. He'll walk into the double stack here at the very least, and yeah, GX are going to win that in the end. You hype a guy up, right? But just didn't give himself the time of day there.
No, he did not. A little bit rushed in the end, but this isn't anything that we haven't seen before. As if you think towards the last map, it was Giant X to win out the pistol round. It probably would have been a lot more comfortable had they not been anti-ecoed and allowed to work against them. So that's where we've got to see the first improvement from map 1.
And it comes down to the fundamentals when you're up against these ecos, right? Defense tradability in the play. Ara bringing the Marshall out into A main. This looks to be a priority for GX. Liquid with other ideas.
The thing about this Brimstone that's so frustrating to play against is just how long the smokes actually last.
Yep.
How much of a question mark you can create, how much you can actually, space you can take away from your opponents, and it looks like Team Liquid are very happy to just hit in. And that's exactly the case, as Grubby and Westside hold down the site, and they're going to make no mistakes, none that they made on Breeze. It's all 5 alive from Mumbai as they try to get rid of the last remaining player, which is Nax. Brilliant job there
from GX, doing exactly what was asked of them, an in-zone flawless, and the potential to make this bonus a little bit spicier, because we spoke about how much momentum Liquid were able to build up on Breeze. We didn't see a single GX timeout to try and actually slow that down, disrupt it. If they could maybe now get on the other side of this snowball and actually build up some confidence for themselves, where Liquid were on the receiving end also yesterday, then
इस मैप पे ब्रिम कैसे चल रहा है? टांगों से?
Seems to look, at this moment in time, like a B split, but the spike not committed anywhere, and that's looking to luck. He had a pretty poor peril overall on the Killjoy. An agent we're not used to seeing him play often.
फिर से execute कर रहे, लेकिन यहाँ पे 3 बंदे crossfire है, Liquid के लग गए.
Into the Killjoy setup on the other side. Alarm bot goes off, but only finds the clone. Purpo diving in, finding nothing. But Westside holding the line, and most importantly, buying time for a play to come in. Deep flash flickless. You thought he was going to jump up, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, Cloud there to support, but Nats at the same time has activated, finding space deep in towards the setup of the defense. But while that's going on, look at Ara.
Yeah, Ara is just running through spawn to collapse on this one. With the Killjoy player gone, Westside dead, Nats has an opportunity to force the issue himself. It's one flank and the other, but the question is who's going to win out? It's GX flashing in to make this fight happen, and there is Ara striking twice. And with Nat's position revealed now, a crossfire can go up for GX. The use of the fast lane actually allows Nats to
round to gaya. There is no way, zero chance.
And Cloud is looking elsewhere in the back halls. Half a chance, if anything, for Nats to do something, but with the spike yet to be recovered, GX getting this one over the line. A big bonus round win.
Yeah, I guess a shake of the hands here in the end. Nats looking to try and save his rifle out. Looks as if he's almost ready to do so, and that's exactly the case. If GX do go 3 to the good though.
And of course, they'll still have money to rebuy here. Before he can go out wide on the peak. Surprised that Westside took a second opportunity at that, honestly, when Flickler still had a flash available to him, but still found value from it when Ara was flanking himself. It ends up being just the Phantom here for Liquid.
It's Nats who holds on to it as well. Not given to any of the duelists in Ara. Scoped weapon once again. Connect. As the players of Team Liquid try to chase down the duelist, but Cloud is there to make sure the escape is good. Giant X with next to no issues here as Wayne now the one to pick up the Phantom.
Liquid sent their marching orders here by GX early. The Pearl so far has looked efficient more than anything, Cairo. We were talking about this yesterday. Historically, it's not been a great map for Liquid. As good as their Breeze was, Pearl is a completely different story. 2 overtime wins in 2, but not without its issues. And in-zone flawless here for the defense to make it 4 from 4.
The next round is the one most important. Obviously, the buy coming straight back in. But as you said, the fact that we are seeing such an emphatic start.
Clean round, guys.
Great start from Giant X, a great way to respond and maybe get any doubt out of the players' heads. You can see why they've picked Pearl here. Giant X.
And it feels like this is probably the last gun round that Liquid will go for before they call a timeout of their own, you would imagine. Turret for some early information. Rotation from both initiators towards the B site, and the knife just confirming that presence on long.
They'll still want to scale here. A little proactivity though to try and get Giant X on towards the back lines. Is Team Liquid probably going to be allowed to hit this site for free? That's exactly the case. Westside well aware of what Purple wants to do in terms of taking Heaven's space. And Flickless even able to help out. So Giant X, even though they're trying to set Ara up on the flank, still go 2 to the good.
They have numbers here. Liquid have to try and interrupt this.
No rest.
And that's what they were trying to do, but still Giant X are able to stop that. So with the 2 remaining players, one of which very low, you still favour the defence. Zara on the march, and Team Liquid looking to try and defend their position. They can't do so. So it is going to be Giant X once again to win a round. Team Liquid still with a response.
No safety on that B site whatsoever. GX a team which we know for their structured set retakes, but actually the early success from Westside finding Purpo here. As well to do some damage on Camo meant that it was already so far a bridge. They actually didn't need to invest anything extra.
Guys, he dashed to me on Heaven, free kill.
Free kill indeed, and much as we expected, it is a timeout from Team Liquid.
It has to be, because so far Team Liquid just haven't shown us a whole bunch. I mean, it seems like a very simple game that Giant X want to play, and again, it just comes down to how well they can play off one another.
Any insight?
They've got the ultimates to do so now as well. I'm looking at lockdowns up on both sides of the server. Nats has his, but you have to be thinking of the natural counter. Cloud's Hunter's Fury, so mind games for what Liquid want to try and do. As much as we're talking about setting up a post plant, it's actually just getting onto the sites in the first place, which has been a pretty troublesome thing for them.
Yeah, it really has.
Again, like, you can see that
towards the B side of the map, they're looking to place that smoke to try and pop out of, but it's also allowing Giant X to set up their own defense in terms of creating crossfires, and overall, I feel as if Team Liquid just are not necessarily understanding the setup.
Binks, आप मेरे बहुत बड़े fan हो. Thank you.
Well, the timeout concluded. It looks like Liquid want to offer something a little bit different here, a more pacey take. Purpo with the Bandit, but the rest set up for Stingers. And it looks like all 5 players going through Link towards the B side. This will dodge the Killjoy setup for the most part.
Yeah, but look at the reposition from Giant X to try and take main space away from Team Liquid.
Bro, so wild. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Where's he gone?
Kya counter hue
be? Tried your best, but you will not succeed. 6 now for Giant X.
मेरे को लेकिन Link's play इतना नहीं पसंद. Blind कुछ अच्छा था लेकिन blind one कुछ अच्छा है बे.
And a Bandit.
Miniboo ने blind दिया था शायद.
It's not going to be enough.
कुछ crazy blind दिया था.
GX just pack in that pocket with.
Look at Cloud as well.
Hunter's Fury. Cloud is there to pick up the pieces if required, but Purpo is just going to let the clock run down in one of his audacious
6-0
sort of a clutch attempts that we've seen a few times now.
There is no good way about
this. Arrow's the one who wants the kill because he's one off the overdrive. It's Flickless that's just going to snatch that away though.
I mean, if Giant X really want to go and pick up an ultimate orb and bring an ult online, sure you can go for it, but at this point in time, I don't really think Giant X need it. For the most part, the game plan has been superb.
I gotta say too, at least Liquid will be happy that the Hunter's Fury was used there, because I just spoke before in the freeze time about the potential counter of the lockdown. You expect those to get exchanged. But once more, it's that initial scaling that's been the biggest issue more than anything else.
I mean, they got into the site there, they just get absolutely collapsed upon as soon as they hit it.
I mean, you arrive at the graveyard, but you just go in the ground, right? Like, means to an end.
Team Liquid once again try and ply away at mid. And Giant X so happy to just be like, hey guys, if you want mid, you can have it. We don't really care. The turret has notified the defense of this position, so they just hold on to any exits from this position. Look at Cloud, look at Ara, look at Grubby.
All of them.
Oh, I don't like this.
Deep positioning. It's Ara, the furthest player forward.
Ara!
What is there not to like? The spike's been dropped, but I do agree.
It was more the position
and the trade out now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Land
actually given a little bit of breathing room on the site here.
Yeah, it's exactly the position, and with that,
Land clear
everything. But Giant X are in position now and ready to fight.
Land कैसे करेंगे?
Let's just dropping the nade in there for a little bit of security. Opportunity to
that's one spam
time and still playing from the pit.
That's more spam.
The spike not going down, and Westside first to bite when it comes to investing the lockdown. Brilliant molly from Wayne. Not sure if it's going to be enough to break the ult here. It is just about. It goes to a 1 versus 1.
उनको खुद नहीं मालूम था मॉली से टूटता है. वो लोग पीछे जा रहे थे.
7 from 7. Advantage taken, but
as usual,
advantage does GX take into the next half? That's the question. Team Liquid used an ultimate in the last one, but it's what they have remaining. The Nightfall, the lockdown, the orbital strike. If we do not see if we do not see Team Liquid win a round in the next like 2 or 3, I'm gonna get increasingly worried.
मैं अभी भी worried ही है.
Lohan once again feeling that frustration.
Like he did yesterday.
And why wouldn't you? That gets to a point here where he's probably even thinking about a second timeout, because unless he's hearing the right things right now from Nats and the others, which kind of expect him to be,
I guess. But listen, you can say the right things. It's about doing them in the server.
And we've spoken about this at length, what the team structure looks like. Nat's not really letting up on what that really entails in terms of the comms in this team. He's the first one to go looking here for Westside, and the follow-up is equal parts lackluster. Eventually, he will drop, but
लेकिन नियॉन को देखो.
A bigger prize for Team Liquid at the moment than the trade. The fact that they're able to now have something with a better at range, and Ara. Once again, looking to be an issue.
Arrow is the most important part to this round for GX. His position in the club is going to be stopping. Well, I was going to say too much being done by Liquid on the extremity, but GX don't really have an idea of where this push is coming in. Only now does he start to realize, but it's a little foundation that they can use coming back into this retake.
It's so much for Team Liquid to try and clear out now in terms of that long space, in terms of back holes, and it's going to allow Giant X time to get into position.
But with the site fully free, you almost have to expect an advanced player position, and there it is. Aaron letting loose, first shot lands on the arm, follow up with the ultimate. And Purpo back to the corner, can do nothing to stand his ground. From Giant X, it wasn't a full investment from Liquid, nothing close to it. The ult's still available, and still no round.
Yeah. I mean, nice idea, I guess, but it's the extremity control that really punishes Team Liquid's mid attempts, and for the past few rounds, that's all they've been doing, really trying to continuously play it mid, see if there's any weakness there, but once again, Liquid are showing out the door. And this is the round now that we should see Team Liquid try and get something with all the ultimates, with a buy, and it looks as if it might be an A split.
It would appear that way, but when you consider the GX setup is tailored almost perfectly to counter that, Camo can't curve the Prowler to clear the A corner, so
B पे एटलीस्ट स्मोक डाल के रिटर्न ले लेना, एक दो बंदे वहाँ पे खेलेंगे.
The stronger part of the push towards Art, but the same can be said
for GX के साथ फेक भी कर सकते हैं, बक्सुदी भी कर सकते हैं, वॉल भी अच्छा है.
Those ultimates to be used, a brilliant flash, can't quite get the second player there. It's Wayne doubles up himself, so Team Liquid with the advantage. Grubby with an important fight, which he will win.
Huge 1 versus 1. This main control extremity again for GX.
It's all about Ara in the backlines though, as Team Liquid look to try and play in front. Where has the Neon gone? Here he is, right behind Spike on the ground! And once again having to rely on a clutch. It's Nats, the captain, to do it. Oh, he's going to give it a good go, but in the end, the result is the same as the past 8 rounds. A GX win.
Banging their head against the wall now, but to just flip this on a more positive note, so much credit given to GX. Not only have they risen to the occasion of this second map, they have delivered 9 consecutive rounds without a single retort. Ara's op is hitting the shots. Oh, he really wants that op.
And this time we've been seeing the value though.
Yeah, we have
12-3 right now. I mean,
it's just not even that,
kind of unbelievable,
stuff that you can't quantify. The map control, the confidence that he's been having on this Neon.
And this is the GX that I remember, the ones that are making the right reactions, that understand, you know, the premise of this map, whereas Liquid, it's almost baked into their history. One that they tend to avoid, and kind of start to see why here.
You should run.
Well, that says double digits on the cards for Giant X as Team Liquid look to try and deny it through a lockdown to buy space, but the spike heads elsewhere.
And GX already have the main control here on B. A second ult to try and fake out the site. Looks like they're going to get over to A, but so costly.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you've lost Nats, and there's still players here for Giant X to identify. Grubby unlucky not to get a kill. In fact, gives up his own life.
Liquid fighting forwards here. Flank is an issue, though. Cloud coming in late. How much can they get from this position?
Yeah, it's all up to Cloud to get the value. A nice clear through the back. Giant X doing excellently to get that double digit. 10 rounds in a row, looking to give Team Liquid the gift that Vitality gave them, and only a few rounds away.
I mean, they say every cloud has a silver lining, but that was the ultimates for Liquid, and now it's gone. It's just grey skies wherever you look. I just don't see how this half gets any better. It almost feels like inside the opening 12 rounds of the last 2 maps, it's almost been decided there and then. Sure, we've seen GX crumble from this position before already in Kickoff. The Mates game where they lost 11 in a row in the second half, but that
10 versus Liquid 113. Remember, 113 तो GG होता सीधा.
An emphatic start. Scope weapon against scope weapon, an outlaw against Ara. He's already on the way, and yeah, there you go.
Oh, shit.
So Liquid losing the A control, embedded in middle again, but this is a concession which GX have been happy to make round on round.
By actual mein
Arrow
Be right back.
set up from
Liquid
main,
घर पे जा सकती
Flickless
है?
tying this together. A slight gap here
Chat,
potentially
ये
if
form
he
में अगर ये लोग
overplays
खेले-
his hand, but Flickless is diligent and drops back.
Next map.
On to the tightest of angles and even forced back, but it's still Ara who holds on to main. That will be the problem for Team Liquid, and whether they consider that is the big question. It is looking like a good flash, but nobody to capitalise off the back of it.
Yeah, they want to clear this
Oh
position out.
my
It's been a problem so
God.
many times. Cloud gets his 2 and keeps GX in front.
All the players disconnected here for Giant X.
Grubby spawn more than anything else, which is the hard one here. He just has to keep this space as long as possible, stop any proactivity from the attack side so the rest of the team can get in play.
Westside has a full belt of utility to get back in as well, and that ultimate probably going to be the decider here.
Oppo still looking for this one. Grubby had the jump, but
It's
can't
gonna
correct in
die
time. Cosmic Divide there, and Arrow on the other side of the wall. This might finally be it. The team that got 13-0'd a couple days ago can say goodbye to the possibility of a perfect match, or can they? Westside, is there any more to say of him here?
What's good?
No, there isn't. Liquid led off the hook. There will be at least one round for them in this half.
Astra will एक
I thought
round
for a moment
चाहिए.
that Team Liquid would not consider the main position, but it's actually the Cosmic Divide that works against Giant X, not realising the spot in which the attack had planted. And much better tradability from the attack.
It just feels like getting into some of the sites here. Purpo missing a couple of his saturates as well. You can see the idea, like, the focus was to really clear out that backside position before thinking about anything post-plant related. But just
भाई ये लाइनअप के कैसे हार रहे बिल्ली?
looking at the housekeeping here, there's only one ult up in the final round, but
I think
Arrow
वो
may
लोग को
soon have another.
ऐसे रहेगा तो at least Astra लेना पड़ेगा.
And Miniboo the same, collects the orb in main. Still one away from getting the Euro ult online though.
Biggest thing for Giant X in terms of stopping any of this execution
retaking
will be Westside. They need to keep him safe and they need to hold on towards Art. The biggest problem to that could be Camel.
They actually just want to take this fight though. GX going into main.
Looking to take the fight. It's ended up in Giant X in front, but they're happy with what they've got so far. And the fact they go one better leaves Camel all alone. That lockdown straight away invested in Camel, hiding within the smoke. Knows the KO is close by. This is probably the loosest of the players, and that's exactly the case as he capitalises. 1 versus 2.
Still 30 seconds though once this ult expires, and needs to get the spike back, needs to get past Ara's up.
That's going to be the biggest issue. The Horde not going in the right direction, and Ara straight away to come in. Giant X are all the way up to 11.
Oh, maybe you were thinking they could get 13-0 of their own. I know we don't see it very often. Either way, it's a huge confidence boost for GX. They come into the second map swing,
लेकिन GX बहुत proactive है, बहुत
with
भाग के रहे
little to do in the second half, or should I say maybe more than they're up to the task of. We are going to head over though to hear what the GX fans think about this one so far.
Almer, thank you so much for being here. I mean, you're supporting GX, you're supporting the players. Buy the GX bundle. Yes, I like that. Take notes here. 11 start to map 2. After last one, you must be so happy.
0.001% chance.
First one, I was like,
impossible.
Okay, I came for this, but now I'm very happy.
पूरा हर round एक set में जाएंगे ना तो भी जीत
जाएंगे. Series now.
We'll win it 2-1. I think the third one is going to be a close map, but we got this. We got this.
And for you, any players specifically that you're cheering for today?
तीसरा map भी
I love
ऐसे होएगा.
Flickless so much. He's a goat. All right, thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day here. We're going to be heading back over to Casters so they can hype GX up even more.
I feel like I've had my job cut out for me, honestly. I mean, GX, you can't oversell this. It's an 11-1 half as things stand. You just have to highlight the fact that they've been able to turn things around, keep it positive.
क्या दिन आ गया है?
Yeah, the question is,
Love you.
do Liquid now have an answer?
I mean, yeah, a big question to be asked of the personality of this roster, right? And not even necessarily on this map, right? I'll leave that one open-ended. It is very much looking like the Stark possibility that we head to Bind, a map which, yeah, for both teams, I think, hangs in the balance when you consider the record there. Historically, it's been a good one for Liquid, but we won't talk too much about that for now. Pearl is just about in there by the skin of its teeth, and Liquid will be moving to the defender's side. We'll just have to see how much better it can possibly get, because the bar is incredibly low.
And we get him on easy
and this is definitely one of the stat lines for all time. Team Liquid's lowest score line was against Alliance, a name that a lot of fans might not recognise, Hazza.
I haven't seen that name in years, mate. Crazy.
I thought you would
match का back कल 3:30 बजे.
Man. Not since Polaris.
It's
like a name that doesn't exist anymore.
Brim के साथ एक execute heavy खेलना पड़ेगा.
Status.
बोलो कॉम्ब भी है.
Official.
लेकिन
but here we go.
Astra ज़्यादा अच्छा है ये map में.
It's a slow pistol from GX, just starving Liquid of any fights, but it's about to go down in middle as Purpo tries to flash in. Miniboo right there with him. It gets no better. GX on the warpath now. Wayne spotted by the turret. Info comes in a little late, does get 2 from it, and keeps GX honest. Cloud with enough to put them back in front, and so it has to be that all over again. Who else would you want in this position? Nearly a chance on to Cloud, but can't quite get the kill he's looking for. Waiting for the turret to come back up, but wants to fight first. Finds it cleanly, can't catch Cloud. And maybe today is the day that in this head-to-head between the IGLs, Cloud can get the better of his long-feared opponent. It's not since that same 2021 statistic that he last beat that.
I mean, in terms of the series, it is only just a map. There's still one more to go, but we're not quite there just yet. It feels like we could be. There will be pots and pans flung into this by Team Liquid. A Spectre, a Stinger, and a Marshall. How do you even try and work this by to your favour? It's all that Liquid can afford at this point in time. And Marshall is more than enough. It's a really nice shot from Miniboo to start. Well, it is, and it keeps all 5 alive for the moment being. 10 HP left on Miniboo. But he still wants more. You can see him looking to try and get an angle.
Easy, baby.
For Giant X, where do they want to go? Because at this moment in time, they're reconsidering their options.
Yeah, West Side is a potential in here towards A. Purpo has almost fully given it up for fear of mid. Liquid having to lean on this B stack more than anything else because of the gun disadvantage right now.
Ooh. That's just missing there. Oh, and he hasn't checked. It's a lazy clear. So Grubby gets his chance.
And yeah, just for a moment there, looked like Nats maybe could have got in ahead of Cloud. He still does end up doing so. Quick 1-for-1, time wearing thin, but Westside finding the entry kill on A, and that should be enough to bring GX to post.
Yeah, well, it's a sprint from either team to see who can get there first. That Spike in trepidation right now.
Grubby is so slow to clear back through R. He is checking, double checking every single angle, and if Wayne can get here in time, there was half a chance to deny if not for the closed plant.
Still not stopping with his shots either.
And Wayne has now fully arrived in total on the A site, ready to run down. GX gets his first. Through the smoke, but not enough to send Liquid packing to a third map just yet.
Yeah, Miniboo was just on 10 HP, so one bullet was enough, but it was about the control of the spray onto Camel that could have decided this map right here and now. And you look at this, man, like... sensational shots from Miniboo, and that's really what put this round into Liquid's favour.
Round win does offer some relief for Liquid. GX are not going to have money to instantly respond with a better buy,
please, thoda sharam karo, bhai.
It's just one round at a time more than anything else. That's the process for these teams, for both of these teams, honestly, at this stage in the year. It's something that we keep on going on about like a broken record, but it's so hard to see either side in their final form as it stands. Especially when we know them to be grand finalists from last year.
I don't know, with a nice entry, clears out all the way towards Arn. I think he's going to look to go elsewhere here, but Team Liquid looking to play on the edge of their own smokes.
Moving into post here. Oh, GX do get denied at the first chance. Camo with the spam. Well, the rest of Liquid here now as well.
Yeah, and it looks as if, yeah, brilliant from Team Liquid. The fact that they were able to use GX's smokes against them, looking to spam through. Not a hope in hell. And it's just more of the same macro, really, that we saw GX find so much success from in the first half. Getting bodies into backside early, having a player in pit, and look, if the attack aren't able to clear them out, then it's such a problem. A pain point.
30 seconds left.
Arrow should go down here eventually. Purpo finishes him off, so another round for Liquid.
I am back after some days. Dost ki shaadi mein tha.
Hello. The first map, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're starting to connect these rounds together, momentum at their backs.
One enemy remains.
Let's see what happens in the next one. 2 outlaws being brought out. You're gonna need it, mate. You're gonna need it.
Definitely. I don't know, man. Maybe how many rounds do you reckon it's going to take before the fans actually buy into that one?
Probably not 6. A whole bunch, because I think GX will probably win it here and now.
Okay, all right.
Sure. And if they don't, calm down. You know, I'm not even gonna say anything. Let's just look at the game.
Sure. You can do exactly that. It's a job after all. Westside here, solo in mid actually. Yeah, does get caught by Miniboo. So another strong start for Liquid, another opening kill.
I think that's the great thing about Team Liquid so far, is they've been very good at isolating these fights and finding opportunities. As the stall looks decent enough as the players try to get out, but they walk straight into a crossfire. A setup by Team Liquid.
Oh,
Grubby though. Does hear Nats retreating.
Yeah, realizes this very quickly. Nats the only player here. No safety.
Oh no.
Let's Grubby wrap though.
A chance to play with.
You are divided.
You can see the utility put in by the KG and forced to retreat.
Yeah, Grubby trying to use the wall there maybe to fake that he was planting or something, but players on both sides of the wall and the turret spots him.
So now, forced back to the site. Purple is the next engagement for Grubby to try and take one, which he does not anticipate. Is Purple.
Bye, force karo, please. GX bye, please. Ek force karo.
8 rounds. What? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, one at a time.
But I thought you were saying that's how many you think we're going to get.
Oh, well, I mean, you'd be surprised. You really would. But
I mean, the big thing for that last round for Team Liquid was the fact that they actually broke the buy of the attack.
Yeah. And actually, it is just going to proc a timeout from GX. I don't hate this. I'm on board with this, honestly, because I think, look, it gets to a certain point where Liquid do actually start feeling that momentum. I don't think we've quite reached it just yet. Couple rifle rounds in there, couple bad buys, like you said, and this next round will be one of them. But no better time, I think, than for Pipson to introduce himself with a pause. Of course, they get to talk at halftime anyway. I imagine, the conversation he had here on Pearl, very different to that.
Next round next round
right, when you're on that attack and you're trying to call it into this, it's just like, it feels like the impossible task that you're trying to achieve. And again, we had the conversation about Gentlemates in 2025 and the fact that they were in these positions.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to how many ultimates you can stockpile. And if you look at this round, right, Giant X, if they send at least Cloud and West side to the deaths, they're guaranteed 3 in the next round.
Even by last year's standards for the mate side that you're talking about, 12-1 is even further, right? And I think it is valid that you bring it up because GX had struggled to close in the past. It was that same opponent, on Bind, where they lost 10 rounds in a row, 11, sorry. So it has been something that they want to try and work on with how long the side's been together. What since
the
end of stage 1 last year, you expect it of them. Split push onto A this time. But yet to breach that choke point, and Wayne holds it down early.
Yet to breach the site, yet to even make Liquid sweat realistically. Sure, utility expended, but overall, Team Liquid still have 5 standing with barely any damage taken. In fact, if not any, as they continue to knock everyone down. Grubinho, well, he's been put to his grave as well. So with that, we look at 12-5 being the scoreline. And Giant X to come straight back in. 3 ultimates apiece on either side.
Yeah, Liquid looking rigid, but this is the round that was queued up in the timeout by Pips, and you'd imagine for how strict his methods are at times with set pieces and sticking to what works. You fully expect GX to have something here, something from the strap to just get them on around the single round that they need right now.
Full of Wayne reaction cams. He seems like such a vibe guy, you know? Yeah, seems like even at 12-5 down, he's enjoying himself.
You have to be, right? Yeah. You understand that this Liquid team, more often than not, is on borrowed time on Pearl right now, so time to jump. Give yourself a boost if you think that third map is coming up, and maybe comeback might just become a reality here.
Really nicely timed ultimate coming through, and Team Liquid tried to play off the back of it. A spray down doesn't work out, but certainly Wayne's ultimate does. So a 2 versus 3 is where Liquid find themselves.
It's an awesome combo there as well. Camo just noting through Miniboo's ult that there were players in close proximity, drops the C's, Wayne pops the ult. And that's the numbers right now for Liquid. Nat setup still propping up that left-hand side, the B site. It's a 2-on-2 though, for what could very well settle this map.
Feels like a coin flip 2v2. Could go either way. As Wayne set up by Camo. As Ara tries to play into the smoke. You shouldn't have done that, mate. That was you drawing a line in the sand. And unfortunately for Grubby, all he's going to get away with is an ultimate orb.
Yeah, GX. The one benefit to this round for them is the fact that they didn't go spending ultimates. Liquid did.
Yeah.
Every single one that they had available to them.
And that's the big win to come away with.
Exactly.
10 seconds
because
left.
Ara gets 1 step closer to his. Grubby now 2 away. And sure, the next round you're going to be in an eco. But it's the second round in front, right? The fact that we're going to be on a full rifle round as Giant X with possibly and should be 5 ults available.
That's just what we've got to keep tabs on right now, more than anything else. Because Liquid are going to get another opportunity here to build up a couple more points of their own. This is the combo that we saw. A coordinated piece from the defense, but Cloud not liking what he sees.
And I think the big aspect to this as well is if we do start to see Liquid really come back into this, a conversation about Giant X and their anti-ecos so far in this series. We can keep tabs on it.
First time in a long while, though, that we're actually going to see GX look for a B engagement. Now, Nats has an operator here. He did as of the last round, but the impact, it's right there for you. Cloud drops. GX trying to be pacey on the play. Arrow 1 off the ult. The one with the rifle. As it stands, it's going to be a kill from him in the end. And actually, a 2 versus 2 situation. The ults are up for both this time.
Yeah, and both have rifles as well. So the lockdown to buy a little breathing room for the attack, get the spike down. But look at Miniboo.
Yeah, safe plant is the one which GX opt for here, just to get that timer going. 45 seconds between them and a potential round win. And Arrow's hungry for it right here, right now.
इतना अच्छा प्ले बनाया था हेवन से प्रॉलर और वहाँ पे क्लोन करके साउंड दिया था लिंक.
Alarm bot there with the info. Arrow sliding in, low HP, and now Camo knows. Now there's a chance. Chance which is stripped away by Westside. GX get over the line in the end, not without problems.
एक मेरे को 5 अल्ट वाला राउंड देखने का था.
Interesting final map.
Yeah, it certainly does. We are going to go towards Spain, 1 apiece for either team. We'll find
Liquid घर पे जा सकते हैं chat.
On that third map.
It is possible. It is possible. Come on, Purple को second list.
I'm not gonna lie, but from you I would like to hear motivational speech because we are playing versus nuts.
Just guys, just think this could be our last game. This this for the next 2 months. So let's have fun and let's give everything. So like we have no regrets, yeah?
Doesn't sound motivated.
भाई वो तो सीधा बोला लास्ट गेम हो सकता है, एंजॉय करो। LW मोटिवेशन दो तो ये गाइस लास्ट गेम है, एंजॉय करो, कोई टेंशन नहीं, 2 महीना छुट्टी। सारे अंडरडॉग्स टीम्स क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं, जाने वाले टीम्स बाहर जा रहा है। जस्ट सिंह जेनजी जाने वाला टीम है, जस्ट सिंह। Just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Let me get a punch. Let me feel a punch. Let me get a punch. अमेरिका देखोगे सो भी देखो। हाथ दो दो। रुको मोबाइल पे हो मैं, ठीक है? Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put with the put get the pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite being my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. Cause I'm a pop love, yo, how about now, bruh? Your body with the raw to who for chat mung chuk now, ow, ow. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me, I'm full in panic. But go back for ying me, pull the proof. Me put the price, coach, I'm loose, array me roof. From poor key, pan, my pie, kaput, break a right, point, got some shoot, equal pork.
वाह इसमें से मैंने सिर्फ 3 खाई है, सिर्फ 3 मैंने खाई है। बॉट भाई आपको बर्थडे मेरा आ रहा है। You just catfish, kept it sad. But make a quantic, summer and phone the competition. For love, cause I'm the best, bruh. गाना सुनो। कैसे हो? मैं गुड हूँ, तुम लोग कैसे हो? चाहते कैसे जा रहे तुम लोग का दिन? My skin is glowing? कहाँ से है? ओह हाँ, थोड़ा मैं मेकअप नहीं लगा रही ना अभी थोड़े दिनों से। गुच्छी जा रहा। हाय म्यूटेड, क्या प्लान्स फॉर बर्थडे? मैं पति के पास टाइम ही नहीं है, घर पे हूँ मैं, कुछ प्लान्स नहीं है मेरे। मैंने बर्थडे ड्रेस तक नहीं लिया है। लो फील कर रहा मैं भी, आज साथ में लो फील करते।
Welcome back everyone to VCT EMEA Kickoff. GX throwing a bit of a spanner in the work. They managed to push this all the way to the decider. Binds coming up next. But first things first, that was such a dominant win from GX.
Yeah, because first map doesn't matter.
Like, oh yeah, true. I completely forgot about that
part
one.
of the plan. It's all
Kumar
part of the plan.
plan. Kumar पास तो कई time में plan करना।
I mean, 13-6. This just further highlights the dominance coming out from GX because especially on that first half, they were unstoppable. It was an 11-1 half coming out from their side of things.
Always I think they already kind of teed it up in the sense that Team Liquid were always going to struggle starting on the attack side on Pearl, especially with the competition that we were running. I think we're kind of expecting Miniboo and Purple to be able to just go ham on those double duelists, because you had teed it up that they should be able to overwhelm Westside because they can just dive into the site and not be affected by Westside's
Yeah, I don't know if it would fully be a lack of commitment on side of this competition in general, but I said Camo for me was kind of the focal point. Wasn't enough in terms of like pushing, probing, forcing decisions on the side of Giant X that I saw from Liquid to really put themselves in advantageous positions.
But it was also really nice to see GX's side of things, how they approach this map, specifically when it comes to some of the set plays that we were continuously seeing from them.
Yeah, so I was like writing down my little notes when I was looking at their defense, because I was like, why is it this dominant? Why is it so strong? And I think KO was a really big part in Giant X's defense. The conditioning that they were able to do with the knife on A-Main was really nice. At the very start of this round, they did it in round 6 and 7. You see Cloud lift the operator off of Ara, so that Ara's ready to take on any sort of aggression initially in the A-Main fight with the rifle, but because nothing is picked up off of the knife, it means that they can prop Ara up with the operator, and Groovy and Cloud are able to just rotate over towards the B site and be able to help assist Westside for any of that double dive action that's going on. So I think Giant X were using the KO knife in a really sensible and smart way here, not only for conditioning, but also being able to help these rotations come through so that they could be stacked towards the sites where they knew that these kind of overwhelming pushes were coming in.
For me, then, it brings the conversation back to a topic that we've had quite a lot of times.
When
it comes to the IGLing side of Nats, because we're seeing GX continuously doing this, and if like 7-0, that's what they started out with. Why wasn't there any adaptation call?
This is a weird one for me as well, because this is GX kind of going back to like back to basics in terms of their approach to the game. We're having these constant discussions around identity this year. This for me is like the most vanilla GX comp and the way that they like to play the game, right? It's drilled, it's almost like choreographed. You're talking about some of the set pieces in terms of putting rotations in place.
24 hours.
I don't know if this is
23 hours to
maybe
go.
a prep angle or something just in terms of execution.
23 hours to
really
go.
struggling with, but this one almost teed up to be a much closer affair than it was, but also something that suits Team Liquid's approach to set maps.
Yeah, I mean, going back
Baka
to being much closer
badara!
to also kind of give props to individual players.
Happy
Specifically on Liquid has been a player
to you.
able to keep some of these rounds alive as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think that something that we had discussed with Wayne was, you know, seeing this Team Liquid side move away from the Astra and back over towards the Omen, but seeing him on the Brimstone, I think he performed great on that. And I think as well, something that we were kind of missing in EMEA last year, I think is fair to say, is these primary controllers, like people that just thrive on the smokes roll and are happy and comfortable to be playing on that. And I think Wayne coming into VCT EMEA has been great on it so far.
This is probably the side of the equation when you talk about replacing Kiko, right? In some of these, I don't want to say more quirky comps, but certainly the anomalies in terms of putting Brimstones in here and there. This is actually where the focus shifts heavier on Wayne, because you feel in the side of Kiko's role within this team previously, where it's like he actually really excelled. He over-delivered when he was flexing onto smokes, whilst also kind of maintaining that duelist performance.
It's big shoes to fill.
Oh, massive,
it really is.
But Bind is our final map of today. It is a decider for both of these teams. So when it comes to GX side of things, I mean, we've talked a lot about GX and how they are comfortable with certain compositions, and it seems like they're just going to continue running that, because we're seeing the raise from the duelist, and I see you sighing, because let me guess, Sage.
Who's sighing?
Oh,
you were sighing.
I'm just looking at it again. This kind of speaks back to kind of the roots of Giant X, right? Playing that sort of Valorant. Again, I'm not massively sold. For me, it's very results driven. Sure, if this is where they're identifying that their comfort lies, Westside being the one to pick up this, again, you can kind of put them on anything and make it work.
I think the worrying thing for Giant X is, I believe it's the defense when they played this against Gentleman's, which is when they started to lose that comeback. So as long as they've ironed those issues out for me, I think I'm okay with it. I want to zone in on Team Liquid's composition though, because of course we've not seen Team Liquid play Bind throughout Kickoff just yet. I think picking up the Gecko and the Sky, again leaning into that kind of double initiator identity that they've kind of been leaning with, but I wasn't sure if they were, I wasn't sure.
Gathering and like probes and whatnot, this should be a big switch up for their approach to Bind, I think.
Yeah, I think what we really have to highlight here, however, is the importance
of
this final map, because this is it. For both of these teams, one map, one life is what you get to be able to continue your run here in Kickoff. You lose, you're done. We're not seeing you until
मेरे को
stage 1.
डीसी
You
पे
win,
वो
you continue
सुनाई
that little
देता है
bracket run
लैंग
up
बैच
against Heretics that is already
7 दोस्त के
waiting for
पैसे
you. Is it gonna be Liquid?
कहाँ लेके
Is it
जाओगे
gonna be
पार्टी
GX?
दो भाई
We're
हेलो
gonna find out as we're ready to head
6
into the
भाई
final
काश
map
दोस्त
of the series
7 तो हम
Bind
ढूंढ
with our
रहे हैं
casters, Haza and Cairo.
Can't wait to get into this one and see which version of either of these teams we are going to get. We know they've both got it in the locker, but we've only seen it in spells. For GX, it was the most recent map of Pearl. For Liquid, that sits in the back of your mind on Breeze. Can they replicate it here when it matters on Bind?
Yeah, unknown territory.
नावी TH में कौन जीता? TH baby.
What they're going to show is it's unknown territory for most of the players, but not for Nats. This is his playground. Yeah. This is where we're expecting him to really bring it.
थोड़ा एंजॉय करो
हाँ
ना
this is one of the maps that they have failed to win so far. They've played it twice against both Mates Pacific. The first game, a margin of 3 rounds. The next 2 in overtime.
versus Boo होएगा.
Do they have what it takes now to have made the improvements that
Liquid
could finally close it out and get past this Liquid side? Standing as 3 on the defense on this A site. GX closing in from showers and shot.
Yeah, 4 players strong as they look to bust out, and well, Team Liquid, most of the force is dedicated towards shot, and Ginex completely rout them out. So, with that, this may be a formality already.
One-sided affair? Never. Not happened once so far in this series.
I mean, these 2 players, Wayne and Purple, have shown their goods before.
Are you
That's true.
telling me?
It's a tough ask, though, considering the host plan utility that Ginex have already put forward.
Yeah, that's a wall, mate. So we've got smokes.
Are you telling me?
Molly, something to clear, and well, Wayne does get the first of those fights.
Yeah, this classic looks good so far this series, but as we go
screen,
he is going to get caught off. So with the amount of time left, Ginex will clean up.
A 4K from Rubinho to kick off this pistol round.
Clean pistol laga be.
In the driver's seat, at least to begin the attack half, which is the place that they want to be.
This
attack for them, for the most part, has seen little issues. It's the preferred choice for most teams on this map, whereas it's the defense that they've had troubles, and that's where they really needed to.
Mood में है. Nats का tutorial लगा यहाँ पे मैंने नींद नहीं देखा बेंच से एक हफ्ते से tutorial देखा.
FPX by 3 rifles, 2 pistols.
वैसा घूम के मारा बैग रुबिनो ने.
Dedicated towards this side for Team Liquid is a TP taken by Wayne.
This is really nice from Wayne. He's going to pick up both orbs. He already had 3 ult points from the previous, so halfway to a Brim ult in the second round, but like not bad going.
At the same time, Ginex right now are slowly exploring that B side, which is completely open to them.
Sure, look, you take what you can get, right? The ult points are there. And it's a big
तो smoke
the longer GX do take on this, there's a chance for them to get in behind.
Well, Flickless will be the canary in the coal mines, the one to identify the presence of Team Liquid's forces. And well, that will be the goal button for Ginex to take the B site. Spike going down.
Yeah, Wayne looking to maybe hold on to this space as much as possible. Floating spike there from Cloud, but eventually goes in the ground. GX anticipating this flank. They're looking out for it at the very least. And Grubby can just stop this rush with his molly quite handily.
Yeah, buys a little bit more time here as the player's just going to send it. Anyway, that's a bad flash. And Cloud able to at least get rid of Nats and rescue a rifle. Still a little bit worried here as he tries to escape. There is Wayne working on the wall. I don't know about this because he just walked right into a right click. Team Liquid still making a nuisance of themselves, making this expensive. Only 1 rifle saved by
इतना सारा guns गिरा.
Yeah, what cost
मैं मौली को क्या disrespect किया बे वो लोग ने?
GX, but Liquid have come away with almost as much as they possibly could without winning it. We spoke about the orbs at the start of the round, but then it's almost every weapon gone, so GX forced to dig into their pockets to make this bonus look possible.
So that's nearly a 3rd time that we've seen GX losing eco on the second round.
Double round. Very expensive, very expensive.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, is the question Ginex are bad at anti-ecos or Team Liquid good at ecos and being an issue?
Yeah, I mean, I have to come back to that one. Maybe there's a stat cooked up that could help decipher it, but
someone called Captain Cow.
Yeah.
कितने टाइम बाद गेको देख रहे हैं ना अपन लेकिन
Cow-shaped bat signal in the sky. We need him to deliver the goods.
Brim this match.
Keeping tabs on some of these ults that are coming up. Wayne is currently sitting 2 away.
Brim बहुत अच्छा है.
Side from a potential Sage.
Solo controller थोड़ा
Look
beat
at the comps on both sides. Some niche choices. The Gecko in play as well.
Solo भी अच्छी है लेकिन स्मोक्स अगर स्टॉल हो गए तो लग जाता है. अरे बाप रे. ये तो सेक्सी खेला.
Westside going in first.
Yeah.
He gives his life up for the cause and for information.
Saving Grace says though that Westside was just a pistol player. So the rest are well stocked.
Strong angle from Nats.
Nats bolte.
Keeps his mouse button held
Pain
down.
bolte.
And empties his mag into GX. Only arrow remaining, and with the Vandal in hand,
might just be
looking to keep this for the next one. Liquid very low on money all across the board though, so can't afford too many casualties. Ara's found a couple.
Could find more. Time is getting low, and realistically, it's about as much damage as he can do in this round at that point.
I mean, one more would have been gargantuan there. And
Astra goes in almost everywhere.
Rocked on either side of the server in terms of early finance. Everything really. We're heading into a swing round now on round number 4 really to see who
player था बहुत बात करता था.
Yeah, Liquid already feeling the
Deep questions मत पूछो.
effects of Ara doing that because for a minute he was dancing with the idea of a judge, but not to be the case. So
I think when you look at the last couple rounds as well, Liquid have been way more active in terms of testing the limits of the map and actually getting value from it, whereas GX are quite slow in their scaling. You see here, Miniboo using the Refract to just completely gut outside of Bath. And
भाई ये लोग तो disrespect कर रहे हैं बे सब कुछ.
Well, should win the fight, doesn't.
I mean, that's the thing about pushing these extremities, as if when you get towards these fights, it can be very 50-50. And if you lose out, that puts everything into trepidation in terms of how thinly split you are across the map, in terms of openings that Giant X can use against you. There is one player identified, at least by the Dizzy.
Both initiators noted by GX on this side of the map in terms of information, so understanding that they can now start to pry towards A again.
But लेकिन A पे delay है ना.
Liquid with a rotation to match this, of course. And Wayne with the ultimate and Molly to slow things down.
Very well read so far. The Molly looks good for delay, but keep an eye on Wayne using this ultimate as the players tried their best to try and get a spike down, but it's not going to work out. Rifles on the ground, so are the bodies. Team Liquid, the better of this right now.
Ooh, Warp persists for just a minute, blocks enough bullets to get Grubby the plant and healed off the extra damage.
उसका spray कितना बाप था बे.
Can't get away.
Yeah, it's still low on
पड़ी
health
कैसे
for
नहीं.
many of the players. Grubby now holding on to his own ultimate as well as the
ऐसा लग रहा था wall टूट के मारेगा वो.
So what does Cloud have? No initiation. She looks to try and I mean he's not even going to try at all. It's just
भी जाने का ना वो लोग ने कैसे नहीं देखा दोनों stall वाले वहाँ पे. दोनों initiator spot हो गया
in these last couple. And with GX finding themselves in the eye of the storm there on the site, after Wayne had impeccable timing on this util usage, there's no chance to set it up whatsoever. Can't play to any of those win
conditions. Mood mein, just saying.
And despite the early death,
thank
you. They're average. So it's just average v average.
मेरा birthday है, wish कर दो please. ऋषि भाई many happy returns of the day मेरी जान के today.
For the lower bracket though, mate. And look, whoever gets through this one in the end isn't gonna care what label you give them.
At the end of the day, as we've said before, it's not about how you win, it's if you win at this point. Because every game you play is a lesson learned. And let me tell you, both teams have had their fair share of lessons so far through these brackets.
Yeah. Miniboo hoping to use that education from the previous round to not overstep the line. From GX, it is mostly Sheriffs. Cloud still has his rifle.
I think दोनों को spot किया.
Yeah, you don't want to walk into too much trouble. Wayne another great molly, and Minibu just actually sitting in it fully. We'll take 2 kills, but
थोड़ा ज़्यादा के लिए
short-handed on the A site here, especially after the res comes through.
Yeah, and the seekers.
भाई क्योंकि उसके पास ult है क्योंकि उसके पास ult है
Camo does get shot out, and GX understanding that all of the players with blue jerseys on their backs are in backside right now.
Who's Camo off to?
Planted.
Camo, I mean, in saying that, is sort of second-guessing the potential of a flank coming in. Nice pit here from Nats to just flood out into the site and build a bridge, a cornerstone which Liquid can try and make the most of here in their retake attempt. Wingman to go onto the spike and perhaps cause a little bit of panic here for GX, but very quickly dealt with, and there's a molly to counter here from Flickless as well.
Nice team. Fine.
Time starting to run down, as you say, and with their noses to the grindstone.
Oh shit!
That's now missing. The illusion of safety
मेरा
is lost.
brain lag हो गया बे मैं बोला
back in front.
रेस किया ult मार फिर उसने ult मारा मेरे को लगा ये ult मारेगा फिर देखा कि ओह brain lag.
Even out the numbers. And Team Liquid on that second guessing themselves, the fact that they were ready, like you could see Camo already starting to move away.
इसके साइड में वही तो brain lag हो गया माफ करो.
At the same time though.
What do you think? NV bench inspire.
This final post plan, the way that Giant X once again were playing off one another.
Nice, Cloud! Nice, Cloud! Good job!
Find the weak point and break it.
I think very nice, very nice.
Still, some of the ults that we've got, the cycle is brutal at this point in time, and you're just waiting to see one of these teams really get the better of it.
जिनजी का गेको प्लेयर वाला वो सब नाम याद नहीं रहता.
Control at the start of the rounds. Very common default for an attack side to just be prodding here early.
ये लोग एक इन्हीं के साथ info कैसे लेंगे? That is the question.
Liquid either. I mean, they've just not got the money to do it.
It's the fact that it's been so back and forth between the two. The fact that you're, I mean, it wasn't a complete blow by, but the fact you're able to keep your opponents honest in that last round, GX, with not the best, is probably good. That's a good entry as well, so Ara caught off guard.
Nice shot from Miniboo, but a little bit sloppy with the use of the Trailblazer there. Seekers coming out for the defense for Liquid this time, identifying just Cloud towards B, but actually with the other one now heading down Sand, they finally start to realize it is an A push where the spike's currently standing.
ult ने एक्चुअल में बेट क्या पता है? World City से A जाना चाहिए था.
Far off, but not quite connecting. So we head into post, and you can see already.
Sky Cult ऐसे दिखाया कि तीनों B पे
है. Thinking about Grubby as well though here, and when that 1v1 does pop up, Molly and ult available. He's the late win condition.
This is a great ultimate to come back in. The initiation even better. Westside turning the flash. Doesn't quite net him any kills, but it's up to Grubby, who's already used his ultimate and his molly. Ends up being a little bit expensive, but it will net Team Liquid around.
Yeah, I mean, just didn't feel like there was a plan B there. Everyone else, all hands on deck on site.
Sky इतना pressure में भी एक मारा लेकिन.
Between the two, ends up spending the ult and they don't get the round.
What do you think about Demon Johnny? Crazy, wow.
Nice edge, like we said. Liquid very happy to...
I'm glad that we are, all of us is locked in. I'm calling the round around Viper ulti, no one knows. I used it last round.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a miscommunication there for them, but...
Oh my god, I think we are cooked.
I mean, as long as they keep picking up rounds on this defense, maybe we end at like a 6-6.
Huh?
Even 5 rounds to 7, Liquid gonna be happy.
I just need to be careful of Ara's
showstoppers. Deep locked in है क्या सब लोग?
Exactly what he's looking to play off for. It's not too bad, and still Team Liquid with Miniboo are able to come out with a few kills in front. Spike still recollected and finally put on the floor by Nats. So with that, Team Liquid very quickly will end this round.
Yeah, it was a play through the TP from
if Gaff Marna had a round.
If Miniboo hindered his own teammates' ult there, Camo's Thrash or not, but it was superfluous to the end result.
Where's Flickless off to?
It may matter not. Wayne is on the
direct
case.
Liquid
now, the next to break an advantage here.
Team Liquid so far have been able to
games Sunday. ये तो title में पता चलेगा ना.
This is very nicely done by Purple in the end to at least deny. Yeah.
अरे लॉल हो गया थोड़ा सा.
Hinda kind of just drops in on everyone, right?
Yeah.
But fact of the matter is, you say only a couple rounds before GX.
Same आपके जैसे गला. Language.
Look at the timeline. Liquid have 4 from the last 5.
Chat close जा रहा है. कोई भी जा सकता है घर पे.
3 rounds picked up were the pistol round and the eco. So when it comes to the rifles, they have been a level above right now. Not going to see too many of those.
Technically देखा जाए इतना stall है.
What did GX try and reset, try and talk about here?
I think they just need 2 more rounds.
For me, it feels like when GX press that go button, right, let's hit the site, let's go. That's where Team Liquid are really catching them off guard on that initial execute.
Who are you supporting, NV or EG? Both.
That's plenty to talk about. I'm sure he'll know this time.
Minibu पहले कौन से टीम में था? TH.
No plans built around that one, of course, but there is a Viper ult up on the GX side with Flickless, and you can see Ara's bought a Bucky as well.
ये Neon कितना dominate कर रहा है? इस तरह मेरा रेस को भी हल्का 2-4 नेट दे दे रोहित भाई.
Not using and abusing them as
मैं
much as
उसका alt
possible.
buff कर दो भाई और कुछ नहीं चाहिए.
That
is true.
Alt buff कर दो. Radius ना 3 गुना ज़्यादा कर दो. और आर पार लग सकती है alt एकदम ऐसा कुछ.
Still.
2 rockets भी दे दो please.
There's one of the teams that's using them more than anything. It
गांड
actually would
फटती
be
चाहिए
Liquid,
रेस के
to be
बाद alt
honest.
करके.
And Nats specifically, who right now is taking this brawl in the
भाई लोग
octagon.
एक और राउंड में क्या स्पीड डीके सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन कर रहे
Finding himself a little pocket in which he hasn't been cleared. Brilliant! Still can't get any more though, as he's forced onto his shot. And Ara with just a bucket will not find a whole lot.
वो जिंदा है.
Flawless, end zone flawless for Team Liquid.
First flawless of this map, I think it's fair to say, because honestly, with how back and forth the rounds have been, if Liquid can now actually just keep on from this and end the half in a convincing fashion,
old boomboard भी दिया तो कुछ नहीं. Old boomboard सिर्फ वो damage भी nerf हुआ और वो भी हुआ ना.
We all knew that they weren't going to turn that one on its head.
Range भी nerf किया.
But what they were able to do
पहले
was
कितना
build up a
buff
little
था
bit of
बेरे
confidence to now
सोचा जाए
take
तो.
into this last map, but they look much the better team in these rifle rounds.
It seemed like a bit of relief for Lohan there in that coach reaction. Right now, same sort of execution all through shot for the players of Giant X, and Wayne even forced out of lamps, so a confirmation through the Trailblazer will allow Team Liquid to rotate all here, so it's 10 players on the east side of the map.
GX have this pit in post, but they choose to use it's a different question, and actually Miniboo is flanking around.
Bro,
but
actually
post-plant has
blue
been
flank.
an issue so far.
Whoa. Nice utility, nice initiation. The rifle work excellent on either side, and it's going to end up with
बाप रे. Flank का जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ा बे. वो लोग ready नहीं थे PUBG के लिए.
With that prismatic phantom.
I think double blind दिया क्या? हाँ रे, double blind दिया.
Anywhere he goes, you expect the magic to follow, and for as much as we were saying that his fragging had somewhat struggled over Kickoff so far, just see how Binks now as they're really starting to lift this level up.
Finally,
क्यों मेरे गोट को किल दिया था भैया जी?
The final form for Team Liquid, right when they need it, right when it comes to the money time.
भाई 7-5 तो करना पड़ेगा. वैसे वो लोग का अल्ट रोटेशंस है. सबका अल्ट आ रहा है लिक्विड में. 5 राउंड मिलेगा कि नहीं पता नहीं.
Finally, really reaching his form.
Miniboo has been flanking since minute 1 here, so GX are backed into a corner. He's on the op, so could get weird. And there's a few players walking through the cave, so slow to check this. Maybe GX do expect a player moved up.
Seems to be the case with how slow they're moving, but Arrow's operator doesn't even get a shot off. So not Arrow's, sorry. Miniboo's operator doesn't get a shot off. And Grubinho identified as a late lurk. Where does this spike go? Because Giant X are questioning themselves. Starting to head back towards A, actually, and it's the perfect call as Liquid go lunging through the teleporter. They've left Nats exposed. He's the only one here. Yeah, but Cloud has been left all alone and died to that. So Nats 1v3, nearly a chance to deny. He goes in with a shot, denies the spike. Not going to mean all too much.
अभी रेस भी नहीं है.
The thing that GX are without right now is numbers, and still Grubby only on a sheriff is isolated from his teammate. The fact that Grubby does have the molly up though is the most important part. Looking to try and get a clean fight with the sheriff, can't do it. You can see Fleckless looking to retreat. The player's moving through his pit, looking for him, and that molly might have just given away his spot. It has. The wingman trying to get a work, but it can't get anything done. So Grubby now line up to try and deny more. That's a brilliant shot. Can he look for anything better? He can't. Where's the molly? It's landed at the wrong time, so Team Liquid continue their streak of rounds.
Like
1,000 years waiting for that one to drop from the sky, and even then, Popo, plenty of time and space to take it through in the end. GX doing decent here to make it as close as it ended up being, but still, Liquid...
Molly failed?
The thing that I don't like about this round is that Cloud tried to go one step further, right? Rather than just deploying the Seekers, he'd already got what he wanted, rotated two players across.
शादी उसको congratulate कर दो. वाह वाह
वाह. The next Team Liquid with more ultimates than their opponents, and this is pretty aggressive from Manibu. Refract is active. Edge of the smoke, waiting for the time on the dog, gets it and gets out. Arrow down.
रेस तो देना पड़ेगा. वॉल रेस से देना पड़ेगा शायद.
Second round in a row. GX without their outlet here and spending heavy on the ults just to bring it back on his feet. Yeah, show of force from Team Liquid away from the Viper's pit to show that they're well stocked here and there's nowhere to go if you're Giant X.
अब उसके पास अल्ट है भाई, लग गए बे. यार ये चीज के लिए सेकंड मैप जीते हैं लोग.
Things in the mid round now, feeling the rhythm of the game, fighting the weak arm of the push. And the ults mean nothing on the GX side. Seekers to confirm what we already knew, and actually Nats is just going to wrap the full way around here. Yeah, the map getting smaller and smaller as Manibu has to escape through the stacks, and still these smokes proving an issue. Yeah, it's like GX are spending more and more utility, more ults, more of these tools, but not gaining any ground for it. The key characteristic of this map is obviously the teleporters, but I thought for a minute Giant X were going to go for that. Defense. Instead, it's going to be a save call and Liquid up to 8. Even then, the late positioning of Nats plays Joker to all of this, and he might just be hunting down a few
आप Twitch पे stream क्यों नहीं करते like other people? क्योंकि आप भी मेरा membership तो नहीं ले रहे हो like other people. हाँ? काश दोस्त वाला.
And do you think 9-3 is enough if that is the worst case scenario? I mean, 9-3 from whose perspective? From GX's perspective, is the 3 rounds enough? Probably not.
Thanks by app language.
At the very
like
least,
other people.
Like 4 rounds, but even then, like we said, the attack biases that we've seen on this map in the past, like I just don't feel too confident. Even with West Side on the stage here as well, a little bit more of the stop.
कल प्रीमियर में हो ये तो कल ही पता चलेगा ना मर्सी भाई. बोलता हूँ मैं.
End off the half. It starts with Ara getting in and amongst it, but Minibu follows it up by dropping the spike.
Yeah,
and the smokes though.
मजाक सेट कर. 9 राउंड लिक्विड जीता है, लेकिन 10 राउंड मिनीबू ने वहाँ पे पुश किया.
But in the wrong place.
और पनिश नहीं हुआ.
Liquid hamstrung for just a moment. But GX still the ones that have to roll their sleeves up here without the spike. It's a 3-on-3.
जी का कभी है? सुबह.
From Manibu, his position is absolutely crucial. Here comes the rocket. Ara trying to breathe this GX side back to life. It's Cloud instead, perhaps, but Wayne still with an opportunity, which he can't fully seize. Now
मारना तो पड़ेगा, मारना तो पड़ेगा.
Here's the steps, can't find the shots. Grubby gives them 4 at the very least. GX hanging in this one. but not by much. Yeah, there's a real lifeline to take into the second
half.
half.
Silver hoop. Lobby plat आ रहा है, समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या करूँ. मारो plat और लगो, तभी तो confidence आएगा.
Will they be able to close it out? We'll find that out after a short break.
Good night, bye. रात के लिए मंगा के तो रखना पड़ेगा.
Red Bull gives you wings.
आज कोई सुपर चैट नहीं हुई, ना लाइक्स हुई. जस्ट सिंग ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? अनुभव तेरे पे ही अभी सब कुछ. ले ले मेरा मैटर अपना हाथ में. रेडिएंट फैन बंगवा 2 गेम तो रही हो. हाँ बंगवा में इमोर्टल हूँ. मेरे लॉबी में सारे ब्रॉन्ज प्लेयर आ रहे हैं. सनक आया. एक तो बार बार मुंह पे किटकट दिखा दिखा के ना भूख लग जाता है कभी कभी. We're shooting hard now. This is getting better. दादा माझा कल बर्थडे होता. प्लीज विश कर की मैसेज नहीं करू शकलो काय. बाय द वे लव यू दादा. लव यू सो बाय मेनी 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 हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द बिलेटेड बर्थडे. लव यू मेरे जान. किटका देख के किसको भूख लगती है भाई? मेरे को. How are you so dedicated, constantly streaming every day? Great work, sir. Love you too, sir. Thank you.
Extent that they had, obviously didn't get to be able to play an Ascension with the team, but with that being said, finding himself a spot on Team Liquid, a team with a lot of prestige in the region. It's about him living up to that prestige now.
Imagine second map इतना dominate करके third map पे गंदा तो नहीं खेले. तो वो है कि नहीं counter ही नहीं कर पा रहे. मिनीबू हर बार push कर हर बार.
Of the right work ethic to make this happen. That's what Liquid are all about this year. And throughout the grind, they are looking to find the pistol. They could just push it out of reach, but actually GX with numbers on B.
Much needed pistol भाई. अब भी एक close जाएगा.
Just cannot breach.
अब भी एक close जाएगा. अभी जैसे खेले तो comeback कर भी सकता है.
This would be 5-1 in terms of pistols. But that's not been the problem, as we've already spoken about.
I mean, look, if we just played it on pistols, who knows?
SNL का matches कब है इसके बाद?
I think we'll just stick with triple elimination.
Is it defensive map? Yes, sir.
Any extra rules?
Yeah.
As you say, this one's still not done yet. They know about the one-player hookah, but Nat's still undetected here.
Yeah, but he's given away his position. Yeah, with the molly. Still is both players trying to work on their own. It's
much
divide
needed.
and conquer for Giant X. Yeah. Spike in no man's land. And this a formality.
Eco ना हो जाए बस बाकी सब चल.
With 3 kills on the round, he's gonna make it 4 before the bell tolls and GX.
अल्टॉर्प क्यों ना इनिशियल पुश में नहीं लेते क्योंकि एग्जीक्यूट रहता ना. और तुम लोग अल्टॉर्प लोगे और फिर एग्जीक्यूट कर लेंगे तब तक रोटेशन आ सकती है. लेकिन जब डिफॉल्ट खेलते हैं ना तब एटलीस्ट लेना चाहिए.
We saw him finding a little bit more success with that op on the last map. And already on an outlaw here, nice and early to see what he can get done.
Yeah, and well, GX are 5-1 in pistols. Team Liquid are 3-2 on second round. So yeah, let's just watch how this one plays out.
आज नहीं watch party है रात को.
Information from Cloud's flash means that it's an orb for Ara and some early line control.
1 HP.
No rotations have arrived on the A site yet, as GX are now fully aware of what Liquid are trying to do here with the guns they have. Miniboo's on 1 with his Bucky, by the way, so lucky to find anything, really.
One enemy remaining.
This is probably the most convincing we've seen from Giant X on a second round.
Smoke's down.
It's really off to.
I mean, at this point, who knows
who cares? What can he do with this Bucky? Second TP taken perhaps into showers?
I think और
One
लेने
HP Bucky clutch. Have you ever seen this before?
Don't think I'll ever will, to be honest, mate.
I was gonna say, if he got one more there, if arrow rounds
कैसे बग वो सब बढ़िया
been employed by Daft Punk there to promote their single around the world. Like, come on, what's
अब सीन ऐसा है कि लिक्विड को जीतने का अगर बोनस जीत गया GX तो फिर oh my god heavy troubles heavy
I'm right there with you. I hate that you've called Daft Punk.
I know, it's awful, isn't it? It's
अच्छे
absolutely
से जीतना पड़ेगा ज़्यादा अगर नहीं गिरा
But there you go.
that is the task
Rifle rounds, most importantly on this map, have
ये
gone the
लोग बस
majority
delay
of the
बहुत
way of
ज़्यादा है
Team Liquid.
Sage
So
Walls
now
Lord
Giant X need to prove to us
Spit
they have
Molly
got what it
Nade
takes on this
Boomy
bonus
Bot
to at least pose an issue.
kind of problems they can create. Early wall from
By
west side
VCT
leaves a bit
players
of a
are
gap
better
for
than
Arrow here,
Radiant.
so it's more of a distraction than
I
anything
mean
else.
they are Radiant with a little
Just
bit of
confirming it.
discipline.
Only Wayne on the other side in sand. The brunt of this push is towards long, and while Miniboot didn't feel like he was going to fully commit to the site there, just looking for a duel, can't win it. Early advantage for GX.
They'll take it.
Language Pratham bhai. Hey, spam wars.
Not one that's so pretty.
Like Purpo just finds
Spam
the
wars jeet gaya be.
strangest kills. No traces on that either. Cloud was spamming with the Phantom.
Grubby also looking to make the map smaller, but a 1 versus 1 versus Nats is one which he'll come out on top of.
Yeah, that's a huge win for Grubby. He knows that he has the safety of space to pick up the orb as well.
But he's still all alone on this side of the map.
He is. And what a round it would be if GX could pick it up. A bonus here. Has a molly. He can delay the plant maybe a little bit more than anything else. Wants to find a position of safety.
30 seconds left.
I think he's found
मार
it.
सकते हैं
One again, and the headshot will connect onto Wayne. He doesn't find the kill, so goes 3-on-3 in this situation.
Yeah, better weapon, a different scenario, but at this moment in time, Giant
Walking
X
करके मारा
split
बे
up,
उसको.
and it looks as if majority of the force is towards CT.
Arrow the only
एक city, एक heaven,
flanking
एक
as
flank.
it stands. Team Liquid encroached upon from his position, forced to rescope but finds the kill. Showstopper online and now a chance to constrict and compound the pain for Liquid. Westside 3 of his own, and we are within one.
Very quickly how things can
Oh
turn.
shit.
Bonus
Chat abhi
converted.
8-8.
Team Liquid now in a very difficult position.
Oh, shit.
Economy-wise, the ultimate's not really built up either. And GX going to give a real opportunity to send it forward. The relief on Lohan's face will surely turn to
वेल्ड यहाँ से किस
disarray since the
रीजन
second
के
half
लिए
has started.
क्वालिफाई हुई
He's
थी
very quick on the
बंग्स
trigger.
भाई एनए के लिए हुई थी जो रात को मैचेस होता है ना उसके लिए हुई थी तो वो लोग अभी विनर ब्रैकेट में है
I think Liquid on their attack halves in general.
अमेरिका's वॉच पार्टी है रात को
I think it would be fair to say because with a new lineup, it's always the most difficult to try and rectify. I feel like on the defender side, sometimes the roles, the reactions, they figure themselves out. Nat's always been very good at calling that, whereas here, it's a stress test against the GX side, which now with a bonus under their belt, showing signs of life in rifle rounds, which we've not seen. Renewed confidence, pushing the limits. Grubby there, finding big value on the last.
Root streamer right there, language.
It's actually, funnily enough, right, you're talking about like attack sides and defense side win rates. It's actually the defense which has been poorer.
और कितनी रात बाकी है रात को है भाई नाइट
It's
मार्केट
incredible to see considering this map so far.
It sort of speaks to what I'm saying as well. This is where you're expecting Liquid to really get things going, but where GX have placed most of their focus, and as I said before, was on the defensive side.
I love it. पता नहीं why I am Heartset Silver.
It's where they certainly showed improvements against Pacific, but still did end up losing those last few rounds and couldn't close it, as we saw they had difficulties on the last. Just have to keep tracking it, as Liquid can't offer us the best of vibes from their timeout here.
Plus defense.
Oh, shot just goes inches away from connecting to a head.
क्या scene?
You can see the scale.
Group with no ult be possible.
So far. Yeah. As it's West Side from very far away to try and get a couple kills, and well, he's successful now.
Nice shot from West Side. All goes up
here as well.
My
God.
Wants a little bit more, and he's going to find
it. My God.
3 players scalped on the Liquid side. Flash in his face, and actually Nats is profiting from it on finding Flickless, but West Side's still going. Nats isn't there to deny this one, so a chance to find all 5. Just about going to get it. Yeah, not with a little bit.
Ace मारा लेकिन aura minus हुआ. ऐसे कैसे?
But we can ignore the last one.
Huh?
Like it'll go down in the books as an ace regardless. The king of headshots is finding all 4 of those before he just confirms
that.
And the big thing here after
8-8.
this round is we come out all even with both teams on a rifle round. Lohan would have been emphasizing the game plan for this next one.
Let's go, buddy! Let's go, buddy!
Oh shit chat 8-8 भाई ये लोग एक्शन में हार सकते हैं लिक्विड भाई ऑप भी है इतना डिले भी है
we know how much of an emotional leader Nats can be but you know who's
भाई टफ है भाई सिंगल टू दूसरे साथ कुछ करना भी
getting them back into this game because for as commanding as his speeches can be sometimes you just need a little lift and I'm waiting to see it happen. Chance for Aaron to strike here early. Not going to land the shot. No, it did.
चलेगा.
No, he does, but it gets
info मिला लेकिन.
Yeah.
No spam था.
Both players on the end of that engagement healed off and with no shields left. But still, Team Liquid want to go back and try and force the issue here.
Yeah, GX have brought an extra member over. 5 versus 3. A chance for
It's time to execute लेकिन 3 बंदे हैं इधर.
Actually, Grubby, the timing couldn't be worse because he's cancelled that rotation.
Oh shit.
Well, Team Liquid successful so far in the initial entry into the site.
And the Seekers
identifying players trying to hide within the smokes. Still Cloud able to stay alive, but not much for longer. As Ara once again tries to play at the tricks that the other players were doing. That res could be huge. Still though, it not cleared in the corner, right beside each other, and finally they'll clear that out. But it's onto the spike that's most important. A smoke drop to spam good, and a 1 versus 2 for Westside to try and clutch, which he'll be unsuccessful in.
Yeah, okay, sure. Winning that one with a wild spray in the end. I'm not a fan of those smokes on site, honestly, from Wayne. It just gave so much room for GX to play around here. Arrow was in that smoke for so long. Miniboo gets this. He's like, oh, actually, wait, there is someone there. When he turns, it gets traded. It's bottom of the barrel. Let's be real. But Liquid
have kept themselves in front just about for now. Full diffuser था तो भी वो नहीं आ पाता था. Well, a round is a round, लेकिन.
But a slow start, one which
round is a round.
Team are willing to let the other do the work.
Blinded.
Waiting to see what happens.
This was a classic Mickey Meow round. Mickey Meow
could be huge. GX with some money beneath them, but not an infinite supply. Liquid need this one more than they do. Trying to clear long. Miniboo seeing if he can get in behind, maybe an opportunity to fly ahead of the curve and find the sky player.
Execute वापस. अबे wall बना के खड़ा रहेगा उसके ऊपर या कैसे हो देखना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's the exec ultimates that Team Liquid have here to make this site theirs. I mean, majority of the players for the defense is here, and the Thrash used first, and Grubby put out of position as Nats goes one better. All the ultimates thrown in, and it's basically a formality at this point.
Well, everyone's already dead, and then the ults go in, so Liquid maybe not maximizing their distribution of them there, and actually with the spike plant denied, maybe there was a moment for things to get interesting. Half of the course, Liquid make it through.
इसके बाद कौन सा मैचेस है रात को है
business end of this match.
3 राउंड दूर है ये लोग डिफेंस में हैं।
You look at what was used there,
बेसिक तो हो रहा है बे सेक्सी वाला।
I mean, what? Orbital strike.
I mean, it's 4
चले यार,
to
round
take
से
the
है,
side.
अभी
It just really
advantages
feels
है और
like
क्या?
way more than you would ever need in that situation. I guess that's the thing, right? How many reps do they have with this exact comp on this map? If we've gone to a decider with how this veto was
ऐने
set
करोगे
up,
ये तो
I
रात
mean,
को
it's
पता
not
चलेगा
only
ना
that, like, I could understand if you chucked all those ultimates into a round where the defense maybe had a potential bad buy on the next. It's a swing round, sure you want to send it, but yeah, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, and that could be a deciding factor as
11-8
we
भी
see
समझो
the
ना
ultimates come
चलता है।
back online for Giant
डिफेंस
X.
है, डिफेंस
like
में
I said,
कुछ
Liquid
भी
do
हो
have
सकता
some
है।
slight money troubles, but they've got a couple of really rich players.
अर्ली पिक मिलने का
Nance is
चांसेस वो लोग का है
up
ना।
to 8k at this point in time, whereas others were just scraping to get by. Grubby, the poorest in the server, and yeah, now
Calling तो है बे
GX's
नाट्स का
buy
लेकिन
could be
कुछ भी
broken
बोलो।
if they end up losing this
ऐसे
one.
इतना कलम रहता
potentially.
पता नहीं।
Ara has the op out again, and once more he will reprise his role in showers.
There is this time an opponent to find, one being Camel. He should have the utility to clear the position of the operator.
He's playing a patient game. Miniboo, on the other hand, is diving in head first at any opportunity that beckons him to do so, because he's been consistently receiving
जा रहे हैं, they have to fight against
actually with the regen shield.
Spit.
Miniboo did have an operator.
Nade.
Did you switch out for a rifle that you had stashed?
Up.
I guess so, right? Just drops it on the ground.
Brim भी आ गया।
The biggest thing here is that if Liquid do want to lean into an A-site execute, Ara still has all of the showers control. It's fully one-dimensional, this.
Oh, well, the smokes are in, and I mean, nobody really challenging the spike
अरे वो
attempt. You can
shower
see
नहीं है
Kawhi
रे।
thinking about it, but he ends up getting his life cost. So the spike to be reattempted, and Flickless thinking, what about the idea of swinging out?
लेना तो पड़ेगा shower।
Trying to cut Ara out of position. Molly denied it at the first chance. Flickless still hanging around here.
भाई क्या मार रहा है?
Viper's pick goes in, so that's going to be the foundation in which the attack can make this post plant work.
हाँ?
One ult which was left up for them, and it might just be the one which seals this round. Cairo,
Lucel kills दिया बे।
no. Maybe an opportunity for them to just get away with the saved guns. It's just Westside to do it in the end.
Oh. You can see straight away
Bro,
Team Liquid want to
क्या
run this
मारा
down.
बे?
This is an important rifle to try and
Cross
save. Westside stands up to the forces of Team Liquid,
Well,
but stand no longer.
it's time out time,
It's up to
baby.
11 for the attack, and ends on flawless.
Yeah, and with this round now behind us, the previous doesn't feel anywhere near as hefty in terms of those ultimates invested. It was literally just the pit from Nats there, which, as we know from the one clip that we got earlier, he likes to try and build around. As soon as they get to that position, I mean, these kills
Clean
from
जीत रहे
Miniboo
बे।
are just
Feel भी नहीं हो रहा ना कि ऑफ पे और वो सब।
more predicting where players are going
और
to
उन
be
लोगों को
than
इतना
anything
जल्दी आ
else
गया
on
था
the
ऑफ।
pre-fire.
अभी तक feel अरे?
No, the
ये टाइम आउट खत्म क्या? कुछ बचा नहीं है क्या?
It's looking
Jake's
like
का
the
दोनों टाइम
defense
आउट
with
खत्म।
the economy in tatters if they lose this. Team Liquid with a real opportunity to win the map here and now. Make their opponents
रात
be
का मतलब कितना बजे?
on pots
3:30।
and pans, be on the lesser buy.
Yeah. I mean, is there another twist in the tail, or does this end as it looks like we were expecting? GX with a trap piece, flash for Ara's contact.
रे।
Just
बाप रे, टाइमिंग लेके मारा उसने
Once
ऑफ
again,
शॉट।
Miniboo buying up that operator and having a
क्लोज था
stashed
लेकिन
rifle.
क्लोज।
Part of the game plan for Team Liquid, and with that orb dropped, I'm wondering,
Drop
does
भी नहीं,
GX start
फेंक
to think
दिया है
this
वो।
is going to be A. There's pings going out and there's rotates coming over.
Yeah, it looked like Flickless was trying to body block it for an
अब
extra
क्या
angle
हो
here. I don't
गया?
think he's got the
मैं
gap
बोल
he
रहा
was
था देश
looking
भाई
for, though.
बिल्किदी की आईडी से भी
Still
खेल
stable,
सकते
this push a little
इतनी
longer.
कंसिस्टेंट यूसी कैसे?
Utility is somewhat good, and you've got to be looking at
Lag
close
होता है भाई
seekers. The
कभी-कभी।
players try and fight forward. That's the spike on the ground. Team Liquid
करो
maybe a
और
little bit
disrespect
too
करो
eager
spit को।
to try and take space, and well, those seekers are going to be used. It's Giant X. Hold
करो।
on.
Nats and Camo, what have you got for us? Not a whole bunch. It's up to the captain now, who's been so good on buying. Won't be good enough to win this out. Giant X answer straight back.
And that's 22 and 12 right now, but even his heroics will not be enough to give Liquid any more than the 11 rounds.
ये ऑल छोड़ रहे थे वही बराबर था वैसे.
Fun interaction there actually with the dash in the site. Another player stood on Westside's wall, stopped it from fully forming and letting him boost up on the back of the RV there. But the difference here really, and similar to what GX were doing really well last year, is just dumping that utility
or 12 minutes matters the most.
Actually having some fight back where it feels like before they were giving up so much space for free.
Yeah, and next if Flickless can get
Why fighting with
that's the Viper's
Spike with Halls?
So the spacing of the
मतलब जब तक Halls में fight और Spike वाला ऐसा बैठे रहे. Hey, do one thing. Halls clear करो, side clear करो, फिर मैं आता हूँ plant करने.
Your opponents and have a ace up the sleeve.
एक साथ ही fight
get closer and closer.
और वाइपर का हुक्का लॉन्ग की बॉल देके लॉन्ग पे और डालना चाहिए वो लॉन्ग पे स्मोक कर रहे हैं उसकी जगह ब्रिम को
value from long control here. Ara's in two minds, doesn't know whether he wants to fight.
प्रीमियर वाला कुछ बोला क्या है?
And it's for good reason. Liquid anticipating this, but not Camo's casualty. A death on A. Initiators trying to make something.
इधर वाइपर A और B दोनों संभाल रहा है.
Goes checking on the B side, which now could very soon be.
Dual control ले नहीं पा रहे वाइपर स्मोक की वजह से.
Won't last forever here for Flickless.
No, they won't, and it seems if Team Liquid have ideas about where they want to go, Nat shots go awry, and now the attack forced to go elsewhere towards Westside.
Yeah, Westside just has to stay alive as long as possible.
Well.
Into the bin backside.
It's all up to him. He looks like he wants to take this fight, and this is Westside's side. As he looks to hold it down. Time low, and absolutely no chance to get this fight down.
Shot.
Razor sharp from Westside. GX making this a one-round game again with 10 of their own. Flickless doing a much better job at marshalling the situation on short in these last couple between the anchors.
Sit down, guys, sit down! In the game, of course.
Fourth map चाहिए.
Just making sure there was no confusion there.
क्योंकि वो लोग बैठे हुए हैं. मैं समझ गया था.
This Liquid side up.
Yeah, they'll definitely sat. And again, that ultimate conversation comes into play.
Liquid
He has his res
it's match point for GX.
Have really been forced back, and Liquid have been trying a lot towards that side of the map, but it's conditioned, it's worked out in their favour.
First time that we've actually seen Liquid use the space, but GX going back. Flickless losing the duel on short this time, a key component to success in the previous few rounds.
There's players here though in which to work and
language Sabatron.
Spoke about before. Westside so sharp, he'll take out Wayne trying to swing out from short.
Cloud even random Miniboo in the process. Ara undetected.
Shit.
And just like that, GX is set up to tie this game. Purpo out on the B side.
1 second.
Someone's hit the TP there. I don't
know what's going on.
Nats is choked out of position. Picks up a new gun, and he's going to be able to fell Ara. Oh, that's all going on, but the decay has him dead, and now it's got to be Purpo. 1v4, finds the first, stops the defuse. The hands of Cloud were busy, but not any longer. GX still alive in this game.
3 in a row for the defense. Can they go one step further? What is going on? They do have their second timeout if they do want to go and use it. Yeah, and it feels like this would be a good time.
Looks like we're gonna see it. I'm just loving the re-aggression here, constantly, consistently. From GX, not being afraid of counter-fighting, but again, I guess...
लग गए शायद बाय नहीं कर सकते हैं और फिर आरा का रेस आ रहा.
Yeah, and I think as well, the thing that I love about GX is just the confidence to try and push these smokes, push these angles that you wouldn't expect, but
having the quality to back up, for instance, West Side on that
Binks
literal,
smoke के अंदर खड़े होने पे
away from the smoke,
flash
being
हो
able
सकता है
to
क्या?
collect ahead. Who else would you put in
अगर
that
smoke
position
के अंदर
and
तेरे
be
मुंह पे
confident
blind
he's
आया तो
going to
हो
win
सकता है.
on such a small moment? I mean, with West Side running hot and the rest now starting to reach that level. And something we've said about GX a lot of the time, at least from their compositions, is that they just don't give themselves
attacking map
a
बोल
high
रहा था,
enough ceiling,
language.
but it's the individuals always that have made this team look
कौन
exciting.
बोल रहा था attacking
Some of the
map?
names that they picked up from, you know, tier 2 in the last year, Ara, Flickless, and you know, even
Force
Westside
कर
as
लिया
well
लौटे
at the
लग गए.
start
Oh
of Kickoff.
my.
How much they've
Oh
grown to
my
now challenge
God.
this Liquid side.
Oh my
We sit 2
God.
rounds away.
ओ या फिर ये ओटी या फिर जीजी है. दो ही ऑप्शन है अभी. या फिर ओटी या फिर जीजी है.
A buy that they have out of the timeout. It's the first time we see both teams really put a priority on showers instead.
Ara wanted that orb. He does have the showstopper. One kill would be enough instead.
You just know Miniboo's going to pre-fire this corner.
Oh yeah, you can see.
So many of these kills that he's picked up. It's just tempting fate at this point.
I like this from Giant X. Deposit the pit, make sure there's not an angle in which to work with. Force the players through
अरे
the
बाप
angle
रे
you want
नसीबा.
them to be in.
Ara actually flipping the script this time, and now it looks like all stations go for Liquid. Caught on the spam. Purpo able to pick up the kill through.
They played them like a piddle. They played them like a piddle.
Shoulder the burden. GX maybe just slipping away at the finish line here as Liquid look most likely to take 12.
With the spike down and 5 players alive, it is going to be Team Liquid with the ultimate advantage to close this out. Cloud and Westside have to come back in. One flash and a full Sage Bell.
Westside's just walling himself up, saying, you know what, give me a fight because I will win it. Liquid not willing to do that. 4 members in short right now. The last one left was Miniboo. And detached from the pack, he's going to find Westside immediately. Cloud is the final one.
OT.
Shouldn't be for too much
Clear cut
longer
OT.
if Miniboo has his way with things, which he won't. But
Clear cut OT.
And with that, Cloud able to keep a rifle into the next. It won't really matter in terms of
Miniboo won the round MVP. नहीं Sky.
The only chance to win out this match.
Sky ने info दिया ना. Sky का dog Brim ने थोड़ा Brim को position spotted था.
Just about keeping the rifle there before the buzzer goes. This was clinical from Liquid. Bided their time, waited
info
for a
मिल
gap.
गया रेस का. वो मर गया. 5 बंदे लोग ने spam मार दिया.
Focusing on that area. And as the coaches watch intently onwards, it's a 1-round shootout. First opportunity for Liquid to take this series move on to next week.
One bullet in the chamber.
Time to hunt.
But the opportunity is one where you feel like Liquid should have the goods to close in. Look at Miniboo. He's looking to try and find a player. He'll get it.
Oh,
It's not a fight he
shot,
wants to
be.
take. Flickless wins out, advantage defense.
गलत मारा बे Flickless.
In terms of what Liquid want to do, they're actually just grouping up to take A. They've seen the Viper player here. Westside still unknown. Would be a 3 versus 2, however.
Here.
Bell.
It's not a player you want to fight either. Very good at taking the heads. It's just a walkout Camo. Surprises Westside. Ara's showstopper obviously going to be good for this retake as Flickless plays on the edge of the smoke.
They've cleared all around showers, but they still don't know about Flickless' position. He's the one propping up this retake. GX's last chance to stay alive.
Well, here comes the showstopper, and here comes Giant X as they look to try and clear out the site. Purple, the only player in there, has been found. The showstopper looking to go behind that, and this is a chance to take it to overtime. Players being denied an opportunity to swing out. It's the Dizzy instead. There's many utility being sent either way, but it's up to Camo.
Thrash ready?
All alone to try and deny.
Thrash ready था. Direct pop नहीं मार सकता था क्या?
All the way.
last gasp stuff from Giant X.
Just type किया था.
Missed molly or two in the mix there, and they'll take every opportunity that they get because we're going to overtime. These two stage 2
बहुत risky था बे. 5-4 website मर गया.
Going pound for pound, but only one of them can make it to the final week of competition in Kickoff. Sight set on Santiago, a long way away for now.
It's the same story against Ulf. Last map, overtime.
Guys, our life is not that easy, okay?
दो round जीतने गए.
Neither of them willing to give an inch here.
भाई गुरबिनो अगर वो मॉली मिस नहीं करता.
Back on the attack side where so many of those issues stemmed from.
Last time Team Liquid were in overtime. They won
the spot किया था लेकिन.
Quick rounds.
कितना क्लोजर है मेरे हिसाब से लंबा चलेगा. बैक टू बैक कोई 2 राउंड नहीं जीतेगा. ये लंबा जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से.
Quality and experience in these positions.
Our life is not easy. ऐसा बोला उसने. Yup.
Quicker on the trigger. But with the round allowed to breathe, things go quiet, and this defense hasn't done all too much searching. Nats knows about B long. Sits empty for now, but just still 2 players on the backside of A. Miniboo pushing the front line and finding the kill that he needs. Dashing to safety.
कहाँ पे गया?
In the mix, trying to get something
किधर
done,
है?
but it's a 5 versus 3 for Liquid right now.
And there's a chance to get the spike down, which is most important for GX in a 3 versus 5.
Long rotation for Nats as he was still just watching over the B side of the
lower
map,
cut.
to make something happen here. Have to create
अरे बहुत लंबा पीक लिया रे वेस्ट साइड
now
ने.
it's got to be the gun in his hands. 4 players ensuing on his position. Liquid will give themselves another chance
अब
to
गलती
take
नहीं कर
pride.
सकते. अब
This
गलती
time
नहीं कर
in
सकते.
OT.
बंस भाई हॉट व्हील्स कलेक्ट करते हो क्या? नहीं रे.
Can Liquid close it out as clean as they did against Ulf in overtime? Players not considering the off angles. Team Liquid being a bit cheeky and it paying out. You got to remember.
That means no, by the way.
Thank you, mate.
No worries. Plenty for Giant
Niet,
X.
niet.
Liquid have already
मैं भी
won a
जब भी
couple
DC
of
होता था मैं यही
overtimes,
बोलता
14-12 in that statistic. They look the strongest here. It's back to the attack side.
Yep.
In terms of where they're able to find success, bits and pieces towards A more than anything else. This long control from GX has been a pillar of their defensive structure. But are they over-investing here? Is it too much? Because when that spike goes down on A, the Death spoke about it, the amount of utility in post here that they have.
But dog timing crazy, bro.
It's also how good GX have been at
dog timing crazy.
Holding the nerve. Especially this man right here, west side.
Look at this, GX playing a high line on this defense of the A site.
It's good delay, trying to disconnect the pushes. As we're seeing Miniboo dash in, dive in, nobody there to contact. GX, west side, on the corner, holding on, as you expect him to, but he's under fire, under pressure. Team Liquid straight back, blow for blow, the spike can go down.
Next kill might just decide the round here. Cloud doesn't want to open. Purpo might just have. Spike's gone out in the open.
Cloud, flash in, swing, and a good double kill! We'll go one more round of overtime as GX keep themselves alive.
GX playing the better round on the whole. Love that they wanted to fight that choke a little bit more aggressively there. But in the 2-on-2, that's gonna feel like a missed opportunity for Liquid. Tossing the spike across default.
Yeah, what is going on?
In that situation, it's just heat of the moment, desperation stuff.
It's just not thinking. That's just it. Just plain and simple. These players making mistakes like that, and it's just going to be for this overtime
Who's going to be the team to break the attack ground?
Yeah, and who has the strongest mental? Because Liquid have now surpassed 2 opportunities.
मॉली पुश क्योंकि मिनी बू डैश मारा ना कोई उसको देखा नहीं रॉकेट से भी कोई पीक नहीं लोगों को लगा ये रिटेक के लिए गिल्स के अंदर है बैक साइड
Again, it's unrelenting in these pushes, but with no recourse, no support, he goes down empty.
Could that be the deciding kill? Team Liquid overstepping the mark. Maybe, as we said last time on the defense, they were being cheeky, perhaps too cheeky this time.
I think the one aspect that favors Liquid here is that GX have been going blindly into some of these executions. Cloud is on a fact-finding mission towards Nat's position, where he is the sole anchor of B as it stands.
If GX wait any longer, the time's going to start to favor the defense in terms of strength of position. How much time do you have to clear all these corners?
I mean, actually, GX have made the right call.
30 seconds एक blind देके info ले सकता है Sky.
The wall is up for Nats. He can buy delay time. He has a strong position in hookah to fend from, but he can hear those footsteps echoing the halls now. And it has to be Nats on bind.
एक मारा sexy.
Flickless finds one of the kills, but Nat's still going, still overlooked. Plant comes in from west side and they do cut him off.
Yeah, fine. But where did the attack go in terms of the post plant? How do they set up? At least healing off the damage is going to be huge for Grubby.
Hearing that double TP, GX have to be thinking about the backlines here.
Able
to partner up with Wayne, and it actually leaves Camo solo towards CT. West side on a strong angle, can't win the fight.
Shit.
Back in the conversation. Now GX on the back foot. Liquid looking for a third point, third series point. Cloud to keep them alive, but GX go down again. And so Liquid make the best of a bad situation. And we'll get another opportunity to see this one through.
Can we have a GX coach cam, yaro?
The attack ground. And it felt as if GX had the best chance out of all the chances so far. The fans trying to show support. Because we are going to see a break in play. Because Lohan wants to give instructions for this attack.
वो लोग एक कोच कैम दिख जाता है यारो
know when is the right time to intervene. Both teams getting an extra time.
हेलो कैसा कूद के गया वाता जब दो उक्का थे बे clear cut
is being strict here on what he wants to see from his players to have them walk away from this not without a few scars, I think it's fair to say, but the sort of character building that you expect at this stage in the season.
I think as well, considering that we were speaking about Giant X having the best chance in that last round.
वो नहीं लगा तो वो तो ठीक है
going into post,
ये लोग लेकिन भागे जा रहे थे गुरुबी ने देखा क्या
willingly across a site, you know, so there is an opportunity here.
Yeah. And the defender's side, for the most part, has looked better of the two, but it has been
language
of retakes, spikes diffused in every round we've seen thus far in the extension of play. Nat's operator hits the field. That is the biggest talking point and the big change up here for Liquid.
Glass cannon up on the attack. Where does he want to set up? Looks towards shot, to be honest.
Seeing maybe if he can punish Flickless trying to face check here, where that wall has been causing him a few issues, and yeah, the jump peak already tested from the Belgian.
Need khatam?
Yeah, but a little bit more reserved as Nats looks to explore this part of the map.
Ayo.
He knows that Westside has been playing from heaven, so that's also maybe a consideration.
Just looking for something right now. Liquid give this one the time of day, just waiting
for
that first opportunity, but the long barrel may betray Nats as he tries to find Flickless here. It's Grubby actually that will take him off the board first.
थोड़ा late.
Violent end.
थोड़ा late हो Yol वाले को op से मारने वाला था.
You're looking for that kill with the op. Where's the second layer? There is some pressure created towards B, but other than that, it's an all-in on A.
Yeah, but it's another one of those smokes that gives space to backside for Giant X. You can see Minibu looking to play on the edge, but Grubby comes out on top. So once again, Giant X hold on to this A side.
क्या angle मिला उसको? Wall क्यों जिसे मिला क्या?
We're in post. But what do you have other than just these
Utility, that's post plan.
There's Molly from Wayne. He'll buy a little bit of time, but not enough to win the round. And with his life lost, that might just be it, Cairo.
पीछे देखो.
We go again. One more
Binks.
bout of overtime.
3:30 बजे तक यही चलेगा क्या?
And I mean, after a
Oh,
timeout,
Sage का angle देखो
I'm
chat.
wondering what was the game plan?
Ball
there?
कैसे set?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you can see that they were trying to build around that operator
हाँ,
as
Nats
much as
Yol मारने
possible,
वाला था.
Liquid, but as I said, in the round,
Heaven
in
pick
terms
timing
of
बहुत crazy था और
second
trade भी
players,
नहीं
and
हुआ.
what actually the setup was, it's just punishment in the end from Grubby, actually, who finds the first
बाकी
2
लोगों को
kills.
देखना था.
West side cheeky with the wall, a lot of 1v1s, a lot of isolated engagements. Ooh, and it's so frustrating.
That Liquid अभी भी घर पे जा सकता है.
Goes longer and
रात के 2
longer
बजे.
into the night. Hard to keep on top of.
And you look at this, 4 rounds, 4 post plants, 4 rounds going the way of the
उसको हेवन
defense.
देखना चाहता
So
honestly
it's not
नहीं
just
देख
struggling
सकते
to
रे वो
get to
बार-बार
post.
स्मोक से हो रहे हैं ना. हेवन कैसे देखेगा वो?
Team able
पूरी
to
टीम मर
convert. It
जाएगी.
feels like as soon as we see that first attack round, that might be the team that walks away from this. In the pre-round, looked like Purpo was thinking about buying an op. He's solo towards Showers. Everyone on GX cooped up.
2-3 दिन से इतने लंबे उठी जा रहे हैं. Sexy जा रहे लेकिन games.
A one way to try and contend with, and an angle which Miniboo tries to play with, but once again nobody clears it. It feels like this is the second time, third time we've seen this. What's the definition of insanity?
क्या slow मार रहा है भाई.
Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. And it's not going to change. Looks like more defender-sided dominance. GX will give this a chance, of course they will. They have to. But I have to say,
ये round Miniboo MVP.
Miniboo had been struggling on a couple
Ball भी
of
भागता
these
लेकिन
initial
वो
engagements. I
3 जन
think
को slow
GX
डाला बे उसने.
punishing his overextension here. It's just a little bit more reserved, right? Playing in the side with the support of the utility.
Wait.
One, but 25 seconds or so. Spike needs to go in, and Westside has to play protector.
Don't wait.
Try and brawl their way through, play off one another, tap of the spike, beat the
According to you, अभी strongest region. According to this kickoff, Pacific baby. घर
This
जाएगा.
time we actually don't go to post.
सारे
No, we
top
don't,
teams
for the first time, actually.
chill कर रहे हैं नीचे.
Some positives to take from that if you're Liquid, but few and far between at this stage in the game. GX are the ones with the onus on them. As it has been, this is now
इस बार पूरा आपका Pacific fighting कर रहा है.
opportunity to win this match. 1 in regulation, the 3rd in overtime on our screens. GX with more of the same. That's
Hookah flood.
But will it break?
Well, they don't want to go near A because they've never had a chance, and well, B doesn't look much better either. As Ara gets the entry, Cloud helping out. Also, Team Liquid fight back. The health pool not the best, but the body count certainly is.
Oh my
Has
god.
to be flakeless. Trying to heal up Miniboo in between the two of them here.
Alt मारेगा.
Yes, he does have a
Mara.
volley, but the
आ
Seekers
गया.
identify him, waiting for the peak, sees the head of the sky, can't quite connect. Team Liquid should have everything they need, but they give a chance to Flickless. A 1 versus 1. Does he consider Miniboo? It will take 2 bullets to the body, but 1 bullet to the head.
उसको नहीं मालूम था क्योंकि कब से इसका अकेले लड़ रहा था.
Keep themselves alive and Giant
Not even close, baby. अबे भड़का हुआ है बे कमो.
For Liquid on bind in the end. It was a rough conclusion for them.
Not even close.
It was that they played
कमो भड़का हुआ है
into
बे.
last night against Ulf as well.
कमो का हो गया ये गेम से. कमो आज रात को दूसरा कुछ खेलने वाला है.
In EMEA. A debut outing on
Kammo is done. Kammo is done.
Without its troubles, and unfortunately for GX, they can't make the changes necessary to see them win here and carry on themselves. Yeah, and I mean, we had a big conversation about GX being that gatekeeper team, but with so many others now.
Bro, निकाल तो सकते थे देखो, मानो या ना मानो, निकाल तो सकते थे. निकाल तो सकते थे GX.
I feel like the finish that we've seen from them here, right, like what, edge of top 6 is roughly about where they end up, and I think that there were limitations, at least in terms of some of the ideas that they want to play still carried on from the previous year. It's a brave new world. There are
not even close, baby. Not even close.
For Liquid, look, they have made the most of the situation. They got through it in the end, and that is all that counts for them. Winner's mentality on many of the players on this team with the experience that they hold. You expect them to do that in the end.
Final step kila be. Jake's out, Jake's out, Jake's out. Jake's out. Okay, guys, it's time for another live stream. See you at 3:30. 3:30 को मैच है NV वर्सेस EG, और उसके बाद है सेन वर्सेस लेव. सेन वर्सेस लेव तो हम सबको पता है क्या होने वाला है. 15 मिनट का गेम, बराबर है. NV वर्सेस EG. NV वर्सेस EG सीन ये है कि NV में आया है डिमन वार, और अगर आज EG ने बहुत मारा तो ट्विटर पे होने वाले है मजा ही मजा. अगर EG 2-0 जीता और EG ने एकदम गलत लेवल मारा, पॉपकॉर्न रेडी रखो, एंजॉय करो लाइफ. हाँ, मसाला ऑन द वे, मसाला ऑन द वे. EG एंड टफ लाइक दैट. हेलो पॉटर है भाई, घर जाएगा. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय. Adios, adios. See you in a little while. Huh? See you in a little while. In a little while.